Like so many other protagonists hiding their skills, besides attending school like a normal student, this young man also works as a part-time assassin at night. Yesterday, Kai pulled an all-nighter hitting his body count quota, so having to go to school early today made him exhausted as hell. Kai walked into class like any other day. His classmate, Suzy, cheerfully greeted him. He was student number 35 in the ace class, the star of the soccer club, and also the class president. Kai gave a half-assed greeting back and then pulled out his chair, immediately slamming his face on the desk to sleep, refusing any more conversation. Suzy felt a bit awkward. Just then another female student chimed in. She was Naga Serena, student number 22, a trendy girl who stood out among the girls in the class. She had a stuck-up and arrogant attitude. She said, Suzy, you don't need to greet a brute like Kai. Suzy forced a smile and defended Kai. Kai's probably just really tired, that's why he didn't respond. Just then the door swung open again. Arashi Sasuke walked in. He was the pinnacle of rudeness, student number 1, and the leader of a notorious local gang. When Arashi entered the class, his underlings had to bow. He glanced around and saw Kai, sleeping at the back of the class, so he went to start trouble. Even when Arashi got close, Kai still didn't react. He was still snoring his head off. Arashi got pissed and cursed, "This dickhead, didn't you hear a damn thing I said?" Arashi reached out to grab Kai, but his wrist was caught. Kai let out a long, bored yawn. He stared intently and asked what the hell Arashi wanted. Arashi got even more furious. He yelled at Kai to let go of his hand. He was being controlled by some invisible pressure and couldn't fucking move. Kai, now a bit more awake, let go of Arashi's hand. Arashi clicked his tongue, yanked his hand back, and muttered a curse, calling Kai a damn freak. Someone else appeared and told Arashi, "Shut the fuck up, you're barking too much." This person was Kanzaki Jin, student number 8. Beautiful, smart, and skilled in martial arts, the school's top beauty, with a cold and distant allure. Arashi was about to switch targets to start a fight with her, asking what the hell she was spewing now. Suddenly, someone else stepped in to stop them. This person was the strict disciplinary vice president, who cared a lot about order, student number 29 Hashimoto Mire. She told Arashi to stop causing trouble. Another young man with brightly colored hair kindly advised, "Mire, stop meddling. Watch out or Arashi might just clock you." This guy was Narumi Yoshida, student number 23, as shallow and vapid as he looked. Meanwhile, Kai had already fallen back asleep. At some point, Arashi, noticing too many people were watching, reluctantly pulled out a chair and sat down, arrogantly propping his feet up on the desk. Everyone had arrived and was waiting for class to start. This was Shinzo High School first year class 2. Today was just another day in the classroom, filled with drama. While sleeping, Kai suddenly sensed something. He saw under Midu's feet. A circle of light appeared. This circle grew larger, enveloping the entire classroom. The students in the class also noticed it. They started freaking out. Midu directed everyone to get out of the classroom quickly. But in Kai's expert opinion, there was no way in hell they'd make it. The blue circle sucked the entire class in. When they woke up, the whole group was in a strange place. Kai looked around, assessing the situation. This was a building constructed of stone with many large pillars for cover, and there was only one exit. It was hard to believe, but it seemed they had been swallowed by the white light. The whole class had been thrown somewhere else. The other students slowly came to. Everyone was bewildered, wondering, "Who am I? Where is this?" Class President Midu reassured everyone to stay calm. "One step at a time. First, we need to see if everyone is okay." Kai silently approved. Good call. Midu could help the class keep from panicking. Arashi didn't want to waste any time either. He called 2 of his underlings to follow him, to see what was going on here. Kai spoke up, stopping Arashi. "There are footsteps coming from behind that door." He could tell there were 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. The students in the class began to focus their attention on the door behind them. The door opened, and just as predicted, there were 2 people, an old man and a woman. The woman enthusiastically welcomed the class members. The students in the class, after seeing the woman, were all in awe. They whispered, "Damn, that lady is gorgeous. Is this cosplay like a medieval knight and princess?" Kai, who had been observing from the back, was analyzing the situation. "The old man has the build of a swordsman. He's not cosplaying, he's the real deal." The white-haired woman, too. She has some muscle, but she looks fairly normal. The white-haired woman introduced herself. She was Leonora, the Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret. The old man next to her was Gaius, a knight and her personal guard. Arashi aggressively pointed at the woman and asked, "Are you looking for a fight?" He had never heard of the country that the woman had just mentioned. Leonora remained calm and smiled. She understood how the people here must feel about this. Class President Midu stepped forward and asked what was going on here. Leonora explained the situation. She was the one who had summoned the class members to this parallel world. They were humanity's hope to fight the Demon Lord as hero candidates of this world. The class members still didn't quite understand. What kind of nonsense is she spouting? Gaius, standing beside her, glared and warned Arashi, Watch your mouth. Don't talk like that. Leonora is the saint of this country. Arashi couldn't care less about that. He had a short fuse and was ready to throw down. He told Gaius to shut up before he got pissed. Gaius might be old, but he was still full of fight. He was ready to draw his sword and fight. Leonora stopped Gaius. Don't do it. He refused to listen. He had to teach Arashi a lesson. Arashi had no respect for his elders. He charged in to fight. Meanwhile, Kai was still quietly observing. He had to admit Arashi was brave. He didn't hesitate to confront someone carrying a sword at his hip. Arashi was this confident because in the past, he had fought people with weapons before. All you had to do was dodge the first attack and get in close. Then hand-to-hand, combat was more advantageous. That was a nice script, but reality was different. A world of difference. Before Arashi could even touch a hair on Gaius's head, he was grazed across the head by his sword, a long cut on his forehead. Blood dripped down. Arashi froze, breaking into a cold sweat. He didn't see a thing. The sword just moved on its own. Gaius cut a lock of Arashi's hair, simultaneously warning the other students in the class. Next time, fuck around and find out. Leonora told Gaius to put his sword away. That was enough of a threat. She apologized on his behalf for Gaius's recent actions. They had no intention of harming anyone. Leonora began to explain everything about this world, the reason the students were here. She quietly opened her eyes, looking at the students with a contemptuous gaze, telling them to first keep quiet. Leonora apologized to the class members for the belligerence of Gaius. She began to explain. Currently, due to the invasion of the Demon Lord, the human race of this world is on the brink of extinction. As they said, their country, the Holy Kingdom of Dagaris, continuously resisted, but they don't have the strength to completely stop the invasion. The only thing left for humanity and their last hope are the students, the hero candidates. By now, the students had realized Leonora wanted to ask them to defeat the Demon Lord. Some students in the class seemed unwilling. Another, reincarnation to another life. Maybe they could do it then, but they had never fought in this life. Not to mention a few female students in the class were crying non-stop, wanting to return to their old world. Gaius doused their hopes with cold water. You can't go back to your old world, not unless you defeat the Demon Lord. The students in the class were stunned with fear. Kai stood behind a pillar, silently assessing the situation. Putting aside the truth of that information, Gaius might be saying that to motivate them. Even so, people who have always lived peacefully like these students won't just suddenly start killing people, so they need experience and above all talent. Arashi, despite being cut once, hadn't learned his lesson. He faced the two of them, Leonora and Gaius, and blatantly cursed them as sons of bitches. You randomly summon everyone to this place, and now you demand we stay quiet and obey. Arashi wouldn't accept that. You four-legged animals. Gaius glanced at Arashi, assessing. His fighting spirit is still very much intact. He could become a useful warrior, but he could also cause trouble. He drew his sword from his hip, intending to send Arashi to the afterlife right here and now. But Leonora, on the contrary, was extremely gentle. Using a healing skill, she healed the wound on Arashi's face. She acted extremely remorseful for Gaius's actions. The wound on Arashi's face gradually healed. The other students were all astonished. Leonora explained that the power she just used was from the system. They used the system, a power granted by their god, Dagaris, and it can create new phenomena in the world. To put it simply, it's magic. A thought flashed through Kai's mind. Leonora knows about our culture. This probably isn't the first time she's summoned people from another world. Leonora approached Midu. She placed her hand on his forehead. Immediately, his hand began to glow. A sword materialized in his hand. Leonora explained, hero candidates can harness the power of this system and awaken their innate divine protection. Leonora clasped her hands together. She trembled, looking extremely pitiful. It was I who suddenly brought you all here, and now you students cannot return. I know this is a selfish request. Leonora bowed her head. Students, please lend me your strength. Midu, who had just been granted power, was still hesitant. No matter how much power Leonora gave them, they still couldn't fight immediately. Leonora understood that. She said the students would definitely need some time to train, and during their training, their country would take care of them. Midu accepted. He turned to rally the class. No, you're all scared. But to survive here, we first need information and protection. I'm sure this divine protection will be useful when we're in trouble. I think for now we should follow the words of Leonora and Gaius. Many students in the class, after hearing Midu speak, also agreed. Leonora bowed her head and thanked the students. She smirked to herself. She bestowed divine protection on each person in the class. The disciplinary vice president, Hashimoto Mire, received the telekinesis divine protection. Arashi received the explosion divine protection. Many other students in the class also received divine protections. Leonora looked around. Is there anyone who hasn't received a divine protection? At this point, Kai slowly came forward. He raised his hand and said he hadn't received one yet. Leonora touched Kai and bestowed a divine protection upon him. Kai felt a slight jolt. His vision began to change. Leonora stood before him. Above her head, a stat panel appeared, showing her individual stats. Kai's eyes glowed bright red. Leonora realized this was the divine protection of appraisal, which was quite rare. This power allows the user to see information about a target. After hearing the explanation, Kai began to test it on himself. Sure enough, his own stats appeared. Kai began to understand how this divine protection worked. It was like a status screen in a game, but it was easy to understand. Suddenly, Kai spun and jumped to the side, dodging. The person who had just attacked him was Arashi. Relying on his explosion, divine protection, he didn't hesitate to try it out on Kai. Arashi and the other students looked down on him. Kai had gotten some cheap trash, something that couldn't do anything but make his eyes turn red. Kai didn't care. He just found it strange how these students were acting so high and mighty and powerful. They didn't have enough information to know what was useful and what wasn't. Anyway, divine protection was just borrowed power. There was no telling when it would be taken away. Kai wasn't too worried. He had many different ways to kill people. After Leonora had bestowed divine protections on all the students, she told everyone to go rest. Training would begin tomorrow. Later that evening, the hero candidates were taken to their private rooms. Kai waited until late at night, then climbed out the window and snuck out. He should gather some information before going to bed. He snuck behind 2 patrolling soldiers listening in. This was the 3rd time he had encountered soldiers. From what he had heard, they were probably strengthening their defenses. Kai activated his divine protection to observe. He looked at the soldiers' skills. But it seemed their only skill was swordsmanship. He thought they might be able to use the system or something and detect him. But it seemed not everyone here could use the divine system. Kai waited for the 2 soldiers to pass, then used incredible speed to disappear. He had already grasped most of the geography of this castle. It was a typical fortified city, surrounded by a series of walls. Kai went to the front of the castle. He was quite curious about what was inside, but it was heavily guarded and built very sturdily, so it would be difficult to sneak in. Kai thought that was enough for today. He would come back to scout another day. He was about to return when he saw some of his classmates wandering around on the lawn. These 3 girls were out here to practice their divine protections. Kai hid to one side and watched the 3 girls practice. He had always been curious about this divine protection. He decided to stand and watch for a while to see what it was like. Suddenly, Kai sensed something. On the other side of the lawn, there was a sound. The 3 girls also noticed a monster emerging. The 3 girls panicked, scared out of their wits. Kai remained silent in the bushes. He had never seen a creature like that before. It looked like a lizard. He activated appraisal. This lizard belonged to the lizard man species. Its stats were a world apart from the 3 girls. The lizard man took a deep breath and roared. The 3 girls ran for their lives. The lizard man chased closely behind. Kai jumped onto a rock for a better assessment. This lizard species has an aggressive nature, and it doesn't hesitate to attack humans. It also moves quickly on all 4s, but only runs in a straight line. But it doesn't seem to have much intelligence. Its skin also looks tough, so I'm not sure if a knife will work. Kai took a knife from his sleeve and tried throwing it at its skin. The lizard man let out a growl. It faltered. Kai, quick as a flash, had already hidden behind a tree. It seems throwing this knife worked, even if it was just a shallow cut. The 3 girls on the other side were still running for their lives without stopping. Suddenly, the girl named Rina tripped on a rock and face-planted hard. When she managed to sit up, the monster was already standing behind her. The lizard man raised its leg, about to strike Rina, when suddenly a knife flew from nowhere and hit the lizard man straight in the head. The lizard man died on the spot. The other 2 girls quickly ran to help Rina up. They didn't dare stay any longer and hurriedly left. Kai behind the tree let out a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. I had no reason to save them, but ignoring them would have been against my conscience. Kai approached the lizard man. He pulled his knife out of its body. So there are monsters like this, wandering all over this world. It seems things here won't be easy. Suddenly, Kai felt something again. He jumped off the lizard man's body and looked around. It seems someone is around here. I should probably head back too. Kai immediately vanished and headed back. The person Kai sensed was standing behind a large rock somewhere. He was wearing a cloak that covered him from head to toe. He approached the lizard man and stomped on its head, crushing it. Blood splattered onto the black-cloaked man's robe. He was very disappointed to see the hero candidates were all a bunch of useless weaklings. But that other guy doesn't seem to be a pushover. The black-cloaked man licked the blood that had splattered on his face. He felt extremely intrigued. The next day, the lizardman's corpse was discovered. Everyone fell into a pensive silence. Some female students even had tears in their eyes from fear. The magician Teddy came to examine the monster's corpse. After examining it for a while, she came to a conclusion. There are traces of sorcery being used. It was probably a mid-level demon or higher. They were probably scouting to see the strength of the hero faction. Kai was lurking in a corner listening in. He didn't know if sorcery and magic were different. Mido asked Teddy again to confirm. This monster was being controlled by a demon or something. Teddy praised him. You're very sharp. Powerful demons can use manipulation charms and control weaker monsters. Teddy, getting carried away, launched into a long explanation. First, the word monster refers to creatures mutated by mana until they become unusually fierce and strong. And mana is a paranormal power created by demon gods. In other words, it's the power that the demon lord and demons use. So naturally, demons can easily defeat. But Gaius, listening, felt his head spin. He told Teddy to stop and dragged her away. Kai calculated, I can use Teddy to gather more information. The bigger problem is that this thing was being controlled by something else. The identity of the being I sensed back then was a demon. It must be very strong, because I barely noticed it for a moment. If it were around us right now, I'm not sure I'd be able to detect it. The thought had only just flashed through his mind, when Kai felt an invisible pressure. Someone was looking in this direction. Arashi stepped forward to confront Gaius again. We can't go back to our world if we don't kill the demon lord, and I don't plan on staying in this damn world for long. The student Kanzaki Jin agreed with what Arashi said. For the first time, he's actually making sense. Midu thought so too. If they wanted to go back to their old world, their only option was probably to fight monsters. A few female students in the class started crying again, sobbing and sniffling with fear. Kai glanced at them. Looks like they've finally realized this isn't some game. Fighting is a struggle to the death. It's the same in any world. It's best if they quickly learn how to use their power to protect themselves. Leonora comforted the students. Don't be too scared. It's just that you don't know how to use your powers yet. All you have to do now is train. The students here are the chosen ones, from another world, as hero candidates. Your growth rate is different from the residents of this place. And so a week passed. Since the students began their training, Kai had been holed up in the library researching books. He flipped through the pages. He could now understand every letter. It was strange that they could talk to Leonora and Gaius from the very beginning, even though they didn't know the language here. Kai looked out the window. The other students were training. He had been told that his appraisal skill was not a divine protection, suitable for combat, so he wasn't allowed to train but was given access to the library. Kai stood up. The history and culture of this world, he had read them all until they were worn out. It seemed there was no information about demons here either. He went outside. He stood in a corner watching the students train. Just as Leonora had said, the students were developing at an incredible rate. The 5 strongest among them were Narumi Arashi, Kanzaki Hashimoto, and Naga. However, there was still one other person with an extraordinary growth rate. That was Midu. Before long, his skill with the sword had surpassed his instructors. Kai used his observation skill to check Midu's stats. Just a week ago, most of his stats ranged from D to F, blindingly fast. Even if he is a genius, perhaps the divine protection also has a direct impact on things unrelated to strength. The students, after finishing their training, left one after another. They passed by where Kai was standing. The students pointed at him and laughed mockingly. Kai couldn't be bothered with them. These people were still as brain-dead as before. The others were also looking down on him. They were getting more and more arrogant after receiving their powers. A student in the class raised his hand about to grab Kai's head, when by some force, the guy suddenly fell flat on his back. Kai acted like he didn't know what happened, asking the guy why he suddenly tripped. The guy who had fallen flat on his ass also didn't understand what was happening. Arashi, seeing this, felt embarrassed and told the guy to stop messing around. Gaius is coming. Leonora and Gaius walked over together. Leonora seemed very pleased with the students' progress. The students were all developing much faster than she had expected, so she had decided to move the plan up. Leonora wanted the students to practice fighting monsters. After hearing this, the students all broke out in a sweat. The students followed Leonora and Gaius into the forest. Their first training exercise would take place here. This place was full of dangers, so the students couldn't go as one group. Gaius told the students to form groups of 2 to 3 people. The students began to quickly form groups. Naga, Midu, and another blonde girl formed a team. Arashi teamed up with his buddies. Narumi and Hashimoto formed a team together. The other students also gradually found teams. Only Kanzaki and Kai were left. The 2 were left over. The 2 of them had to reluctantly team up together. No one wanted to team up with Kanzaki. Perhaps because they were afraid and no one liked her either. She was a confident and aloof person. Moreover, she was proud and looked like she wouldn't let anyone get in her way. After the students had formed their teams, Leonora cheerfully announced that because this was a special occasion, the team that killed the most monsters would receive a prize. Suddenly, the first training exercise began. Kai and Kanzaki walked into the forest together. Kanzaki arrogantly told Kai not to get in her way. She didn't need him to do anything. Just don't get in my way. Her divine protection was stronger than the others. Kai wasn't one to hog the glory. He was counting on Kanzaki for everything. Kanzaki flipped her hair, clicked her tongue, and muttered disapprovingly, "Kai has no self-respect." Kai intended to just observe Kanzaki's combat abilities first. He had already sensed 4 presences around them. They were surrounding them. A goblin jumped out, blocking their path. It held a spear and charged forward to attack. Kanzaki used her divine protection to order the monster lie down. The monster dropped to the ground. Kanzaki's divine protection was domination. This was an ability that could force a target to follow her commands. Kai looked around. He said it seemed there were still a few more monsters around. Kanzaki again ordered the goblin from before, "Drop your weapon. Put your hands behind your back." After just 2 commands, Kanzaki was already sweating profusely. Using this divine protection for too long would exhaust her. Kai understood that using it too much would cost mana. He told Kanzaki to hurry up and kill that goblin. "The others are coming." Kanzaki trembled upon hearing that. She had never killed anyone before. This goblin even looked a bit like a human. Kai coldly glanced. "So what if it looks like a human? That monster tried to attack us. And these things are our enemies. There's no reason to spare them." Kanzaki stammered, "I know." Kai clenched a rock in his hand. Even though Kanzaki had power, she was still just an inexperienced student from the once peaceful Japan. The only thing that mattered was whether she could make the right choice when faced with danger. The other goblins had arrived. They growled, holding spears, and advanced towards the 2 of them. Kanzaki used her divine protection to order the newly arrived goblins, "Lie down." Kai asked, "What are you going to do now?" Kanzaki was panting from exhaustion. She told him not to just stand there. "Hurry up and help me." Kai didn't seem to want to help much. "Weren't you the one who told me I didn't need to do anything?" Kanzaki was speechless. She had to fend for herself. She ordered the monsters to twist their own necks. The controlled goblins killed themselves, dying on the spot. Kai realized, so Kanzaki can also issue commands like that. The more difficult the command, the lower the chance of success. Kanzaki started to feel nauseous. Real combat, seeing dead bodies with her own eyes, like this was a bit overwhelming. She was wrong to think this would be easy. Kai, however, faced no psychological barriers. These things attacked them, so they were the enemy. It didn't matter if they were monsters or humans. You have to kill your enemies. That's what it takes to survive. Kanzaki found it strange how Kai could be so calm. He didn't even have any powers. Kai approached the dead goblins, checking for any new information. He asked Kanzaki again, "What now? We can keep going or head back if you're scared." Kanzaki straightened up, flipped her hair, and turned away. "Of course we're going forward." Although Kanzaki was trying to act brave, Kai could still tell. But even so, her personality wasn't too bad. The 2 of them could fight together. In Narumi's group, they were being chased by a monster running for their lives. They thought the monsters here were weak, so they went looking for trouble. They messed with the bull and got the horns. Narumi and Hashimoto, realizing running wasn't an option, stopped. They used their divine protections to attack together. Their combined attack of wind and flying rocks was like tickling the bear with a feather. It didn't do a damn thing. Kanzaki silently made a resolution. "I have to return to my old world." She hadn't yet repaid her grandfather's kindness for raising her until now. She really wanted to show him how much she had grown and make him happy. While she was lost in thought, Kai asked Kanzaki if she wasn't afraid of getting lost if they kept going. Kanzaki said, "How can we get lost if we just go straight?" But Kai didn't think so. If Kanzaki thought that way, she was underestimating this forest. Kanzaki, getting annoyed by Kai shutting down her every word, snapped, "Just shut the fuck up. Why are you so damn smug?" The 2 of them continued on their way when they suddenly heard a loud scream. Kazaki recognized it as Hashimoto's voice. Kai asked her what they should do now. Without hesitation, Kazaki insisted on going to help. Kai was surprised she was so kind. Meanwhile, with Hashimoto and Narumi, Hashimoto had been seriously injured by the bear and had fallen to the ground. She told Narumi to run on ahead and not worry about her. Narumi wasn't the kind of scumbag to do that. He couldn't leave Hashimoto behind. The 2 of them hesitated. As they did, the bear raised its paw to attack again. Kazaki arrived just in time. She used her divine protection to order the bear to stand still. The bear struggled to break free. Kazaki knew she couldn't hold it for long, so she told Narumi and Hashimoto to run. Kai also tagged along behind them, just as he thought. Kazaki's power had different effects, depending on the target. He asked the 2 of them, "Are you alive?" Seeing that Narumi seemed fine, Kai told him to carry Hashimoto and get out of there quickly. Narumi initially wanted to stay and help, but Hashimoto was seriously injured, so he had to carry her and leave first. After the other 2 left, Kai used his appraisal divine protection to examine the bear. This bear was an armored bear species. Its stats were all very high, especially its defense. Its fur also looked tough. Kai's attacks probably couldn't get through it. Kazaki was sweating. She couldn't hold on much longer. Kai told her that was enough and it was time to run. Kazaki intended to do just that, but her legs wouldn't move. She had used too much energy. Now her legs were trembling as if she'd been drugged. The bear broke free and approached Kazaki. Kai had no other choice. He had to take a shot in the dark. He pulled a smoke bomb from his person and threw it at the bear. He took the opportunity to carry Kazaki and hide. The two of them hid behind a tree trunk. Kai told her to be quiet so it wouldn't hear them. Only now did Kazaki notice their surroundings. She asked him what that smoke just now was. He told her it was a smoke bomb that he made while the others were training their divine protections. Kai was just bluffing, though. He actually had some equipment on him before he was summoned. Since he didn't have much, he didn't want to use it recklessly. This was basic assassin equipment. Kazaki suddenly felt extremely guilty. She went to help others, but ended up putting them in danger. Kai told her he didn't need an apology, he needed a thank you. Kazaki shyly said, "Thank you." Kai threw another bucket of cold water on her. "If you were always this gentle, you'd be very popular with everyone." Embarrassed as if her tail had been stepped on, Kazaki snapped angrily. Kai told her again to be quiet so the bear wouldn't find them. Only then did Kazaki focus on the situation. She asked what they should do now. Should they run? Kai said there was no need. Because just then Mito's group of 3 arrived. Mito activated his demon-slaying sword, preparing to solo the bear. Mito and the bear lunged at each other. He slashed down, injuring one of the bear's arms. However, its hide was too tough. Mito's slash didn't have much effect. Nagas told Mito to get out of the way as she shot fire at the bear. The bear roared as it was engulfed in flames. Nagas gloated, "Easy game." But she spoke too soon. The bear quickly swatted the flames away. It was completely unscathed, not a scratch on it. It even seemed more energetic than before. Nagas panicked and shouted. Mito told her to calm down. Her previous attack definitely had an effect. The bear was moving slower now than before. He called out to the other two. "Let's calmly take down the bear together." The 2 girls listened. The 3 of them coordinated their attacks against the bear. In a corner nearby, there was a suspicious man in a black cloak. He was the former demon assassin Delphus. He was observing everything. At this rate, the armored bear probably couldn't defeat all the students. Their rapid progress, and above all their calmness, were extremely impressive. Delphus had a very high opinion of them. Mito, despite his young age, was on a whole other level. Even though this was just a scouting mission, it was time for him to change his plan. He would finish off Mito's group right here. Over there, Mito's group of 3 worked together to seriously wound the bear. Delphus drew his sword about to pull a dirty trick, when he suddenly felt something cold behind him. He turned around to see Kai holding a knife to his throat. Kai looked at Delphus with murderous eyes. "If you know what's good for you, shut your mouth. Didn't anyone teach you that an enemy's biggest mistake is when he's killing someone else?" Delphus dropped his weapon to the ground and raised his hands in surrender. He was sweating bullets, not knowing how Kai had snuck up behind him. Delphus silently calculated a way to get away. But as soon as that thought crossed his mind, Kai slashed and broke both of Delphus's legs. He fell face first to the ground. Kai held the knife to his throat and told him not to scream. Neither of them wanted Mito's group to notice. Kai began his interrogation. He told Delphus that if he answered honestly, he would let him go. However, Delphus was stubborn and refused to cooperate. Kai continued to negotiate. He was a person in the shadows, someone from another world. The chilling presence he felt yesterday, could it have been this man Delphus in front of him? He didn't know for sure. Kai glared at Delphus threateningly. He knew they had been observing the students for a while, although they hid themselves pretty well. So he used Mito's group as bait and waited for them to show their faces. Delphus was also stunned. He didn't expect that everything from the very beginning was Kai's plan. Kai knew he hadn't been in this world for long. His information was very limited. Therefore, he demanded that Delphus tell him everything he knew about demons. Delphus sneered stubbornly, refusing to talk. Without hesitation, Kai severed both of his arms with one slice. Delphus sputtered in pain, feeling choked with bitterness. He couldn't accept being led by the nose by a kid like this. He gritted his teeth, and immediately blood started pouring from all the orifices on his face. Delphus had committed suicide with poison. Kai sighed. To carry poison even in this situation. They really planned far ahead. The Demon Lord's army was more complex than he thought. Suddenly there was a noise from the other side. It was Kanzaki. She trembled, looking at Delphus's corpse on the ground. Kai asked her when she started watching. Kanzaki stammered that she started watching when Delphus was on the ground. Kai explained that Delphus was an assassin from the Demon Lord's army. That bear monster had been this guy's pawn from the start. And when Nagas and the others were attacked by the monster, it was also because of this guy. Clearly, the Demon Lord's army is trying to kill the hero candidates. Kanzaki understood. She asked Kai how he could have detected the assassin. No one else noticed him. Kai thought there was probably no reason to hide it anymore. He decided to reveal his identity to Kanzaki. His whole family was in the assassination business, so he could sniff out anyone who was an assassin like him. Kanzaki was startled upon hearing this. She couldn't believe it. Kai explained it simply. He told her it was up to her whether she believed him or not, but the corpse on the ground was real. Kai reminded Kanzaki not to tell anyone about what she just saw. The class was already shaken because of Hashimoto's condition, so they couldn't cause any more chaos. Kanzaki nodded in agreement. She didn't think Kai was unusually kind. Looking at him, she didn't think he was the type to care about his classmates. Kai turned and walked away. The students in the class were not like him. They had never fought before. Kanzaki's dominance ability might be useful in the future. The two of them returned to regroup with the class. Hashimoto was being treated by student number 34, Hono Shiori, who was using her Restoration Divine Protection. The Divine Protection was working. Before long, the wounds on Hashimoto's body gradually disappeared. Narumi was also very worried about his friend. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news that Hashimoto would recover in another half hour. Narumi turned to praise Mito, saying he was amazing. That bear was so strong, yet he managed to defeat it. Mito didn't take all the credit for himself. He said it was thanks to the help of others as well. As for Kai, he was still cosplaying as an invisible person, standing in a corner somewhere. This time Kanzaki kept staring at him, for no apparent reason. Just then, Leonora and Gaius also arrived. This whole time, they had been observing the students fighting the monster. Narumi confronted them, asking why they didn't help. Gaius replied coldly, "If we always save you the training, we'll be completely ineffective. Pushing your fate to the brink of death is a fundamental part of the drill." Actually, Gaius looked at the students in the class and declared, "From now on, that's how you must fight. Don't complain uselessly." Mito questioned him. "Why did such a strong monster appear in this place? Didn't you say there were only weak monsters here?" Leonora cut in to explain. "It might be because of the demon assassin. The armored bear should not be living in this area. Perhaps that man was on a reconnaissance mission to test the combat strength of the hero candidates. If so, he might be hiding somewhere nearby. Right now, they need to strengthen their defenses." Leonora said that from now on, they would increase the training difficulty. At the current level, the students would all die before they even fought. The students in the class started to worry, their fighting spirit dwindling. Mito once again spoke for the people. He couldn't accept such an unreasonable thing. The students were all feeling shaken. After the first battle, there was no reason to increase the difficulty. Leonora smiled and stared at Mito. She declared, "You'll surely die now if you don't do as you're told." Her words left Mito speechless. The hot-headed Arashi stepped forward to confront them. "First, Leonora was the one who dragged us to this place, and now she's ordering us around. What the hell kind of attitude is that?" He barely got a sentence out before Arashi was countered by Gaius. He stood in front of him glaring, dagger eyes. "The students here are all Leonora's pawns. Don't ever think you can talk back." Upon hearing this, all the students' jaws dropped. Arashi in particular was boiling with rage. If Mito hadn't stopped him, he would have charged in to bite Gaius's head off. Arashi questioned Mito, asking how he could remain so calm. Mito advised him to think carefully. If they disobeyed now, this country would become their enemy. They wouldn't stand a chance of winning. Gaius praised Mito, truly impressive. "You grasped the situation calmly and quickly." He turned sharply away. He told the students they were all important pawns. They wouldn't do anything bad if the students behaved. Hearing the advice, Arashi became even more furious. "This country will become our enemy, huh? Bring it on, I'll take on the whole damn country." Arashi activated his outburst divine protection and punched at Gaius. He was caught off guard and took the full hit. Arashi thought he had succeeded and became cocky. But to his surprise, Gaius was not harmed in the slightest. He swung his fist and punched Arashi straight in the face, sending him flying and tumbling to the ground. Gaius looked down at him coldly, full of disdain. "With this level of power, you're not even in the same league." Leonora and Gaius left, leaving behind one announcement. Tomorrow, the training difficulty will be increased. His underlings helped Arashi up. Blood was streaming from Arashi's nose and mouth. He was furious. He muttered many curses about Gaius's parents. How could he accept this? One day after the military drill, the students gathered again. The instructor for today was the monster researcher Teddy. She asked if the person injured yesterday was okay. Hashimoto raised her hand and replied that she was fine. Thanks to Ono's restoration magic, she was still alive. Teddy was pleased and praised her. "It's wonderful to have someone who possesses a restoration divine protection." Teddy began to explain today's training. She led the students into her research facility. Today, the students would be fighting monsters here. The door opened and the students filed in. Inside, there were many different monsters. They were all locked in cages, from low-class bottom-of-the-barrel creatures like elves and goblins to large ones like ogres. They had every kind. All of them were monsters. Raised for Teddy's research projects. Her research institute was a perfect place to use for training sessions. Teddy was also very pleased with her institute. She felt happy that she could collect combat data from the monsters, and so the combat drill began. As usual, Kai stood watching from a distance. Everyone in the class was surprisingly calm, even though they were suddenly forced to fight. He guessed that yesterday's experience had a big impact on the students. Anyway, they were probably still a little scared. Over on the other side, Nagas had just been knocked down by a giant ogre. Mito jumped up and yelled for Teddy to stop the monster. This one was too strong for Nagas. Teddy remained nonchalant. Leonora had told her she needed to be very strict with the students. Furthermore, she didn't think that monster was too strong. The hero candidates, with their divine protections, should not lose to a monster of that level. Over there, Nagas had also just gotten up. She was starting to get annoyed. Full of fighting spirit, she summoned fire to burn the ogre. The most important thing in a fight is willpower. Anyway, these things should have been easy for the students. The only reason preventing the students from feeling that way was because they were worried and hesitant. Teddy continued to explain patiently to Mito. If the students could increase the level of their divine protections, they could create many different variations of them. Kai had also overheard a little. He approached Mito and told him that according to his speculation, Mito had a new divine protection. The stats displayed before Kai's eyes showed that he had another new divine protection. It was the Monster Attack Kamikaze Divine Protection Level 1. Mito asked for Teddy's opinion to test it out immediately. He stepped into the arena. He tried to activate his demon-slaying sword, along with the Monster Attack Kamikaze. The ogre's jaw dropped when it saw the glowing sword in Mito's hand. It was terrified. Terrified. Mito decisively held his sword and charged straight at the monster. The ogre raised its hands to shield itself in fear. One of its arms flew off. Mito slashed again, and the monster's head flew off. The other students in the class started to get fired up. They cheered and applauded. Kai remained silent like an outsider. He assessed that with Mito's current condition, he would no longer have difficulty with the armored bear's defense. He wondered if his speculation was correct, and if he could create a new divine protection for himself. Kai looked around. He could tell that some people had a new divine protection, even that obnoxious Arashi. But he didn't want to go and tell him. Kai concluded that they could expand the power of their divine protections. He guessed he couldn't just rely on his old techniques in this world. He had to get better too. That night, Arashi and his friends held a strategy meeting. Arashi's plan was to first take out Gaius, then tie up Leonora, and make her tell them how to return to their old world. Arashi's two underlings were excited, so they could leave this godforsaken world, and they wouldn't have to worry about being summoned. Here again, if they took care of Leonora too. Arashi tried to persuade Narumi to join them. Narumi was a bit hesitant. He didn't know if they could win. Narumi gritted his teeth. Even though he knew it was the way to get back to the old world, killing people was still wrong. He thought about the scene of Hashimoto, nearly dying at the hands of the armored bear. Narumi made up his mind to cooperate with Arashi. The next day, the students continued their training. Kai walked up to Mito and asked him why he was training so hard. Mito replied that it was because he was still too weak, so he had to try his best to get stronger. Kai thought that Mito could already defeat half of the knights in this country, but Mito felt it wasn't enough. He still couldn't defeat Gaius. He still wasn't strong enough to protect everyone. No matter what happened, Kai asked Mito what he thought of Leonora and Gaius. He replied he knew they wanted to use the students as pawns in their war. Also, he didn't think those two were lying when they said they wouldn't do anything if the students obeyed. Kai asked Mito, "Are you really going to bet your life and fight until the Demon Lord is defeated?" Mito had decided to do just that, but he would be the only one who had to fight. He would become the hero of this country and defeat the Demon Lord. That's why he was trying to compromise and make sure everyone would live safely. Kai thought Mito's scenario was nice, but he wasn't sure if Leonora would agree. Mito was full of confidence. "I will swing this sword and make her agree." After the students finished training, Leonora and Gaius arrived. Teddy excitedly ran over like a dog wagging its tail. Nagas asked Leonora and Gaius where they had gone when they weren't here. Leonora replied calmly, "We'll have to be away for a few days. That's why I asked Teddy to look after the students during this time." Leonora and Gaius made their announcement and left again. Teddy smirked a hint of cunning in her smile. The two of them got into a carriage. Gaius asked Leonora, "Was this the right decision?" Leonora feigned ignorance. Gaius got straight to the point. He knew Arashi was planning something. Leonora calmly drank her tea. She knew there was a rebellion brewing against them. She was curious to see what tricks the students would try to pull. She didn't take them seriously at all. Even so, Gaius was still a little worried. He knew the students were developing their strengths. but they were still hero candidates. It might be very unlikely, but if they tried to rise up in rebellion, it could still be a big deal. Leonora wasn't worried at all. She was extremely confident. The students could never defeat her. She intended to use this opportunity to establish a system of hierarchy. Then they would crush the rebellion and break the students' fangs once and for all. Even though there were a few suspicious things, for now they would leave it as it is. That night, Kai snuck out to play again. He hunted monsters one after another. It took him about 13 seconds to kill a lizard monster. Kai activated his appraisal ability, examining his own data. He thought he had leveled up after killing that demon assassin Delphus, but he still didn't know how to use this appraisal. Divine protection effectively. Kai turned to dodge the fist of an approaching ogre. He jumped to one side and threw 3 knives at the monster, but all 3 of his knives couldn't pierce its skin. He jumped up again to dodge an attack. He thought this was the ideal time to try out his new skill. He activated his weakness detection divine protection. He identified the ogre's weak spot on the back of its neck. Without hesitation, Kai jumped up and threw a knife at it. The knife pierced through blood, splattering everywhere. The ogre fell and died. Now Kai's divine protection had leveled up again. It allowed him to see the weakest part on a giant monster's body, or in other words, weakness detection. This wasn't exactly a bad skill, but for him it still wasn't enough. He needed more to survive in this world. He needed to get even stronger. Kai continued to practice with his weakness detection. Skill. He threw several knives at once and took down a group of goblins. Their weak spots were their brains and hearts. So this skill wasn't really effective, not against normal monsters. He needed a bigger test subject. Kai thought maybe he should find another monster. Suddenly, he heard human footsteps beside him. Someone was coming this way. He turned around and realized it was Kanzaki. He asked her what she was doing here so late at night. Kanzaki said she came looking for him because she didn't see him in the dorm. She guessed he might be here, so she came to find him. Kai sighed. He reminded Kanzaki that this forest was very dangerous at night. She should go back. He was used to the darkness, but Kanzaki was different. Fighting monsters in the dark is not the same as in the daytime. Kanzaki told Kai to shut up and asked what he was doing here. Kai replied that he was testing a new divine protection. Teddy had said they could potentially get a new divine protection if their existing one leveled up. Kanzaki was pensive. She asked what Kai's new ability was. He turned sharply away, not bothering to answer. Kanzaki became furious. I came here because I was worried about you. What's with that attitude? Kai was surprised and asked her back. You were really worried about me? Kanzaki, being a tsundere, blushed beet red. She stammered. I wasn't listening anymore. He told Kanzaki to go back. He was going to continue testing his new tool. Kanzaki was about to say she would go with him, when suddenly a plume of smoke rose from the other side. A horde of monsters poured into where the students were staying. Mido and Nagas were forced to fight. None of them knew what was happening. Kai and Kanzaki ran for their lives back to the dorms. Their dormitory was on fire. Kai asked a student what had happened. That student didn't know either. He woke up to find the place on fire and monsters everywhere. Kai quickly concluded that this was the work of a person. The ringleader was somewhere around here. They had to find and capture him. Suddenly a voice rang out, praising Kai's deduction as excellent. That person was Teddy. She was sitting perched on a wall. Kai had been wondering how these monsters could have gotten into this place. But it seemed to all make sense now. These were all the monsters from Teddy's laboratory. Teddy didn't deny it. These monsters were all her cute little guinea pigs. Moreover, she had given them some drugs to make them stronger, because they were too weak before. Kai questioned what Teddy's purpose was. What benefit would killing the hero candidates bring? Teddy calmly replied that it was an order from her superiors. She was ordered to eliminate the hero candidates, even if doing so would cost her her current position. She didn't hate the students at all, but she would kill them all. Kanzaki broke out in a cold sweat. An order from a superior. Could it be an order from Leonora? Teddy stood up. She denied it. She had nothing to do with that old fox. This was an order from the Demon Lord. She was a spy for the Demon Lord, and if she completed this job well, she would also get a research position with the Demon Lord. Kai's face darkened. Could it be that this woman had fallen so deep into the darkness that all she cared about was researching monsters? Teddy pushed up her glasses, her expression manic. Human society? It cannot fully understand the true nature of these mysterious things that they call monsters. The dormitory was still burning fiercely. Teddy stood proudly on the city wall. She ordered all the monsters to charge forward. Kanzaki used a spell to make all the monsters freeze, and Kai's opponent was Teddy. However, this spell of Kanzaki's had no effect on her. The monsters immediately broke, free from the restraint to Kanzaki's surprise. Teddy burst out laughing and said she was a scientist. Of course, she would know how to deal with rebellious monsters. Then the smaller monsters also charged forward in unison. Kai told Kanzaki to fall back. He held a knife and moved through them one by one. Wherever he went, monsters were cut down. However, these were just a few typical ones. There were still many more of them. Whichever one jumped out, Kai punched it. Even the large ogre took a kick to the face. It fell to the ground. The remaining monsters began to become wary of Kai's strength. Seeing this, Teddy quickly spoke up. "What are you doing? That guy doesn't even have a strong divine protection." Kai began to activate appraisal. Teddy Occam, age 28. Everyone had thought Teddy was a woman until now. But the truth was he was a pretty boy. Attack, defense, agility, stamina, mana, all ranked F. Status half-demon. Magical ability, domination, level 1. Now Kai knew the reason why Kanzaki's domination spell didn't work. It was because the monsters were receiving orders from someone with stronger magic. Strong demons can use domination magic and control monsters. Teddy whistled, giving an order to someone. He said he would bring down the curtain before that happened. Immediately after, a giant fireball flew down from above. Kai looked up to see a dragon. Fire spewed from its throat. This was a fire dragon, Teddy's trump card. Although he didn't want to play his strongest card, in this situation he was forced to. The fire dragon used its tail to strike a chimney stack, causing rocks to fall down on the group. Kazaki couldn't dodge. She could only stand there frozen. Luckily, Kai managed to save her life in time. That dragon was preparing to attack Kai again. Kai asked Narumi to get Kazaki out of there. The fire dragon flapped its wings and charged at Kai. Thanks to his skill, he was able to see its weak spot. It was the reversed scale on its neck. He immediately used his knife to slash at it with all his might. But because its skin was too tough, Kai couldn't cut it with his current attack power. The situation began to reach a stalemate. Suddenly at this moment, Arashi appeared majestically on a rooftop and said, "Look the perfect size to be my prey." With that, he lunged down, kicking it in the knee as he did. However, it had no effect whatsoever. The fire dragon even became angrier. It then breathed a massive fireball at him. Arashi rolled on the ground to put out the fire. Seeing this, Kai sighed in exasperation. "You let your guard down." Even so, it had to be admitted that Arashi was very strong. Kai slowly approached. Now the two of them had to team up to be able to defeat it. Arashi arrogantly said he didn't need help. However, Kai insisted he could see its weak point, but he didn't have enough strength to attack. Arashi responded to Kai's desire to team up. "So you want my help? I don't team up with scrubs." There wasn't much time to argue. The fire dragon began to attack with its tail. The two jumped up at the same time to avoid being knocked down by its giant tail. Then the dragon resumed breathing fire. This flame was aimed straight at Arashi. Arashi was gradually becoming helpless. With his current abilities, he couldn't defeat it alone. He finally had to accept the offer to cooperate from Kai. Kai said its weak point was on its neck. There's an inverted scale on its neck. He would draw its attention, and Arashi would aim a blast at that scale. For this young man, that was a simple task. Teddy stood above, constantly shouting, "What are you doing just standing there? Kill them." The fire dragon received its master's command, and its fire demonstrated even greater power. A single roar from it could blow everything away. Kai began to draw its attention and create a diversion, making it chase after him. He dodged left and right to both make it lower its guard and stay alive. This was the moment. Arashi ran as fast as he could towards that inverted scale and punched it with all his pent-up rage. The fire dragon was hit in its weak spot. Of course, it couldn't resist. It roared in pain, and so the fire dragon was completely destroyed. To Teddy's astonishment, Arashi was cocky, having just defeated a monster of that caliber. Kai quietly looked up and said to Teddy, "You've lost your trump card. So are you going to continue?" Although Teddy was panicking, he still ran his mouth, saying he still had many other types of monsters. But his monsters, every single one of them were lying strewn across the ground. The group of other students had taken care of these monsters, putting them into an eternal sleep. Teddy, terrified, tried to flee, but was blocked by Narumi. Due to his carelessness, he slipped and fell down. Of course they weren't going to let him die. Kai pointed the tip of his knife at his face. "It's midnight and we've wasted too much time fighting. But there are a few things I want to ask you." Teddy, scared shitless, hurriedly begged for his life. He would tell them everything he knew. But some force did not let him survive. It immediately took Teddy's life in a brutal manner. That might have been some kind of curse. Kai had read about something like that. When looking at documents in the library, it could be understood that they had placed a curse on him, and when he tried to reveal information, the curse would take his life. Kai fell silent. He thought that the Demon Lord's army would continue to be a threat to everyone. A day after the Teddy incident occurred, Leonora appeared saddened after hearing the news. "I can't believe something like this happened while I was away." Narumi spoke up. "You're the one who gave Teddy his duties, aren't you going to apologize?" Slowly, a smile spread across her face. You're right. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Allow me to correct myself. I didn't think that a beastkin, as weak as that monster, could cause so much damage. That's what I meant. Everyone was stunned by these words. What she meant was that they both knew Teddy was a demon spy, but still let him run rampant. Leonora laughed as if nothing had happened. I told you all that from now on. Your training would become increasingly harsher. What happened was just a part of it. One student was furious. All of us almost died. He set everything on fire while everyone was sleeping. However, Gaius immediately cut in. Don't be so childish. It's your fault for not being vigilant during the night. Everyone was absolutely unable to say anything else. Only Kai felt that he was right. They hadn't noticed the monster until it was too late. But it was still unreasonable to expect anything more from high school students. Now let's get to the main topic. Next, the students here will visit the royal capital. The focus is revealing the hero candidates. A public parade will be held in the royal capital. The students will be on stage as the main attraction. Night had fallen. Gaius ordered the soldiers to return and rest for a bit. Until sunrise, everyone sat around the fire talking. Arashi thought that the number of soldiers accompanying them would be about 30, and based on their appearance, they were nothing special. His underling thought that his boss could take them all down with one punch, but he had another idea. A good opportunity had arrived. Usually there were many soldiers around, but now there were only 30. Their numbers compared to the soldiers were now greater, and those soldiers seemed to be underestimating Arashi's group. They would never think that these students could revolt. Arashi declared, "Today is a good time to make our move." He then called Narumi's group over. Kai, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, had to nod in agreement. Currently, there were very few soldiers with them, and they weren't professionals either. But that was because Leonora and Gaius were confident that they could control all of the students. Here. He needed more time to figure out the reason for their confidence. Kai went to find Midu and suggested they talk. After confirming that all the off-duty soldiers had returned to the camp to sleep, the group of Arashi and Narumi began to act. But they were unexpectedly stopped by Midu's group. "I heard you're trying to kill Leonora and Gaius." When asked who told him this, Midu just claimed he happened to overhear it while passing by. Nagus thought this was insane. No matter how much of a pain those two are, you shouldn't kill them. Arashi retorted, "You're the crazy ones. Are we supposed to let her treat us like obedient dogs?" Midu tried to make him understand his friend's feelings. "But if you do that, things will go too far. There must be a better way to handle this." Arashi thought these words were just empty talk. Midu's plan would be to become a pawn for Leonora and defeat the Demon Lord. In return, he would make her guarantee everyone's safety. Arashi was skeptical. "Do you really think she'll listen to you?" Midu stated with conviction. "I believe that when I get stronger, I'll have the power to negotiate." However, the hot-headed young man still thought that was an impossible feat. Besides, he didn't need protection from someone so weak. The negotiation failed. Arashi didn't want to listen to a bunch of weaklings and just wanted to return to his own world. Midu declared, "If you really try to do it, we'll stop you." And so the two sides clashed. Arashi's speed was truly incredible. Midu was knocked back. Arashi, always confident in his own strength, couldn't believe his opponent could block that blow. At that moment, two patrolling soldiers walked by. Midu quickly explained, "We were just discussing a few things." The two soldiers weren't suspicious. They just told them to get to bed soon, so they could get up early tomorrow. And so Arashi's plan went up in smoke. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "What a pain! I've had enough of these weaklings. Talking to them is useless." Next day at the Holy Temple Dagaris in the royal capital, the students were now present here. This place was bustling and prosperous. Though it's crowded, it's still not as crowded as Tokyo. The people around were curious about the large carriage escorted by a group of young people. Behind them, Gaius shouted loudly, "Make way! Make way for the Archbishop, Her Eminence Leonora, and the hero candidates." The curious townspeople stepped aside to both sides. As they understood it, the hero candidates were those chosen by God. Chosen by God. The people warmly welcomed the hero's presence, cheering as if they were meeting celebrities. Midu also waved back. Only Arashi's group had sour looks on their faces like they needed to take a dump. Kai guessed that these people placed a lot of faith in the hero candidates, including the belief that these heroes would save them. This gave Kanzuki a slightly uncomfortable feeling. This man with curly blonde hair is the Holy Knight Janus. He was the representative speaker. "Welcome hero candidates to the royal capital. Royal capital. Please rest for a while and regain your strength after your long journey." Everyone got to sleep on a soft bed after a long time of sleeping on the ground. The female students also got to bathe in a hot spring. The relaxing and refreshing feeling was like being revived. The other students ate as if they had been starving for a long time. The maids couldn't bring out food fast enough. Meanwhile, Midu was still actively training. and Kai was observing his surroundings to learn more information about this place. However, there were too many guards here. Moving around the castle recklessly would be very dangerous. Suddenly, he saw the knight, who had just shown everyone around, standing and talking with two soldiers. One soldier asked, "Where are all the hero candidates, Sir Janus?" "They're probably resting in their rooms." That man continued to wonder, is it true that those kids were chosen by the Creator God? If you're asking if these students are much stronger than ordinary teenagers, then yes, that's true. The other soldier said, "I'm worried about the Demon Lord's retainers. Having the hero candidates in the royal capital will surely provoke them into action." The remaining soldier also agreed. "There have been a lot of incidents recently. I think we should be more careful." Janus replied cheerfully, "No need to worry. The hero candidates will protect the royal capital." "Right, it's time for training, let's go." Now in Kai's mind, even more questions arose. He thought he should take a trip into town. That evening at a pub in town, Kai, heavily cloaked, came in and asked the bartender for a glass of the best beer and snacks. Nearby, a fat man with red hair and a blonde man were talking about the hero candidates. The red-haired man thought the candidates were nothing more than a bunch of snot-nosed kids. But the blonde man had complete faith in the choice of the Lord God. Kai realized that in this country the church held great power. The people feared the church more than the king or the nobility. The beer was served. By the way, he also wanted to ask the bartender a few things. He agreed. "The thing is, I'm new to this country, so I don't know much. I've heard a lot about the Demon Lord's retainers." "Who are they?" The old bartender scratched his head and replied, "You know this country is at war against the demon army. Right, currently the Demon Lord. The leader is the most terrifying monster. They say even humans can be seduced by the Demon Lord's overwhelming power. Those are the Demon Lord's retainers. They run rampant throughout the country. And just a few days ago, they blew up a nobleman's mansion. As Kai understood it, they were a terrorist organization. As he walked through the town, he thought, the hero candidates must defeat the Demon Lord. So the presence of students in the royal capital will definitely provoke the Demon Lord's retainers. That's why everyone looks so worried." Suddenly, at that moment, Kanzaki came running up breathlessly. "I finally found you. Where have you been?" Kai said he was gathering information, because they were in a completely unfamiliar place. Kanzaki knew that, but she was very worried about him, because going alone would be very dangerous. Kanzaki even enthusiastically wanted Kai to accept her help. However, he flatly refused. "I can take care of myself. Just keep quiet and stay with your friends." Kanzaki couldn't accept such a blunt rejection. "You should be happy that I'm willing to help you." Kai sighed. "Fine, you can help a little." He said he needed information about the royal capital. "Can you talk to the people in town?" Kanzaki's face lit up like a flower. She immediately agreed without hesitation. Then in a joyful mood, she skipped off to do her task. Nearby, a mysterious man, heavily cloaked, was monitoring their every move. He let out a sinister smile. After walking around town and returning, in the end Kai didn't get any more useful information. But at least he learned of the existence of a new enemy. Suddenly, he heard a rather loud noise nearby. At this late hour of the night, a noise was coming from inside this room. When Kai entered, he saw a large group of his friends gathered here. He walked over and asked what was happening. A female student said that Kanzaki had disappeared. Anya was the first to notice, because the two of them shared a room. Everyone was actively looking for her. No one knew where she had gone. Kai sighed. So that's it. No one knew that he had also just disappeared. That made sense, as Kai didn't share a room with anyone. Kai didn't mention that Kanzaki had gone into town. He lied and said he didn't know anything. He had been sleeping soundly in his room just a moment ago. Midu turned and said to everyone, "Everyone listen up. I'm pretty sure she's not in the castle. The sun is about to rise. Let's go outside and find her." Nagas, who once thought everyone should leave Kanzaki alone, but now the situation required listening to Midu. It was quite dark now. The people in town were still fast asleep. Kai started looking for Kanzaki. She was likely just somewhere around here. Suddenly, he saw something glittering on the ground. It was Kanzaki's student ID card. While he was busy examining it from all sides, several robed figures with swords suddenly ambushed him. Kai dodged as lightly as a feather, then grabbed one of them by the wrist and made them stab each other. He frantically dealt with them one by one. The remaining one, seeing his comrades die a gruesome death, turned pale and trembled with fear. Kai looked at him with a murderous gaze. "Your skills are terrible. Whether you're a spy or a warrior. Besides, you look like a normal person. So what's your purpose here?" The other guy, though, very scared, resolutely refused to say a word. This made Kai even angrier. He declared that he would make him reveal everything he knew. Meanwhile, Kanzaki was imprisoned in a mysterious place. Her hands were tied on both sides. The soldiers there laughed at her relentlessly. She firmly asserted that even if they asked 100,000 more times, her answer would still be the same. She had nothing to say to this garbage. They were just trying to learn a little more information about the hero candidates. Because of this resistance, the two men tore off her outer layer of clothing. Kanzaki's face turns as red as a tomato, but she still couldn't do anything. Though humiliated, Kanzaki still didn't reveal a single piece of information about her comrades. Kai had already arrived and had been observing for a long time. He used his skill to activate appraisal. They were just ordinary people, but it was hard to believe that Kanzaki was kidnapped by these guys. With that said, he threw 2 knives, stabbing them in both of their temples. Not a single miss. Then he revealed himself to unlock the chains binding Kanzaki. She seemed very embarrassed for not being able to help and instead causing more trouble. Kai didn't care and just told her not to make a sound. They could talk about other things later. First, they had to escape from here. But before they could leave, someone stepped out from the shadows, then suddenly rushed straight towards the 2 of them, slashing down hard on the ground. Luckily, Kai's reflexes were quick and he swiftly retreated. And the one attacking them was Janus the Holy Knight. He wanted to eliminate all the hero candidates under the Knight's orders. His true identity was also a general of the Demon Lord's army. At this point, Kai also confirmed that this entire capital was surrounded by the demon army. This kingdom was on the verge of extinction. Janus declared he would end it faster by eliminating all the hero candidates. With that said, they both got into a fighting stance. One holding a knife, the other a sword. Kai began to appraise his opponent's abilities. Name Janus Walter. Age 28. Gender male. Attack, defense, agility. Stamina, energy, all were B rank. Condition normal. Skills. Swordsmanship. LV3 fire magic. LV3. All of his skills were at B level, which meant he was well-rounded. He shouldn't be underestimated. Janus charged forward to attack first. Kai jumped back to dodge the attack. He raised his hand. A red magic circle appeared, and he commanded a fireball to incinerate the target. From within that magic circle, many fireballs shot out. This was fire magic. Kai had no other choice but to leap into the air to avoid it. Janus took advantage of the opportunity. He was hovering in the air, unable to dodge. He intended to deliver a fatal sword strike. Kai threw his knife towards him, but it was completely useless. His sword suddenly burst into flames and became a fire sword. It seemed the battle was about to come to an end with the defeat of Kai, but unexpectedly, just as he got a word of trash talk out, he took a lead pill right between the eyes. As a result, the guy kicked the bucket faster than expected. Kai holstered his 2 guns. He hadn't intended to use them in this situation because of the limited ammunition, but he was right. He shouldn't have jumped into the air. Kai needed to learn how to fight enemies head-on if he wanted to survive in this world. At that moment, Kanzaki peeked her head out from behind a wall and asked, "Is that a gun?" This is standard equipment for an assassin. Kanzaki found it terrifying to know someone in their class had been carrying a gun all this time. But anyway, she had to thank him for coming to save her. Kai shyly denied it. It was just a coincidence. Kanzaki had been unable to use her dominance power. She didn't know why, but she couldn't use it. She couldn't use magic while bound by those handcuffs. After being released, everything returned to normal. Those handcuffs were certainly special. I took the enemy's cloak and put it on Kanzaki to make her less embarrassed. Then they would leave this place together. Kanzaki quickly turned back to report that the people from before wanted to attack everyone in the class. However, he already knew this. One person Kai captured on his way here had told him everything. It was the cowardly one, the only survivor of that failed ambush. He was pale with fear and begged for his life. Whether he lived or not depended on his own mouth. He quickly knelt down, saying he was just following orders. His superior had said the hero candidates were enemies of the Demon Lord, and they had to deal with those hero candidates as soon as possible. I interrogated him about Kanzaki, but he quickly insisted that the girl was still alive. They decided to keep her as a hostage to attack the other hero candidates. That's why he had information about Kanzaki's whereabouts. Surprisingly, that guy wasn't killed by a death curse like Teddy. That's why Kai didn't think this was the work of demons. Kanzaki was very sad that even now there were still such fanatics. She had once thought the people of this world were her allies. Kai sighed, reminding the gullible girl not to be fooled by people like that. It's because you weren't careful that they managed to chain you up like that. Kanzaki asserted, "It's not just me, anyone would have trusted them, because they answered all my questions when I tried to find out more." Kai again suggested there was another reason. Our enemies aren't just demons. Humans can be too. Kanzaki turned away resentfully. "I regret it, okay. It was because I was too careless." At that moment, Midu also came running up breathlessly. "Thank God you're okay. I'm so glad you're safe." "Did Kai find you?" Kai didn't mention that matter. He just wanted the 2 of them to talk to each other right now. Seeing Kai's serious attitude, Midu also realized that something had happened. Kai began to tell him everything about the demon cult. It was a group of fanatics who worshipped the demon lord and wanted to oppose humanity. And the hero candidates, here were their targets. Midu pondered. Humans so. The problem is we can't distinguish who our enemies are, unlike with monsters. That's why we need to ask everyone to raise their guard. Midu proposed reporting this to Leonora, hoping she would strengthen their defenses. Kanzaki thought it wasn't feasible. If they asked her to do that, she would definitely tell them to handle it themselves. First, they would need to gather everyone and decide on the next plans of action. Currently, everyone was scattered everywhere looking for Kanzaki. Suddenly, an explosion came from behind the building. Many of those cult members were surrounding them from their side. Weapons in hand, they wanted to eat the three of them alive. Now there was no doubt. What they were expecting was to take the lives of the hero candidates. The three of them prepared to fight. The other groups of students were also surrounded. According to his appraisal, all of them were human. There were a total of 6 of them. Although their stats were lower than Janice's, fighting them was still a problem because they were warriors. After the leader shouted, "Attack!" they all charged in at once. Kanzaki used her dominance magic to make them all freeze. Then Kai would throw knives into the middle of their foreheads. Midu was worried because they were human, not demons. He shouldn't take their lives like that. But for Kai, he wouldn't distinguish between demon or human, because they were still enemies, even if they were human. While they were still arguing, one of them launched a sneak attack from behind. Midu immediately turned around and blocked with his sword. He still couldn't bring himself to kill people. He even still tried to persuade them with words. But the other guy didn't care about his own kind. He said they did everything for their master. Kanzaki was about to help but was stopped by Kai. He wanted Midu himself to do it to save himself. Immediately, Midu swung and broke his sword in half. "This is probably my final act of mercy. If you surrender, I'll spare you. Put down your sword." However, the other guy continued to shout frantically, "You dare mock me, you damn hero candidate!" Then he madly charged forward and lightly slashed Midu's arm. Then he laughed gleefully, as if he had just achieved some great victory. At this moment, he could no longer show mercy. One sword strike cut straight through his body. The other guy trembled on the ground in a pool of blood, still not admitting defeat. Kai said, "Finish him." But Midu wanted to leave him here to fend for himself. However, for Kai, it was necessary to make sure the threat was eliminated. Midu didn't understand how his friend could calmly say such things. Because the person in front of you is also human, Midu. That's your choice. While we're standing here, arguing, the whole class is being attacked. Aren't you going to help everyone? You're the strongest one in our class. Midu couldn't say anything more. Kai continued, "Go. What's more important, the life of an enemy, or the lives of your classmates?" At this point, Midu had also chosen what was more important to him. He decisively finished that guy off and said he would go save everyone. Over here, the students in Arashi's group had also finished dealing with the ambushers. Arashi was choking and lifting the last one high into the air. Then with one punch, he sent him to meet his ancestors. He acted very cruelly, just like his personality. But the other students were still struggling to fight. A fireball burned them, but their numbers were still too large. Nagas wanted everyone to be strong and take them down one by one. But the other students couldn't bring themselves to do it, because the people here were also human. Taking advantage of this, the cultists continuously attacked the girls. Nagas witnessed this scene helplessly. At that moment, Leonora appeared. "I wonder if I should pass you all." Leonora's appearance made the others panic. "You bastard, you're the saintess, aren't you? And you know the hero candidates are my subordinates. Therefore, it's only natural that I would come to help when they're in danger." "Right." The other guy still replied loudly. "You don't even have a night escort with you, and you're going to rescue them. Are you taking us for a joke?" To Leonora, these guys were just a bunch of lackeys, seduced by the power of the demon lord. From the very beginning, she didn't even consider the people here as enemies. This insult agitated them. They all rushed to attack at once, but immediately they were all frozen by a yellow light, unable to move. This magic was also like Kanzaki's. Leonora spoke again. "Don't compare my power to that thing." The range of her dominion authority was superior in every way. Nagas wanted to know why she saved them. "I mentioned passing you all, didn't I? Still, I would have been more satisfied if you had resolved this yourselves. Consider protecting subordinates as the duty of a superior." One man was still dying. Trembling, he crawled over and grabbed Leonora's dress. "Don't abandon us. What are you going to do to us?" "Oh, I'm sorry. You're still alive." "Then everyone kill them all." This command made everyone freeze. Then the students' bodies moved automatically. In each person's hand was a sword. Then automatically, that sword plunged straight down into the dying people, on the floor despite the fear of the female students. The swords didn't stop. Kai and Kanzaki observed the entire situation from the rooftop. He realized this was Dominance Magic Level 3. It was much stronger than Kanzaki's dominion authority. Leonora could control many people at once. Its power and range were on a completely different level. They needed to find a way to counter this ability. That night, 12 hours after the attack by the Demon Lord's followers, the students were gathering. The female students were currently in a very bad state. They were truly shocked. Narumi still stubbornly said she wouldn't forgive her. Controlling others and forcing them to kill is truly too cruel. Nagas was also controlled, but she was just annoyed. She knew that for the others, this would be very difficult. She took all the blame on herself. Midu also blamed himself, saying he wasn't able to stop it in time. Everyone encouraged Midu, because he had saved so many people. Kanzaki also blamed herself. If she had arrived earlier, things would have been different. Kai was cold again, saying that even if she had arrived earlier, things wouldn't have been any different. None of them were strong enough to fight against Leonora. Before the three of them had split into two groups, after defeating the attackers with Midu, doing so could save as many classmates as possible. As a result, the three of them managed to save a few groups of students, but they couldn't arrive in time to save Nagas and the others. The Demon Lord cult. This probably won't be the last time Kai will encounter them. But seeing their General Zenith destroyed, they probably won't make a move for a while. Besides, there's something more important to worry about right now. Kai turned and asked Kanzaki, "Can you come with me for a moment?" He led her into a room and closed the door. This made Kanzaki blush with embarrassment. However, Kai said coldly, to figure out how to deal with Leonora's domination magic. "I want help from someone with a similar power to hers. Like you." Kanzaki pushed aside her flustered thoughts. "So do you have a plan?" "Kanzaki, first dominate me." A day after the hero candidates defeated the Demon Lord's cult, the kingdom held a grand parade to celebrate the summoning of the hero candidates. This showed that, after the hero candidates demonstrated their power in the fight against the Demon Lord's cult, they were welcomed with open arms by the citizens of the royal capital. Facing such a joyful and bustling atmosphere, Kai was a bit suspicious. Could this be the scene that Leonora had already painted for everyone? If that's really the case, then she's more dangerous than he thought. Everyone gathered outside the city gate. Leonora spoke up. "It seems everyone is here. Good. I want all of you to return to the Alpha Temple City." Alpha Temple City. That's the temple city where the students were summoned. It could be a territory under Leonora's control. Leonora will not be going with you all. She has to deal with a few issues related to yesterday's incident. And Gaios will be in charge of taking care of the hero candidates. Naga spoke up. "I guess we can go back. But the dorms we used to stay in were burned down, you know." Suddenly, Nagas caught Naomi's fearful expression. She went over to check on her, but Naomi said she was fine. But her appearance and expression said it all. Leonora suddenly spoke up. "Is something wrong?" Her voice scared Naomi so much that she stumbled and fell. Fortunately, Nagas rushed over and caught her. When it was over, she said she had to leave. Naomi, in a daze, kept telling her friend to stop. Leonora left with a mysterious smile on her face. "That's good to hear. See you all next time." The other students seemed dissatisfied with her behavior. But right now, no one could do anything. Night had fallen. Everyone continued to gather around the bonfires. Arashi's group hadn't given up and still wanted to carry out their plan. Kai realized that because right now, Leonora wasn't here and there were only 30 soldiers, compared to the hero candidates, they were at a great disadvantage. Therefore, this was the best opportunity to kill Gaios. In this situation, there was no reason to stop them. Right now, he just had to sit back and watch the show. Narumi was in charge of leading Gaios to a secluded place in the plan, under the pretext that a monster that looked like a dragon had appeared. But when they arrived, he feigned confusion. "That's strange. I definitely saw it somewhere around here. This area is located along the road leading to the royal capital. It would be dangerous if a real dragon lived here." Gaios was about to turn back to report this emergency and assemble a hunting party. Suddenly, Narumi unexpectedly pointed forward, drawing all of his attention in that direction. Taking this opportunity, Arashi launched a surprise attack from behind with a destruction blast. This distance was too close. Luckily, Narumi managed to escape in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit too. Gaios was injured, blood covering one side of his face. Arashi stood up, dusting off his clothes. "Even my highest level fire magic wasn't enough to kill you? You're as tough as a leech. But eliminating tough bastards is my specialty." Arashi continued to act high and mighty in front of a heavily injured old man. "You knew we were the ones who lured you here, didn't you? So of course we had a trap set for you. You needed energy to defend yourself, huh? But that attack still injured you badly. Right, Gaios? I can't believe these brats would use such cheap tactics to ambush me." No matter how he was judged, Arashi's goal was just to kill him, so he didn't care about any of those tactics. He didn't care how he was judged. realizing he was also surrounded by other students. Gaio stood up, gripped his sword tightly, and got into a fighting stance. Arashi immediately ordered the other students to advance. Don't go easy on him. Make sure he bites the dust here. Gaios knew that there was no way to stop these impulsive students, so he decided to shoot a signal flare into the sky. Kai and the others nearby also saw it. He knew that things were getting more difficult. Arashi had unintentionally screwed everything up. The nearby soldiers realized this was a signal for help. They started looking around and realized Gaios hadn't been seen for a while. They started to suspect whether he was being attacked by someone. They all quickly told each other to check the source of that light. But Kai had appeared and dealt with that soldier with a single knife slash, knowing they had no quarrel and that he didn't hate him. But fate pushed this side character, and a soldier at that, to his death. The other soldiers saw this and also rushed to attack. But in the end, they met a tragic fate. One by one, they all died. The remaining ones started to turn pale. Why would a hero candidate do such a thing? Kai closed in and pressed the knife to his neck. You think you have time to ask questions? With that, a knife slashed and blood sprayed like rain. On this side, Gaios was still surrounded by the group of students. These two young men charged at the same time, but he managed to block them. Narumi used a wind spear. Another student immediately empowered their teammate, increasing their strength. Gaios was shocked as hell, but his luck wasn't out yet. He still managed to fly out and dodge that spear. Another student also charged in, but compared to him, their speed was too slow. Gaios used his swords to punch back, but it was useless. The Guardian Art steel body had made the student's body as hard as concrete. Bam! This Guardian Art shattered his sword. Next was Arashi's fire punch. Gaios was sent flying back, losing one arm. Blood flowed like a river, yet he wasn't dead. This old man is really tough. Narumi recognized that light from before. It looked like a signal for help. He's trying to buy time for the soldiers to arrive. But suddenly, Gaios spoke up. No longer necessary. Leonora appeared suddenly from behind. You're cornered, aren't you, Gaios? Over here, everyone was quite surprised to see Kanzaki using her ability to control the soldiers and to tie themselves up. She said she was just following orders. Everyone was even more surprised. ×2. Normally, she would ignore what others said, but now she's following someone's orders. Kai appeared. Sorry, Mito. She's just following my orders. Kanzaki has captured 7 of them. Although a few managed to escape, but Kai has already taken care of all of them. Mito realized his friend was killing people again. Kai calmly replied, yes, I killed them. I didn't let a single soldier live, except for the ones here. Mito wanted to know why he had to do that, because I'm sure Arashi and his group are busy fighting Gaios. So I figured I'd take care of all these small fry. This is why no one has seen Arashi and his group. Nagas just now realized this was the rebellion plan they had discussed. Before, Mito was very surprised. He had thought Kai was his ally, but now he was cooperating with Arashi. However, Kai only does what he wants. And more importantly, what needs to be done now is to find Arashi's group, not to argue here. Mito immediately ordered everyone to quickly go and stop Arashi and his group from continuing to cause trouble. On Gaios' side, he admitted, this is truly a shameful sight. He couldn't fight against his own age, so Leonora has returned. Everyone started to worry, not knowing what to do next. For someone like Arashi, there would be no other choice. After all that, he would not accept just tucking his tail and running. Everyone realized that the woman in front of them was the one controlling everything. Leonora spoke calmly. Of course, there are also conditions that must be met. If you store up enough energy to fight back, then it's fine. However, you all are people who always rely on guardian arts and are not used to controlling your own energy. So in a sense, you all are just weaklings. That's why I can control all of you. Arashi realized this woman was truly despicable. He bet that she wouldn't be able to win if everyone fought with all their might. Leonora just laughed. What a cheap provocation. Very well. I alone will handle. I will break your fangs. Gaios heard this and began to worry. He was worried that Leonora would use her ability to enslave them. That's going a bit too far. Leonora didn't care. She knew she was a saintess. God would love her more than the people here. With that, the two sides began to clash. Leonora used heavenly wood. Immediately, the ground rose up, and slabs of rock slammed straight into Arashi's stomach. Next was heavenly. Shy winds, as sharp as knives, along with a tornado, sent him flying. Arashi was knocked unconscious. Heavenly fire burned along with heavenly water, causing the opponent to drown until they suffocated. The result was also loss of consciousness. Although he was at a disadvantage, Arashi still loudly challenged her. You think you've won, you damn bitch? At this time, Mito's group had arrived and stopped the fight. Arashi knew this kid wanted to stop him from being reckless, but for him, to be stopped, one must use strength. Arashi hated Mito's pacifistic methods. Even the other friends in the group, Arashi, couldn't trust the people below. However, Nagas herself completely agreed with Narumi. But instead of acting alone, wouldn't it be better if everyone worked together? Although there were still objections to violence, they also made Mito think. Leonora broke the atmosphere. In this situation, you all are still arguing. At this point, everyone must take responsibility for starting the rebellion. Do you all think I will forgive you if someone steps up to take the blame for the rebellion right now? This meant Leonora would show no mercy. She used heavenly wind to blow them all away. Narumi resisted, but it was useless. Leonora's tornado was, of course, stronger. It started to push Narumi down, then swept everyone up. The whole group suffered a massive, painful shock. Mito, witnessing this, was very worried. But Arashi reassured him that no one would croak, so just be calm. Arashi shouted loudly, "If you want to protect everyone, then you have to change yourself first. Everyone will die if you keep going like this." At this point, there was obviously no other choice. Mito was forced to pick up his sword and fight. Nagas and her flames also strongly agreed. Even she couldn't keep her cool anymore. One by one, the other classmates also agreed with this only choice, although they didn't like it much. So, Leonora will have to fight the group of hero candidates. She was very confident. "I'll show the kids here the difference between us." On this side was Kai's group with Kanzaki. Kanzaki didn't know what the two of them would do next. Kai was frighteningly calm. Once Leonora uses her magic to enslave them, that's when he'll make his move. So until then, the only thing to do is to trust them. On the side of the friends, Mito, facing the full-scale assault of the hero candidates, Gaios, despite being heavily injured, still stood up to protect the Saintess, even knowing he wasn't strong enough. But right now he was still Leonora's knight. Seeing that, Leonora helped him heal his wounds. Instantly his arm grew back, and his other wounds also healed. Gaios was as strong as before, even much stronger. Narumi's group had to struggle greatly, going through all that just to eliminate him. This was no different than all their efforts going down the drain. Nagas encouraged everyone that with their current strength, they could still defeat them. Leonora was very calm. She was even looking forward to this fight. "You all are free to do as you please at any time. For me, this battle is also a test for you all. But of course, if you can't defeat me, you can't become heroes." With that, Mito charged forward. The other classmates would stand behind to protect him. Mito's sword made the old man surprised, because this kid could easily pierce through his sword. Leonora changed the shape of the rocks, making them as sharp as a knife and pierced through the target. Those sharp rocks flew straight towards Mito. Nagas used her melting flames to destroy those rocks. Leonora looked down on them all. "Is this all you all can do?" Even though he tried to dodge and slash, but the sharp rocks still grazed by and left small cuts on Mito's body. Mireille, seeing her harm, their leader, was extremely angry. She immediately activated her long-range teleportation ability. Narumi also activated his wind control wind slash. These two powers combined, but before they could even touch Leonora, they were completely nullified. She said she was protected and loved by God, so those guardian art skills didn't affect her. Hiding behind the rock watching, he began to activate his appraisal skill, Leonora Daguerres. Gender female, attack A, defense D, agility D, stamina E, energy S, so skill summoning, Lev 5. All attribute skills, Lev 4, sub-skills, Lev 3. Although her defense stat is relatively low, she didn't need to use it from the start. A physical attack could pierce through Leonora's defenses, but Gaios would be in the way. Arashi was fighting Gaios. It seems he was getting tired as he chose to kick, instead of using Destruction Blast. But Arashi thought he didn't need to use it against a useless old man. With that, he declared he would put Gaios in his grave, while Mito would be in charge of eliminating that bitch. Mito agreed, but if he couldn't use his guardian art, then this sword wouldn't be able to pierce her. A friend threw him another sword. Mito caught it and got into a battle-ready stance. Finally, he was ready for a proper fight. Mito knew that there were people who had placed a lot of faith in him, so by any means necessary, he had to defeat Leonora. Leonora stood there calmly emitting a great deal of killing intent. Mito was constantly moving, slashing, and slashing. If the guardian art didn't work, then the other friends couldn't help him in this fight. Because their distance was too close, they couldn't help. Arashi, though very annoyed and itching to fight, but the other classmates also had no choice but to stand and still and watch. They would become a burden if they joined the fight. At this moment, Gaios delivered a sword strike. Arashi returned a punch. Even the speed of his attacks made Gaios surprised and stumble backward. Arashi started to brag. "Hey, what's wrong with you, old man? Why are you suddenly so slow? Your wounds may have healed, but it seems you haven't recovered your strength yet." Gaios was no pushover either. The old man started to one-up him. "And you've reached a state where you can no longer use your guardian art. Mito was also struggling just as much. Leonora launched massive fireballs one after another. Mito managed to dodge them, but the situation wasn't looking good. If this continues, she'll crush him. From this distance, there must be some way for Mito to defeat Leonora. Leonora praised Mito's abilities, as not many people in this country could dodge her attacks like that. Mito admitted, no matter how much he tried to dodge her attacks, at that distance this was just a one-sided battle. He had to find a way to attack Leonora from such a long distance, or find a way to get closer, since everyone's guardian arts were useless, and they couldn't help. Furthermore, long-range attacks were Leonora's strong suit. Mito had no other choice. The only way was to approach her with brute force. He had to be even faster than before. Leonora was also surprised by Mito's speed. To avoid being closed in on, she made the ground sink. Then the flames burned Mito when he was distracted. Up to this point, that kid was still trying to focus all the strength in his body. And now at the same time, he wanted to use it to attack Leonora. It must be admitted this was a terrifying kind of talent. However, up until now, someone who bore the title of Saintess would still be better than a hero candidate. Mito was beaten unconscious. Meanwhile, Arashi was still facing off against the old man Gaios. With his current strength, he couldn't use the blast anymore. Defeating him would become more difficult, even a dead end. The old man took advantage of his opponent's hesitation, jumped on him and slashed. Arashi took a sword slash right to the stomach. A bitter end for a stubborn young man. Gaios placed his sword on Arashi's shoulder. You're still just an amateur. This is what happens when you can't use your guardian art. Arashi seemed to awaken. He didn't need the power of the blast, just to show him how strong he was. Arashi used all his strength to stand up to Gaios' amazement. Then he returned it all to him, with a massive punch. Gaios was sent flying back, spitting blood, and lay motionless. Arashi had won. On this side, Mito had also woken up. The images of his friends appeared in his mind, making him remind himself, I must protect everyone. My friends are hurting. He didn't want to see them like that. Mito's revival made Leonora frown. She didn't expect this kid to still be able to endure. However, she was still confident. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't get close to her. But no Mito had actually gotten close to Leonora. Then he slashed one of her arms. Blood dripped down. Leonora had forgotten to be on guard. While still in a daze, Mito appeared from behind again. Leonora panicked and turned, summoning a rock. Mito also successfully landed another slash. Leonora felt something was very different. It wasn't because she wasn't on guard, but because Mito had closed the distance almost instantly. So that's the skill Earth Shrink. When you receive the power you desire, it means God loves you. However, for Mito, he only wished for a power that could help him protect everyone. But no matter how strong he was, he still couldn't touch Leonora. The tip of his sword still stopped before touching her neck. Leonora's submission made Mito unable to move. From the beginning, she had no intention of using it, but it was Mito who left her with no other choice. Kai was still watching from a distance. After the ace, in the hole appeared the crucial moment had come. He turned to Kanzaki and said, let's begin. Leonora never thought she would have to use enslavement magic, but Mito himself forced her to do it. Mito was stuck, unable to move. Immediately after, the other friends were also suppressed. Leonora was very pleased because everyone did quite well. She said she would pass them all. Leonora never thought Gaios would lose, though. Even if he was a knight, he could still be replaced. As long as she controlled the hero candidates, there would be no problem. Narumi knew from the beginning that it was a losing battle. But without countermeasures, they couldn't do anything, Leonora said. The reason she was allowed to summon the hero candidates was because at some point, she could easily control everyone. Otherwise, the boys and girls here would become a threat to the Empire. Suddenly, 3 knives flew towards her. Leonora also quickly used heavenly wood to shield herself. She knew Kai had been hiding all this time, and he was also the one who killed her cute slaves. Kai stepped out and said, I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to pay attention to someone as insignificant as me. From the beginning, Leonora found Kai very strange. Although it was just useless guardian art energy, he was always calm. That's not the quality of an amateur. To be honest, Leonora was a little disappointed in Kai. She couldn't believe he would appear in an unwinnable battle like this. Kai looked at her with eyes as sharp as knives. Whether this battle is won or not is up to me to decide. Leonora found it interesting because this kid was very confident. Then show me. Immediately, Kai was also suppressed by the enslavement guardian art. Leonora was very confident in her magic. As long as she used this type of magic, she could win all her battles. But before she could finish her sentence, a bullet pierced through Leonora's shoulder. It was Kai. But for some reason, he was able to escape from that suppression. Even though it was clear she had used enslavement magic, Kai fired another shot. Leonora was terrified. She didn't know what that weapon was that made her unable to defend herself. Kai said this was the tool that had taken the most lives in his world. He only had a few bullets left, though he really didn't want to use them all. Leonora calmed herself. Calm down. She didn't know why her magic wasn't working. So this time she would use heavenly fire to burn her enemy. She planned to burn Kai when he was off guard. But only his cloak was burned. Kai had appeared from behind at some point, raising his gun and aiming straight at Leonora's head. Just by watching Mito's fight, he already knew she was not suited for close combat. Her ace in the hole. Enslavement magic had no effect on Kai. Leonora now had 10,000 questions in her head. Why is it like this? It's clear this magic can't be stopped. But really, this was a risky move, as Kai had gambled on whether it would work or not. But in the end, Kai had won this bet. Back to that night. Kai had said, "Lately I've been spending my time researching magic." He hadn't found any information about enslavement magic, but in return Kai had found something important. The skill used first will have priority over the skill used afterward. That means, if Kanzaki uses domination magic on Kai, it will nullify the enslavement magic. That possibility could happen. Furthermore, guardian art abilities are still much stronger than magic. Kanzaki was worried, because her technique was much weaker than Leonora's enslavement magic. However, in terms of technique, it's all decided by skill level. Using Kanzaki's level 1 domination magic to fight against Leonora's level 3 enslavement magic, Kanzaki continued to worry because even so, if she used her skill first, she could still lose control of her own host. However, that possibility was very low. The domination magic of Styx had already surpassed Kanzaki's domination magic. At that time, Kai thought the demons would obey Kanzaki's orders, but he was wrong. Simply put, Styx's magic was used before Kanzaki used her skill to counter Leonora's enslavement magic. The same principle might work. This was indeed a gamble, because Kai himself didn't know how far he could move while under domination. At this point, Leonora had also realized Kanzaki's help and that Kai was under her domination. Leonora gritted her teeth in anger, partly because of the pain and partly because of these kids' tricks. How despicable. It seems it's all over, Saintess Leonora. She couldn't use her abilities because she was blocked by these handcuffs. Kai had borrowed them from the Demon Lord's followers. It seems they can also block the Saintess's skills. Leonora wanted to know what Kai would do to her. He said he would release her if she returned everyone to their own world. However, that was impossible. Leonora could only summon them here. Returning to their old world required a different skill. Kai knew this woman wasn't lying, and her profile also didn't mention this skill. He continued to ask, "So why did you say we could go back after defeating the Demon Lord? Summoning people from another world requires a huge amount of energy." Leonora had prayed to God to help her succeed in summoning everyone. In other words, everyone was summoned here by God's will, and after completing their mission, it's very likely that everyone will return to where they belong. Kai confirmed one more time. "We can go back. Are you sure that's possible?" Leonora answered confidently, "Yes. I have summoned many hero candidates before you all, but none could get close to the Demon Lord." Kai had never heard her mention them. And what happened to the hero candidates before? Most of them were killed by the Demon Lord's army. A few survived and went somewhere, but no one knows where they're hiding. Hearing these words, who wouldn't lose motivation? That's why Leonora didn't say anything until now. "So do you all want to stay here forever? Sooner or later, the Demon Lord's army will attack, and you all will have to fight against them. This means everyone will have no other choice. If you want to win this battle, you will need the kingdom's support." Leonora said she would let this slide if they let her go. But Kai said fat chance. He planned to send her to her grave, but Midu hurriedly stopped Kai. It was unclear why his friend was holding Kai back. It was thought that he had considered it carefully, but it seems he's still clinging to that naive ideal of his. Midu said he agreed to follow her because he believed she knew how to help everyone return. Now that was impossible, but he still wanted to keep the title of hero candidate. However, they were the ones who had started a rebellion. This was undeniable. Leonora quickly spoke up. "Midu is right. I admit I went a bit too far. Let's act as if nothing happened." That sounded reasonable, but this woman was very dangerous. It wouldn't be easy to capture her a second time. Leonora just needed to deal with Kanzaki first, and she would become invincible. So it was very likely that after being released, she would do just that. Midu was still afraid. If they killed this woman, everyone would be accused of killing the Saintess. Just make her promise to treat everyone well and let her go. Ire agreed with Midu's opinion. Not everyone is a warrior. Besides, if we become criminals, we can't defeat the Demon Lord. Nagas also agreed. Wouldn't it be better to find a way to make her keep her promise? However, Narumi agreed with Kai that they couldn't trust this woman. "We've come this far. It's best to eliminate her as soon as possible." Actually, Midu thought so too, but everyone would have no way out if they killed her here. Kai knew Midu's worries were understandable. The safety of the class was important to him. Kai was confident he could survive, but he couldn't make a reckless decision. And after all of everyone's opinions, some opposing and some agreeing, after all that, Kai still decided to give Leonora a lead pill right between the eyes to everyone's shock. Then he used a smoke bomb to escape. The others became more agitated when Kai dealt with Leonora before the other classmates could decide together. That's unforgivable. They thought Kai only ever thought of himself. Only Narumi and Kanzaki remained stunned. She couldn't believe he had taken the woman's life. Everything happened just as he had said. Kai had said their main purpose was to kidnap Leonora and learn from her how to return to the real world. If it turned out she couldn't do that, then Kai would not let Leonora live. However, Kai understood that, even knowing there was no way for them to return to their world, Midu would still protect her. At that point, Kai would pull the trigger without hesitation and flee. Kai was prepared to bear the crime of killing the Saintess all by himself. That's why he let a few soldiers escape so they could spread the word that Kai was the culprit behind everything. If they saw him as the criminal, their return wouldn't be an issue. Kanzaki was very worried. She feared things wouldn't go that smoothly, but Kai was very confident. That's when your power becomes useful. If anything happens, use your dominance magic to negotiate with the kingdom. As for him, he could take care of himself. So everything went according to plan, and Kai had escaped. Meanwhile, at a giant fortress, a mysterious figure with a horn on his head was sitting on a throne. He heard news about the hero candidates, wanderers from another world blessed by God. His subordinates had tried many times to eliminate the candidates, but all had failed. The horned figure said, "Don't worry. What we can do in enemy territory is still limited. Let's just leave them alone. Sooner or later they will show up." But things are getting more interesting. This figure is the Supreme General of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Wind King Windbox. And so 2 days had passed since that incident. Kai was still wandering in the forest. According to the map, he was very close to a city. He decided to climb to a higher position to observe. He finally found the city. Walking there would probably take half a day. Night fell. Kai had also reached the city wall. A criminal who had killed the Saintess couldn't enter the city through the main gate because he didn't know how he would be treated. Kai decided to sneak in using a rope. After successfully sneaking into the city, first he would have to earn some money. Kai had gotten some small change from the soldiers he had killed. However, this wasn't enough. A small pub caught his eye. This would be a good place to make some money. Kai walked in and ordered a beer along with some food. A drunk customer sitting next to him struck up a conversation. "I've never seen your face before. Are you a traveler?" "Yes, I was forced to leave my homeland. I'm looking for work." "Are you escaping from the invasion of the Demon Lord's army?" "I'm very sorry. Although it was a misunderstanding, this misunderstanding was useful." Kai asked him if there were any jobs around that didn't require identification. The owner brought over a beer and said in that case, he should become an adventurer. An adventurer. They can take any available job from the guild. Usually it's subjugating magical beasts, but if you lack skills, you'll be dealt with immediately. However, the owner felt this young man wasn't inexperienced. Kai said if it was magical beasts, he could handle it. Then he asked how to become an adventurer. Becoming an adventurer is very simple. You just need to go to the guild in the center of the city and register. They are in dire need of new adventurers, so they won't ask for the identity of participants. The reason this owner knew so much was because before, he was also an adventurer. But he injured his knee, so he decided to retire. That night, Kai stayed at an inn. Perhaps he would stay here a little longer. Although she had seen this guest's face, the inn's receptionist had no reaction. Anyway, there were no devices for recording images in this world, so he didn't need to be overly cautious about this. Kai went to the Adventurers Guild. There were a lot of people inside. The atmosphere was very lively. He approached the reception desk and said he wanted to register as an adventurer. The receptionist said Kai needed to pay 1 silver coin to register. Kai immediately coughed up the money. After being asked for his name, age, and origin, Kai made up another name. The name he chose was Siren, 17 years old. The Demon Lord's army had invaded his homeland, so he had drifted to this place. Kai couldn't believe the alias he used in the real world was being used here. The receptionist began to register Kai with that information and stamped it. With this, he had completed the registration process. The receptionist continued to explain the system used by the guild. Based on their achievements, adventurers are divided from rank A to rank F. Of course, the higher the rank, the more valuable the reward. In addition, high-level adventurers can also receive more difficult quests. Because Siren was new, he would register as an F-rank adventurer. You can rank up by completing quests. All quests are posted on the information board. There, she advised him to choose an F-rank quest for his first mission. Kai approached the information board, F-rank quests were to gather various herbs and exterminate demon goblins. He had never seen that type of magical beast before, so Kai decided to choose this one. At that moment, a dark-skinned, one-eyed guy with his gang approached to cause trouble. "I've never seen your face, kid. You planning on taking on some demon goblins? I advise you to stop. For a kid like you, that's impossible." Kai thought to himself, "Who are these idiots, you guys? Tired of breathing, coming here to start trouble." Kai didn't want to make a scene, so he just replied calmly, "Thank you for the warning. Could you please leave me alone?" The goons got pissed at being disrespected by a kid. It seems that bullying a newbie had become their pastime. The blonde guy intended to teach Kai a lesson, but he was fast enough to block his dirty hand. The blonde guy, confused, called for his buddy's help. Everyone knows how this ends. The whole gang was lying on the ground unconscious, and Kai calmly walked away with the quest paper. Turns out, this was the skill level of an average adventurer. Compared to the hero candidates, they were astonishingly weak. What needed to be done now was to quickly complete this quest. Based on the quest information, this time the demon goblins were hiding around the forest. Kai suddenly saw footprints left on the ground. They were still very fresh. Kai started following these footprints. It seems they belonged to an animal. He suddenly realized something was here, and it wasn't alone. They were well hidden. Could they be demon goblins? At that moment, a wolf walking on two legs holding a sword suddenly appeared from behind. Kai swiftly dodged. The sword in its hand might have been stolen from a human. Another wolf holding the wooden club ambushed Kai. He grabbed a handful of sand and threw it straight into its eyes. He kicked the sword out of the wolf's hand, then used that sword to stab it in the chest. Finally, he threw a knife to clean up the two demon beasts. Afterward, Kai activated his appraisal ability. They were demon goblins. Age 22 male. Attack D. Agility C. Strength C. Magic F. Skill Stealth Level 1. This type of magical beast was harmless. Kai thought he could hunt more and earn some extra money. As a result, he brought back a large quantity of demon goblin ears as proof of his victory over them. The receptionist was shocked. With such a large quantity, she couldn't believe a newcomer could act alone like that. For Kai, defeating them was easy, but finding them took him too much time. Even though he had the skills to fight them, his detection skills were still limited. It seems being an adventurer is quite complicated. People around started to gossip. He hunts goblins that easily. Could he be a C-rank adventurer from somewhere else? I heard he's still a newcomer. Because of the large quantity, the receptionist took a while to prepare the reward. And so Kai had a heavy bag of money in his hand. He couldn't believe he could earn this much money just by killing weak magical beasts. From now on, the important thing is to secure living expenses. Kai would stay in this city for a while and earn money as an adventurer. If he builds good relationships within the guild, gathering information will be easier. While lost in thought, a tall, big, and intimidating dude blocked his path. Kai sized him up and could feel that this guy was much stronger than the others in the guild. The guy with the bowl cut introduced himself as Lai, a B-rank adventurer. He acted all high and mighty. "Just so you know, I'm the one in charge of managing this city's guild branch." So what turns out today? Kai had given his goons a hard time. Obviously, they started it first, but those small fries were spouting bullshit about how some unknown newbie showed up and beat them to a pulp. With that, Lai didn't hesitate anymore. He declared he would teach Kai a lesson. He rushed forward, punching high and low, left and right, but not a single punch landed. He gradually lost control, jumping and kicking, but ended up being tripped by Kai and tumbling over. His speed was pretty fast, but not very refined. His movements were too large, leaving many openings. Being schooled by a young punk, Lai became even more furious, but was subdued in just a few minutes. It seems he wasn't used to fighting humans. After all, an adventurer's job is mainly to subjugate magical beasts. Lai didn't understand why with such incredible strength Kai would even bother with his goons. Kai said it was all just a misunderstanding. "Sit down, have a bite to eat. Have a drink and let me explain." In the end, the two of them sat down for a beer, shared some chicken, and heard each other out. After learning everything, Lai smacked his goons on the head for deceiving him. He admitted it was his fault for not suspecting these three troublemakers. Then he made them apologize to Kai. The three troublemakers quickly bowed their heads and apologized. Since the misunderstanding was resolved, Kai wouldn't pursue it further. Besides that, he had a few things he wanted to ask Lai. Though he looked tough, he was actually a reasonable guy. "Forgive my rudeness. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them," Kai continued. "As you know, I'm a traveler. The reason I registered as an adventurer is because I want to earn some money to make travel easier. But I have another reason." Lai couldn't believe a young man with such formidable power could have any difficulties. Although he didn't know what it was, he still wanted to help. Kai said he was looking for a way to travel to another world. Immediately, everyone's jaws dropped in shock and amazement. How could that be possible? But the hero candidates also came from another world. Indeed, Kai was talking about how the hero candidates travel back to the real world. Lai thought, if that's the case, it must involve magic. But they didn't know much about magic. Kai knew it wasn't easy to get this information. He was hoping they might have some clues. Lai scratched his head. There's only one person with knowledge about it. That's the sage Elbana. There was an elf who helped this country with his valuable advice. It seems Kai had also heard this name somewhere before. An elven sage. That's what he had read in a book. There's a rumor that elves live deep in the forest. Only a few elves have survived, and their stories are considered legends. They rarely leave their forests and go out into the outside world. Among those who left and entered the outside world, there was one called the Sage. He has lived for over 100 years. Moreover, he is very wise and has extensive knowledge. It's said he is a famous magician and truly understands various types of spells. Elves are known to maintain a close relationship with spirits to receive magical assistance, even if there's no way for people to return to the old world. If there's a spell, it's entirely possible. However, no one knows if the sage is still alive. They've never heard any rumors about him. Moreover, it seems no one has ever seen him. Lai chuckled. He didn't even know these things himself. Then he turned and apologized for not being able to give Kai any useful information. However, to him that information was very useful. That was all he needed. Kai finished his beer and returned to the inn to rest. Before Kai left, Kai wanted to ask what he would do after learning how to travel to another world. Kai just turned back, smiled, and said, I'll leave that to your imagination. Today, Kai once again came to collect the reward for a new quest. A week has passed. During that time, he had also saved up a sum of money. Lai and his underlings also became closer to him. They enthusiastically invited him for a drink, but Kai refused. He had gathered some important information about the sage. His name is Elbana Carrot. About a decade ago, he was an advisor to this country, but has since retired and lives around the western border. That's where this country is fighting against the Demon Lord's army. Kai had no reason to stay in this city anymore, so he decided he would go to meet this so-called sage and see. Back in Alpha, the holy city, it had been a month since Captain Eric of the Holy Knight's 8th Night Order took responsibility for taking care of the hero candidates in place of the deceased Saintess. Currently, there were no complaints, because Eric had done a great job. He was very happy to hear those words. After all, you all here are priceless assets to this country. He was just showing respect to everyone. That's all. Everyone was very satisfied with the new person in charge. He was very different from Leonora. However, it was also very suspicious. Now they would get to the main issue. Yesterday's meeting decided that the hero candidates will be mobilized to the front lines. There is still a war on the western border. Everyone will be deployed from a fortress on this front line. Eric promised to protect those friends not strong enough to fight. That made Midu and everyone else breathe a sigh of relief. However, during this time, they will also have some work to do. After all, you have to work to eat. This is quite urgent, so everyone might depart tomorrow morning. Midu and Mireille returned and relayed this information to everyone. Mireille was very happy they had accepted the request from the candidates. At first, Midu was very worried, afraid that his requests were a bit too much. The two thought they didn't have enough confidence to control all the candidates without Leonora. That's why they were being humble. Since Leonora was gone, they would surely be on their guard. Mireille suddenly remembered Kai. I wonder where he is now. After Leonora was killed and Kai had left, after the bishop heard this information, he was utterly astonished. Naga said the culprit was Kai. He's one of the hero candidates. But now he has fled. As a traitor, he ran very fast. The soldiers discussed among themselves. If this was true, they had to send someone to investigate as soon as possible. But another person thought that they needed to confirm if the saintess was really dead or not. The old bishop felt this story was very beneficial for you all present here. This made Arashi angry. He said he didn't want to deny their story, but it was also possible that everyone here had cooperated to deal with Leonora. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly spoke up. That's not true, Your Excellency. I was there and witnessed everything. The hero candidates standing here tried very hard to protect the Saintess, but they were suppressed by Shinju Kai, and as a result, the Saintess lost her life. Another soldier also chimed in. He's right. I also saw everything. Me too. So with the testimony of Leonora's 3 knights, the old bishop no longer had any doubts. But he wondered, is that person named Kai really that strong? Midu confirmed that he was very strong. He was hiding his abilities all this time. With that, he invited a few people into the room to talk about this matter in more detail, while Kanzaki was behind them using dominance magic. Somehow, everyone managed to get through this terrible event. Currently, Midu was still very worried about Kai. However, Midu knew Kai had sacrificed himself for him. Although Midu had decided to protect everyone, he returned to his room and informed everyone, "They've decided to deploy us to the front lines. All those with combat abilities should prepare and leave this place early tomorrow morning." Everyone was quite worried upon hearing the real battle had begun. But it was a bit late to be scared now. Everyone was assigned under the command of the 8th Night Order and its captain, Eric. Kanzaki asked if there was any news about Kai. Midu shook his head. "They're offering a reward for his capture and have mobilized many forces to hunt him down. There's no news so far." Kanzaki turned away, disappointed. Nagas didn't care whether Kai had truly betrayed everyone or not, but if she found Kai, she would burn him to a crisp. Kanzaki felt both sad and lonely, blaming herself that Kai should have taken her with him. The next day, everyone set off for the front lines. The girls were currently very tired from traveling so far for the first time, but it seemed they still had to walk until dark. For the past 2 days, besides walking, they hadn't done anything else. Everyone had started to feel bored and hoped something interesting would happen. Suddenly, at that moment, Arashi signaled for everyone to stop. He sensed the presence of a beast behind the bushes, but the commander quickly turned back to question them. When he saw everyone suddenly stop, Midu said he sensed the presence of a beast nearby. However, the leader still insisted there was nothing there. Even so, everyone still had to follow his orders. Without an order, they weren't allowed to do anything. This angered Arashi. He grabbed him by the throat. Everyone worriedly asked him to stop, but Arashi was like, "Hell no. Why should I follow orders from this piece of trash?" At that moment, some kind of killing intent flashed by, making him let go. It was a pack of blade rabbits. Everyone get into battle formation. The blade rabbits charged forward in unison. The swords in the knight's hands were also knocked far away. Arashi immediately used his explosion to blow the beast away and stomped it flat. He was like single-handedly taking on the whole pack of blade rabbits. Everyone had to admit, Arashi's strength was truly immense. It felt as if this power was even greater than the last time. However, he himself felt that it still wasn't enough. This power is still nothing compared to that bastard. And everyone knew who that bastard was. Who else could it be but Kai? From the very beginning, he had a bad feeling about Kai. Kai never showed any fear. To be more precise, Kai never had any reaction to Arashi. And the result was that Shinju Kai was truly very strong. With the power of the explosion that Arashi received, he thought he had become stronger. But the result was not as expected. Kai had splashed a bucket of cold water on Arashi's face, waking him from his dream. Midu suddenly realized that Arashi's mood hadn't been very good lately. But he denied it, and said he just didn't like being ordered around by some piece of trash. After a long walk, finally, the hero candidates arrived at the front lines. This is around the western border of the Holy Kingdom of Digoris, a series of fortresses. Many soldiers were standing guard here. This girl with the short hair is Captain Amelia of the Holy Knight Army, 4th Night Order, representing and welcoming the hero candidates. Although she was just promoted not long ago, because the captain of the supervisory agency passed away a week ago. Suddenly, at that moment, a panicked knight ran up to report that the Demon Lord's army was coming. They're heading this way, so everyone would have no time to rest. The entire border will be depending on the hero candidates. Everyone was ready, in a do-or-die stance against the Demon Lord's minions. The knights began to ring the alarm bells. The Demon Lord's army is coming. From a distance, a horde of multicolored monsters were aggressively advancing towards the city gates. Their numbers were beyond imagination. Eric ordered all cavalry to fire arrows in unison, trying to reduce their numbers, before they got closer. The other mages also gathered together and began to fight. Heavenly fire heed our call, and defeat the forces of evil. At the same time, fire and arrows were launched down. Although they were hit by many arrows, they still did not retreat and even became more bloodthirsty. Things like this were not enough to kill them. Amelia said everyone don't underestimate the endurance and resilience of these monsters. Compared to them, humans are much weaker. Now, everyone needs to follow Eric's orders. As for her, she will go down there and fight with the 4th Night Order. One thing is, some of the missing people here had gone down there to brawl with the monsters. And that was Arashi, along with the friends in his group. The monsters couldn't believe their eyes. This young man was truly a fool. Who do you think you are rushing down here alone like that? Arashi didn't care if they were demi-humans or whatever the hell. He just needed to erase the existence of this ugly bunch. Another group of monsters broke through the wall and entered the city. With one hand, they knocked away many knights. One knight almost took a blade from a monster, but luckily, Midu intervened in time to save him. He began to expand his heavenly sword. The sword immediately grew longer and larger. One slash could cut down many monsters. Midu himself could feel his own power growing stronger and stronger. He turned and said to everyone, "You see, we can win this battle. Fight and don't be afraid." Everyone unanimously made up their minds. Midu knew he couldn't hesitate. If he hesitated, the other students would feel uneasy, because he was the commander. Kai had taught Midu the price of naivety. Hooray also urged everyone not to just stand there watching. We have to fight. Her telekinetic guardian could control boulders. Next was Nagas's blazing fire, incinerating all. Kanzaki's dominance magic froze all the monsters that's intended to attack. The knights watching from above were also surprised by the strength of the hero candidates. They were completely overwhelming the Demon Lord's army. Eric ordered all soldiers to protect the hero candidates. We must push back the demons at all costs. All soldiers obeyed in unison and charged forward. After a difficult struggle, the monsters were lying scattered on the ground. Their army had defeated the Demon Lord's forces. This was a victory worth recording. The sun was gradually setting. Midu silently watched the sun's movement. At that moment, Eric walked over and said, "This was your first battle, wasn't it? How does it feel?" It's hard to fully grasp a battle on this scale. It requires a certain finesse. In battle, my field of vision is very narrow, so I can't decide anything. Eric patted Midu on the shoulder encouragingly because he had done very well. Today, everyone was able to win thanks to the efforts of the candidates. However, we must remain constantly vigilant. Their enemies today were only low to mid-level demons. Although their numbers were limited, high-level demons possess a different kind of power. Midu said he would remember this. That night, the demons were resting at their camp. The commander reported that today his army had failed to complete their mission. The monster, this angry, crusty old geezer, is Stone Gaia, the highest-ranking executive in the Demon Lord's army, the Earth's 4 heavenly kings. The next morning, in the western region of the Holy Kingdom of Dagaris, the great forest of Ekot, Kai was just a little bit away from getting out of this forest, which would also end his long journey in search of the sage. Suddenly, something red flew towards him at great speed. Looking a little closer, one could see it was a tongue, and it was the long, dangling tongue of 3 large monkeys. Kai immediately activated his appraisal ability. They were monsters. Tongue monkeys. Age 33, gender male, attack. B defense, C. Agility. B strength, C. Magic. F status. Hungry and very agitated. Skill tongue attack level 3. Kai put his backpack down and got into a ready stance, ready to go all out against the 3 ugly apes. Ugly. It seemed their abilities were pretty average. They just had an intimidating appearance, that's all. One of them used its 10,000-foot-long tongue to distract Kai, then suddenly closed in. He jumped up to dodge the attack. Then another one shot its tongue out, but this time, Kai slashed it open. Man, that looked painful even from here. Next, its head went flying. The remaining 2 just froze, completely stunned. They were speechless. 1 minute, 30 seconds later, the pan-seared monkey dish was ready. Although it wasn't too fast, stronger demonic beasts kept appearing one after another. It might be because he was getting closer to the Demon Lord's army territory. Or maybe because this place was quite far from the city, so there weren't many knights and adventurers. The deeper he went, the higher the chance of encountering unknown demonic beasts was greater. Anyway, Kai could still find out the age of these demonic beasts, thanks to his appraisal ability. For now, he needed to be a bit more vigilant. Before long, Kai reached the Uragano mountain range, a natural defensive barrier that slowed the invasion of the Demon Lord's army. The highest point of that mountain range is called Death Wolf Mountain. There's a rumor that the sage Albana lives on the summit. If Kai remembered correctly, there should be a small village at the foot of Death Wolf Mountain. But what he couldn't imagine was that the village was completely burned down, just as expected. It was due to an attack by the Demon Lord's army. This place was quite far from the front lines, so Kai also needed to be more careful in the future. He couldn't act recklessly. After burning down the village, these purple demons who seemed to be subordinates asked their big boss Hater what to do next. They wanted to massacre everyone here. This blonde guy was their superior named Hater. He told them to stop right there, enslave all the surviving villagers. Besides that, it seemed he also wanted some information about Albana. A subordinate reported that he had some. That sage was living at the summit of Death Wolf Mountain, so that matched their intelligence. Right now, their highest priority was Albana, also known as the Sage. After resting here for a night, they would climb the mountain, but that mountain was known to be the den of the Death Wolves. Wolf monsters are a species that cannot be tamed. That means the demons can't achieve their goal without exterminating all the Death Wolves, because when facing a demonic beast with high intelligence, domination magic is almost useless. One of them heard that the 4 heavenly kings had tamed a dragon before, but that was impossible for them now. Even Hater wasn't good with magic. Anyway, just talking about something they didn't have wasn't helpful. Their only option now was to exterminate these untamable demonic beasts. Kai, standing on a rooftop, had heard everything. It seems they're very obedient. He guessed the blonde guy was a high-ranking demon. Moreover, this demon named Hater had very high stats. Hater is wise. Age 25. Race, high-ranking demon gender. Male attack, B, defense. B, agility. A strength, B, magic B, status normal. Skills domination. Level 1 swordsmanship. Level 5. He truly was one of the very few high-ranking demons in the Demon Lord's army. It would be very difficult to confront him directly. At that moment, the commander sensed someone was watching him. He immediately ordered his subordinates to search the surrounding area. Someone was sneaking around here. It had to be admitted his senses were very sharp. Unfortunately for them, Kai was a pro at stealth missions. While hiding, he saw many villagers being captured and tied up by the demons. Kai hesitated for a moment but still decided to leave. He had no reason to help the villagers here. Just like the demons, Kai's main objective was to meet the sage. He had to climb the mountain before the Demon Lord's army. Finally, Kai reached the highest point of the Uragano mountain range, the dangerous area also known as Death Wolf Mountain. They said there was once an expedition trail here, so he decided to follow the animal tracks. Kai couldn't see his surroundings clearly. Furthermore, the ground was unstable, so even though he was in a hurry, he had to be very cautious. Kai sensed another presence nearby, although it wasn't very clear. This must be the Death Wolf monster, rumored to be on Death Wolf Mountain. Even, he could feel their numbers increasing very quickly, although they were currently hidden away. But he could feel a rather heavy pressure. At that moment, the alpha wolf began to howl. Immediately, the others in the pack charged out to attack in unison. Kai reacted quickly and managed to jump into a tree. They were the infamous demonic beasts of Death Wolf Mountain. Many people had gone missing when they came to this mountain. It seems this was the reason. Kai began to activate his appraisal ability. They belong to the Death Wolf race, age 20, gender. Male attack, C. Defense, C. Agility. B. Strength, B. Magic, D. Status normal. Skill coordination level 3. An aggressive wolf rammed the tree trunk in half, causing Kai, who was on it, to lose his balance. While in freefall, he used a leaf, then reinforced the leaf with mana, and threw it straight at the wolf, slicing its neck in two. He successfully eliminated one death wolf. The others also charged in. They were scary, but with Kai's strength, they were just some slightly higher-level dogs. There were still quite a lot of them. Reinforcing the body with mana, like just now, if Kai could do this consciously, the effect would be truly great. Back then, Leonora said everyone always relied on their divine protections, so their ability to control mana is very weak. You people are those who always rely on divine protections, not used to controlling your own mana. In a sense, you are nothing but weaklings. That's the reason why I can easily control you. So at that time, all the candidates couldn't resist the enslavement magic of Leonora. Kai was determined to become stronger to overcome this weakness. If he could improve his mana control, he could use mana to freely strengthen his body and also increase his resistance to enemy magic. Although not as strong as a divine protection, he needed to get stronger in this world. He absolutely had to learn that skill. Kai aimed for the alpha wolf. It let out a roar to show its authority, but Kai easily took it out with a single strike. As soon as the alpha died, all of them would run away. After all, the alpha was the strongest. Once the strongest was eliminated, the others obviously wouldn't dare to fight. An extremely useful lesson. Kai rushed through the pack of wolves. He sensed from their movements something was very strange. Clearly, he was predicting their movement trajectories. An after-image wolf appeared from a death wolf. It turned out to be the wolf's movement, projected 1 second ahead. That helped Kai to act without taking any damage, even from a surprise attack. Everything was fine. He could see about 1 second ahead what would happen in the future. The others in the pack began to tuck their tails in fear, but Kai wouldn't spare them. Let's get a little training in together, shall we? Then after just a few knife strokes, the entire pack of death wolves was wiped out by his hand. Kai checked his stats and information again. Name, Shinjukai, age 20. Gender, male, attack, a defense. B, agility, a strength. B, magic, C. Status, normal. Divine protection skills. Appraisal, level 3. Weakness detection. Divine protection. Level 1. Foresight. Divine protection. Level 1. Assassination techniques. Level 5. Dagger techniques. Level 5. Throwing techniques. Level 5. Stealth, level 5. So this was the skill that allowed him to see the future. When he obtained the weakness detection skill, his appraisal ability was also enhanced. So basically, it was an upgrade of the regular appraisal ability. This was a skill that allowed Kai to see everything with his vision. After a long period of climbing, plus wearing a massive backpack, and fighting fiercely with the wolf pack, he was truly exhausted. Anyway, he was about to reach the summit, so he decided to rest here for a bit. But fate didn't want Kai to rest. It wanted him to keep moving. There was a noise somewhere around here. It could be the Demon Lord's army approaching. Either way, this was not the right time to rest. Kai continued on his way. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, near the summit of Death Wolf Mountain, a group of monsters was cornering and bullying a girl. This girl was known to be the sage's disciple, but the situation was not looking good. This little elf girl had fought fiercely with the demons to prevent them from reaching her master's residence. Hater, the leader, ordered the monsters to charge all at once and take the life of one small girl. The elf girl seemed to have lost her ability to fight. She could only stand there waiting to die. But our boy Kai appeared with a heroic entrance, an impressive damsel in distress rescue. The girl looked at Kai with bewildered eyes, seeing a human before her. The monsters demanded to know who this meddler was, but Kai looked down on them with contempt and didn't say a word. He observed that there were 10 soldiers here, and the leader was a high-ranking demon. The girl asked why he saved her life. Kai didn't answer, but instead asked if she was the disciple of the sage Albana. Right? The girl admitted that she was indeed the sage's disciple. Well, then that was Kai's reason. He said he had business with the sage. Kai had used his appraisal ability to know that she belonged to the race of half-elves. Moreover, her information panel also showed she had spellcasting skills. Hater didn't care who this kid was. If he dared to stand in their way, then he was definitely on the enemy's side. But even with one more person, the result wouldn't change. The monsters still confidently charged forward to annihilate them both. To save this girl and make the sage owe him a favor, Kai had to defeat the demons in front of him. Currently, he was surrounded. From one side, one of them, holding a sword, jumped high, intending to slash down. With his foresight skill, he had predicted his future movement. Then gently, he sidestepped to the right to avoid the slash. Then the one from behind attacked. Suddenly, Kai spun around and used his hand to block his arm, to the astonishment of the remaining demonic beasts. His weapon was admittedly huge, but to face a human, wasn't it a bit overkill? Then with just a few dagger slashes, one lost his right hand, another his leg, and another his head. As long as foresight was active in close combat, he couldn't lose. The problem was the skill's usage time. There weren't many minutes left. The leader ordered his subordinates, "Don't just charge in recklessly like that. Use magic to take him down." They immediately obeyed. Then they summoned magic circles that shot out countless magic bullets. This was the magic from the legends. At that moment, the elf girl suddenly spoke up. "Blow away the enemy, O wind spirits." Immediately, a giant wind shield enveloped them. The bullets couldn't penetrate it. According to Kai's understanding, that was just a spell, so that was the power used by borrowing the power of spirits. This was an ability only for elves. The elf girl said cheerfully, "Thanks to you, the spirits can rest for a bit." Hater realized the situation wasn't good. At this rate, they weren't getting anywhere. He decided to be the one to fight last. The final boss has appeared. He turned to the elf girl and said, "Stop the soldiers! Don't let them interfere with me while I'm fighting. And I'll go kill the leader." The girl was indignant. "I can do that, but at least don't call me that, okay? My name is Maya." Kai put down his backpack and shot like a rocket toward his opponent. He would have to rely on Maya for everything, the disciple of the sage, but not without reason. Was that guy called a high-ranking monster? He was able to easily block his knife strike. Kai stepped on his sword and jumped back. The two fought very fiercely, neither giving an inch a stalemate. He didn't expect that this young man could predict his moves like that. But Hater also left a rather deep wound on Kai's left side. So this was the power of a high-ranking demon. If not for foresight, he would have been done for already. Hater barely got to fight such a decent opponent. To him, if Kai wasn't human, he could have won already. The wound on his stomach was bleeding a lot. He activated his appraisal ability. The guy in front of him was Hater is wise, age 25 race, high-ranking demon gender, male attack B, defense B agility, B strength, B magic B, status normal, skills domination magic. Level 1, swordsmanship level 5. Besides his physical abilities and the sharp senses of a high-ranking demon, he also had level 5 swordsmanship. Even with his foresight ability, Kai was still at a disadvantage in this battle, knowing he was in a tough spot, so he decided to try a different approach. The guy saw his opponent just standing there like a statue. He decided to be the one to attack first. He charged forward like a bloodthirsty beast. Thanks to his foresight skill, Kai was able to avoid the first attack. He kept slashing and he kept dodging. Still, it left a small wound on his bicep. Knowing the future wasn't helpful if his body wasn't strong enough to defeat him. Currently, the physical gap was very large. Seeing this, the guy started to get cocky. "Are you always going to run away like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he ate 3 lead candies. He was fast enough to raise his hand to block. His reflexes were even on par with the speed of a bullet. But anyway, those 3 bullets still hit his arm and leg. The guy was in pain, not knowing what kind of weapon this was. He ignored the bullets in his body and still charged forward without thinking. Kai held his gun and aimed straight at his head. But if you think it would hit, then you're underestimating a high-ranking demon. He could see the trajectory of his attack. Kai fired until he ran out of bullets, but still couldn't inflict a fatal wound on his opponent. He continued to use his dagger skill, throwing 3 knives. However, the other guy was unharmed. But that was just Kai. Distracting him, he quickly pulled out a grenade and threw it towards Hater. Before the guy could react, he was completely blown up. The subordinate underlings were scared shitless when they saw their commander explode. Maya, who was watching, also had to marvel at this ability. Who was he really? To be able to overwhelm a high-ranking demon, despite being just a normal person? That was the question on her mind. Currently, Kai had no more bullets for his handgun, which he was keeping for emergencies. And that was also his last grenade. As expected, just with these things he couldn't defeat a high-ranking demon. That incident made Hater even more furious. He was like a raging bull wanting to gore his opponent. He suddenly flashed and attacked with lightning speed. In this situation, Kai decided to use that skill. He had to analyze his movements. Then he activated a weakness detection skill. His weak point was his throat. Kai swiped his knife, cutting his throat. His weak point. Foresight combined with weakness detection. These skills were really powerful, which meant they would consume a large amount of mana. When Hater was defeated, it was also when Kai ran out of mana. The subordinates took advantage of his weakened state and were about to rise up and attack. Maya wasn't much better off. The spirits were also at their limit, although she really wanted to help Kai for saving her life earlier. At that moment, someone used a spell. Burn my enemies, O fire spirits of Nome. Immediately, the monsters were completely incinerated. Compared to Nagas's fire, this firepower was on a completely different level. The person who just saved the 2 of them was Maya's master, and also the sage Albana. Far from the rumor of an old man on the verge of death, the sage was actually an elf girl. Beautiful. She approached and thanked the young man Kai. Looking at the situation, it seemed he was helping her disciple. Kai said it was just a coincidence. He asked if this girl was the sage Albana. She confirmed it, but compared to before, she was now just a pile of old bones. Just as predicted, Kai's energy was too low to use his appraisal ability, but he could feel that she was definitely very strong. With his current self, he could never defeat her. There was no point in hiding it now. Kai stood up and said he had business with her. Albana also knew there was no reason for a young man to come here without a purpose. She was grateful to him for saving her disciple. She said she would answer Kai's questions as clearly as possible. Maya spoke up. We should go back home. The smell of blood is too strong. The wolves will come soon. So Kai would get to rest at the sage's house. For now, the situation was quite advantageous. Either way, it was good that he had taken the risk to save her disciple. Albana was in a small house on the mountaintop quite far away. After being asked why she lived in such a remote place, Albana sighed. There are many reasons, but mainly because I want to live close to nature. She said she was retired, but humans still sometimes wanted to take advantage of her. So she chose a place that wasn't easy to get to live. However, a few people with skills like Kai here still come sometimes. Anyway, Albana wasn't so cruel as to refuse them. The 2 sat and talked. Kai didn't hide anything. To be honest, he was looking for a way to return to his former world. Albana understood. This young man was from another world. You're one of the hero candidates, tasked with conquering the demon lord. She had heard the rumors, but she didn't expect the Empire had summoned for a 3rd time. Leonora did say something, that they had summoned hero candidates several times before. The hero candidates were more or less wiped out by the demon lord's army. There might be a few survivors, but they all went missing. 4 years ago, hero candidates were also summoned. That was the 2nd time. The first time was about 15 years ago. Both generations came to conquer the demon lord, and both were annihilated. Since then, the ritual to summon hero candidates has been sealed, never to be used again. But the Saintess, Leonora, intended to break the taboo and summon a 3rd generation. Albana had opposed that idea. She didn't care whether it was the will of the gods or not, but entrusting the fate of an empire to someone from another world was a reckless act. Kai admitted that he had taken care of Saintess Leonora, so there would be no more rituals to summon people from other worlds. Albana was quite surprised that this kid could kill the Saintess. There are many ways to kill a normal person, although for a Saintess the skills must be different. Albana knew that this young man was not lying. So that woman was sent to her grave by her own pawn, sent to heaven, and Albana understood what Kai wanted. Everyone wants to go home. She was a person who didn't like to talk much, so she was also blunt. She said outright that she couldn't send him back to his world with a spell. This news hit him like a lightning strike. Kai was truly disappointed. Although there was no direct way to return, he still wanted to hear some suggestions. Summoning with magic is possible, but sending them back is not, because that knowledge no longer exists. Anyway, there was no reason to research it. Leonora said the same thing. That means the candidates have no other choice but to defeat the Demon Lord. Or maybe with the help of magic it could be possible, to some extent. Kai said he would investigate magic further. Albana apologized for not being able to help him much. She still owed Kai for saving her disciple. She promised to let him know if she found out anything. But for Albana, she believed that if it was Kai, he might actually be able to kill the Demon Lord. However, he didn't want to get involved in such a troublesome matter. If there was no other way, then maybe he really would have to kill the Demon Lord. Albana also had to be surprised by this different kid. Compared to the other hero candidates, it was as if he grew up in a dark and cold place. Kai stood up and prepared to leave, not forgetting to thank her for the information and to ask her to contact Siren from the Adventurers Guild if she found any information. At that moment, Albana thought that maybe she could trust this boy. Maya, having finished her bath, felt very refreshed. She turned and asked Kai, "Why aren't you bathing? Aren't you dirty after climbing the mountain and fighting all this time?" "Now that you mention it, I am filthy dirty." He decided to go take a bath to spruce up his handsome looks. At that moment, Albana suddenly spoke up. "Hey, young man, I have a proposal. How about you take my disciple with you?" Maya was also very surprised by her master's decision. After thinking about Maya's goal, her master made this suggestion, but Kai bluntly refused. He said he didn't need a noisy girl following him. The next day, in the area between the eastern part of the Demon Kingdom of Aurora and the front line of the Holy Kingdom of Degors, he said he didn't want the girl to come along, but in the end he still brought Maya with him. The weather here was quite nice. I've heard rumors that the weather in the demon territory is quite harsh. Just recently, this place was still the territory of the Holy Kingdom. The weather in the Kingdom of Aurora must be much harsher. Around the western area of the Urugano mountain range, there is a large city called Natrat. There should be villages around the city. Right now, the city has fallen into the hands of the Demon Lord's army and has become their front line. That would be their destination. It would probably take about 2 days on foot. Kai really didn't want to ask, but he was very curious. After all, what happened to the people who used to live there? Maya said that half of them died, and the other half were enslaved by the Demon Lord's army. A few people managed to escape to the other side of the mountain range. As expected, this girl knew quite a lot. Bringing her along on this journey was indeed a wise choice. After being bluntly rejected by Kai, Maya was very angry, but her master chuckled. "Don't say that, young man. You just came to this world recently. Maya will be quite useful. This child has vast knowledge, passed down from me." Kai wanted to know what benefit she would be if she came with him. Albana said the child doesn't know how this world operates. Although she's grown up and has extensive knowledge, the child still lacks real-world experience. Albana was looking for an opportunity to send this girl on an adventure, but she was still very worried about letting her cute disciple go out alone, so she entrusted Maya to Kai. Although Albana could have done it herself, she was no longer able to go on adventures. From a human perspective, Albana might look very young and healthy, but her limit was also approaching. Suddenly, a young boy appeared and saved her disciple. Kai admitted he intended to invade the demon's territory. This was a dangerous journey. If this girl held him back, he would definitely leave her behind. Albana instructed Maya, "You heard that. You will be the one to decide. After all, this is your life." Maya seemed to understand. The little girl decided to go with Kai. But after walking for just 1 day, she was already complaining to high heaven. But you can't expect too much from a mage's body. Maya had been using this body to train diligently all this time. Well, the sun was gradually setting. The two decided to rest here and would continue tomorrow morning. Maya's eyes sparkled as she looked at Kai and asked, "Didn't you say you would leave me behind if I held you back?" "What nonsense are you talking about? This is a piece of cake. I'm not leaving you behind. Hurry up and set up the tent." Maya quickly obeyed. That night, the two sat by the fire eating bread. Kai still felt worried and reminded Maya that this was a very dangerous journey. But he had already made up his mind. He wouldn't stop no matter how dangerous it was. Kai really wanted to return to his world. But Maya didn't have many reasons to join him to this extent. Kai also didn't think Albana was lying. Maya must have another reason. Maya didn't know how to explain it. Kai must have seen right through her. The place where she used to live, the village of the elves, was destroyed by the Demon Lord's army. Since then, there have been rumors that this war was supposed to be between humans and demons. But no, the demons would invade any race. Her parents, even her younger brother, were all harmed by them. The reason she survived was because her father pretended to be a decoy and drew their attention. At that time, she couldn't do anything. After the Demon Lord's army left the village, Maya was left alone, and then her master saved her. So she became her master's disciple. Kai didn't care about Maya's past. What he wanted to know was her purpose. The reason Maya became her master's disciple, and the reason she became a mage, was because she wanted the power to destroy all the demons. The knowledge she learned from her master, including the training for the past 15 years, was all for revenge on the bastard who killed her family. Maya would definitely take his life with her own hands. That demon was one of the 4 Heavenly Kings' Windbox. He was known as the Heavenly King of the Wind, and also one of the highest leaders of the Demon Lord's army. The reason she agreed to follow Kai was so she could easily get close to him. Her master never allowed Maya to go on an adventure alone. But as long as Kai was there, her master agreed immediately. She didn't know why her master did that. After meeting him, even though she was her only close disciple, I also don't know what master is thinking. That's why she'll do what Kai asks. For the time being, Albana has also entrusted this girl to Kai. Albana believes you can handle her. If the sage lets his disciple go exploring alone, she might die needlessly seeking revenge. Maya said optimistically, "You don't have to worry. I don't want to drag you into my revenge." Maybe she wants to do it on her own. Our conversation ends here for today. The 2 of you should get some sleep to prepare for tomorrow's journey. Maya immediately obeyed. She will also have the spirits stand guard for the 2 of you. Just in case any monsters show up, they can be dealt with in time. Kai couldn't sleep all night. He kept thinking about the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Demon Lord's army. Kai's previous enemy was a high-ranking demon. Now it's another stronger demon. If I want to win, I have to get stronger first. However, he suddenly realized that's not the issue to be concerned about right now. The next day, at the line of fortresses, along the western border of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret, a meeting was taking place among the commanders, including Mido. The bald old man argued that now that they had the hero candidates, it was the right time to attack. The white-haired commander understood his point. But where should they begin the attack? Amelia pointed to the map and said, "Attacking Fort Atlas would be a good start. It used to be their fortress. This is our chance to reclaim it. Currently, it serves as the enemy's frontline base. If they attack here, the enemy will have to retreat." Harry, however, argued that, no matter how you look at it, this is a reckless plan. Right now, they are on the defensive, but to suddenly attack, that will draw the enemy's attention. The bald old man retorted fiercely, "What's wrong? Is the captain of the 8th Night Order scared? Even with the hero candidates under your command?" Amelia knew Harry had a point, but right now the enemy is underestimating them. They certainly won't anticipate a sudden attack. She turned to ask Mido if his body had recovered. He had fully recovered. As soon as the order to fight is given, he will be able to wield his sword with confidence. The meeting was over. The plan would be carried out the next day. Harry sighed, as he had rarely seen Amelia so aggressive. This is an opportune time to strike, while they regroup their forces. Mido thought this wasn't a wrong move. Harry believed they were relying on Mido's strength and abilities, and that's why they were being so overconfident. Although the candidates' side is just reinforcing defenses outside their command, they can't disobey orders from their superiors. Of course, Hyrix side will still support the candidates as best they can. As before, Mido is the key for everyone. Tell your comrades to rest tonight. Mido suddenly had a bad feeling, but he had no choice to change things. At dawn the next day, the hero candidates began their surprise attack near Fort Atlas. Negus was a bit curious. Why are we doing this at the crack of dawn? If it's a surprise attack, wouldn't nighttime be better? However, demons can still see in the dark. Attacking at night would be more disadvantageous. Mido wanted to confirm one more time. Their objective is to defeat the commander, while the main force distracts them. Their commander is likely a high-ranking demon. When the battle starts, he will command everyone. In case he's not around, at least stall for time for him or run. Everyone understood the plan. Just then, a knight reported a message from the main force. They said to begin the plan. After receiving the order, the entire team moved in to attack the fortress, while the enemy was completely off guard. Outside, Amelia would fight the smaller monsters. Mido and Hyrix's group would take the opportunity to enter the fortress. Of course, it would be easy to deal with the grunts on guard, as they were completely stunned, shocked, speechless, that the enemy would dare to charge in this far. Although it was easy to deal with them, they had to remain vigilant. There was still a chance the commander was in the main hall. At this moment, Mido's unit was completely surrounded by monsters. Everyone's path was blocked. Harry and the 8th Night Order will handle the monsters. In the rear, the hero candidates will continue to advance toward the objective by force. Nagas used her divine protection to incinerate them. Everyone else also took care of the ugly monsters. The whole group successfully passed through the gate. A high-ranking demon was already waiting here. He is Stonegear, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Everyone thought it was just a title, but Mido could feel the pressure radiating from him was anything but normal. The old man slammed his shield into the ground and challenged them. Let's see how strong you are. Hero candidates, Mido commanded. Everyone ready for battle? He encouraged himself, don't be afraid. If we are defeated here, the sacrifice of the main force will be for nothing. Stonegear placed his hands on the ground. A magic circle appeared around him. Then, the ground erupted and many mud monsters appeared. He ordered his army to charge and go all out. Narumi would hold them back, splitting them in two with his wind blade. Arashi also rushed forward with his destruction burst. He was very confident, because no matter how many there were, these mud monsters were too slow. Nothing to be afraid of. But no, things were just getting started. The monsters that had just been destroyed and blown to pieces began to regenerate. Their fists also became more powerful. Everyone advanced at once, but despite their best efforts, they were completely outmatched. Every time they killed one, it would just regenerate. Kanzaki also managed to dominate a monster in time to save her friend. Everyone tried their best to stab with spears and slash with swords and blades, but they were all countered. Even Mirei's telepathic divine protection was useless against the mud monsters. Fighting like this will never end. Narumi said he'd seen this situation in manga before. In times like this, defeating the summoner is the best option. Leave the mud monsters to Narumi. Arashi and Mido will aim straight for the commander, but he's a high-ranking monster. He won't be defeated that easily. Many magic circles appeared on the ground, then launched countless boulders straight at Mido. He tried to block it, but he was already exhausted. It seems this was Mido and Arashi's plan. Mido took responsibility for distracting. Him and Arashi would launch a surprise attack from behind, with destruction burst. A terrifying explosion occurred. Everyone stood stunned, not knowing if he had been defeated. But the result was the opposite. A shield made of mud rose from the ground to block the destruction burst. Then it punched Arashi right in the stomach, knocking him unconscious. The old man began to mock them. Is this all you've got? Hero candidates. At the time, Mido and his group were fighting. One of the four heavenly kings, Stonegear. Shinju also reached the city of Natras. In a gloomy space, drops of water dripped from the ceiling. A small flame was lit on a magic staff. Kai and Meyer were moving through the sewers beneath the city. A foul smell filled the air. Meyer covered her nose and complained, infiltrating through the sewer system. What a brilliant idea. It stinks in here. Kai was completely calm. Just relax. We'll reach the city's ley line soon. He added, their night vision is excellent. Besides, the city has many open areas. Furthermore, this city is on the front lines. Security is too tight to enter through the front gate. The two of them stood before an iron ladder. Kai looked up, grabbed onto it, and said, let's go up from here. A short while later, in an alley inside the city, the two had climbed up from the sewer. While Kai carefully hid behind a wall to observe, Meyer stood brazenly in the open, lifting her skirt and sighing. Finally, we're out. His keen senses helped him realize something was appearing. He quickly pulled Meyer behind a crate to hide. Someone's coming. Let's hide here for now. Outside, two demon soldiers were approaching. The purple demon stretched and sighed, so tired. The blue demon turned annoyed. What are you complaining about? Being chosen as the witch's bodyguard is an honor. The purple demon replied, the position of serving the witch isn't based on personal merit. Right, I've got no motivation at all. They continued their conversation. The blue one said sarcastically, you've got the skills, but your personality. The purple one interrupted, but she shouldn't have yelled at me like that. Then, the two demon soldiers walked past the crate where the two were hiding. A moment later, Meyer exhaled and turned to ask, are they gone? Having heard the conversation, Kai thought, a witch, huh? She's the princess of the demons. And the ruler of this city? Right, Meyer nodded. That's right. She's called the Spatial Witch. I think she's your target right now. Kai remembered the words of the sage Albana. A witch with the ability to control space lives on the front lines in the city. That woman can help you fulfill your wish. Kai then asked, the problem is, how do we approach her? If we just go there without a plan, it'll turn into a fight. The two stepped out. Meyer followed and asked, what should we do? Kai replied, first we carefully gather information. Just do as I say, don't act on your own. She quickly nodded obediently. I understand. Towards the center of the city, large number of demon soldiers were gathered. They were just like humans, gathering in small groups to chat. Others were huddled together drinking beer. The two were in some room, looking out and observing the demon soldiers through a window. Meyer spoke up. Looking at them, it seems they also have normal lives. That's rather disappointing, Kai replied. As long as they can talk and possess intelligence. Living like humans is a given. He pointed down below. Meyer was stunned for a moment. Below, some people captured by the demons were serving as slaves, moving goods. The demons brutally beat them while yelling, stop slacking off, get to work. Witnessing that, Meyer gasped in shock. Slaves? Kai wondered, Why are you so surprised? You already knew humans were enslaved by demons. Meyer from inside the doorway replied, You're right, I knew, but this is insane. After brutally beating the humans, the demons stood there laughing, ignoring the victim's pain. Meyer's expression changed slightly. It seemed she was furious. Kai looked over and noticed it. This was probably the first time he had seen her like that. He was a little surprised. Suddenly, he felt a change in the space around them. A voice rang out, You two aren't demons, are you? Behind them appeared a girl with sharp horns and a demonic aura. Kai glanced back and wondered, when did she get there? He quickly drew his dagger defensively. I didn't detect her just now. The strange girl spoke again to reassure them. No need to be so defensive. I'm not here to fight. Hearing that made Kai even more wary. What do you want? How did you know our location? Seeing her completely calm demeanor, Kai was utterly shocked. This is insane. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed someone behind me. She must be using magic. The strange girl then spoke. I've been looking for you ever since you passed through my detection barrier. Meyer was bewildered. What barrier? I didn't detect any mana. Her eyes had a strange red tint. She replied, Is there any place I can't see? With my spatial magic? Kai was startled, remembering what he'd overheard earlier. Spatial magic? Don't tell me she's... He immediately used his appraisal ability. The system displayed the information name, Isabel Varora. Age 15. Gender, female. Attack S. Defense A. Agility A. Strength A. Magic SS. Status normal. Skills evil. God's divine protection S. Spatial magic S. All magic attributes S. She now stepped forward and formally introduced herself. My name is Isabel, the 5th princess of the demon kingdom of Varora. She issued a threat before her question. If you don't answer, I'll call the soldiers a human and an elf. What are you doing here? They don't look like spies. Kai thought cautiously. If a fight breaks out in an enemy base, I can't guarantee our safety. I have to negotiate peacefully. Then he spoke up. I don't mind explaining, but it's a long story. Isabel hopped onto a nearby crate, sat down, and said, That's fine, I'm bored anyway. After he stood there and recounted some of what had happened, she asked, So, you want to return to your own world? Kai looked at Isabel seriously. I heard it's possible with spatial magic. Is that true? She replied, That person was right. You can return to your world. Kai asked excitedly, Really? He looked at the girl before him, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Thank goodness. I can finally talk to the spatial witch. She doesn't seem like a normal demon. I don't sense any hatred for humans from her, Isabel added. But I need to know the coordinates of your old world. I don't even know where your world is, or what kind it is. Her words brought his recent joy crashing down. Isabel said seriously, Although it is indeed possible, but if I don't know the coordinates, there's no way to send you back to your old world. After hearing those words from Isabel, the room suddenly fell silent. The two of them stared at each other. One wanted to go home, and the other had the power to send him home. But the most important thing was currently missing, the coordinates. Kai asked Isabel, Is there any way to find the coordinates? She replied, There are many parallel worlds. It's difficult to find your exact one. He had been observing her with his ability all this time, even with the eye of truth. It seemed she wasn't lying. His skill had improved, and had some pretty useful effects, Isabel added. However, there are also limits related to your body. You came to this world through a divine protection. Basically, that's something impossible. With my demonic arts, I can't penetrate that divine protection of yours. In her eyes, Kai was covered by a layer of smoky white aura. Kai replied bluntly, Perhaps that's God's will? That we can't go home, unless we kill the demon lord. Isabel was nonchalant. Perhaps, I don't know any more than that. Kai sighed and thought. As expected, there are no shortcuts. At least now, I know I have no other choice. Determination appeared in his eyes. I have to kill the demon lord. Isabel shrugged. It seems you've made up your mind, Kai replied. The best thing right now would be if I could go home, even if it's with the help of a demon's magic. But that doesn't seem easy. Meyer then looked at Isabel, puzzled. I've been wondering since the beginning. Why are you cooperating with us? You're a princess of the demon kingdom. She created a spatial gate in front of her, stepped down and answered. Even the demon kingdom is divided into factions. There's something I've always wanted. Seeing this, Kai and Meyer immediately drew their weapons ready to defend themselves. Isabel stepped into the spatial gate and reminded the two of them, Be careful. Escaping this city won't be easy. As soon as she finished speaking, she gradually vanished before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Isabel completely disappeared, and the spatial gate slowly faded away. Meyer clutched her chest, panting. That scared me. I thought we were done for. Kai also sheathed his dagger and said, She's a descendant of the demon lord. Very strong. We can't beat her right now. Meyer looked over, relieved. Thank God. She wasn't hostile. Kai agreed. Usually in situations like this, bad luck follows good luck. Hearing him say that, Meyer became even more panicked. Don't say things like that. Outside, the clamor of demon soldiers could be heard. Meyer looked down below. Kai from inside wondered, what's going on? A demon soldier shouted an announcement, find them. Spies have infiltrated the city. Hearing that, Meyer asked, confused, have we been discovered? Kai realized, this happened right as that witch disappeared. Meyer turned in a panic and asked, you mean she notified them? Why would she do that after leaving? I really don't understand. He turned towards the door. We'll never understand what she's thinking. Let's get out of here. A moment later, outside the buildings, Kai and Meyer were moving at high speed across the rooftops. Below, the demon soldiers were still searching frantically. One of them yelled, still haven't found them. They must be here. Kai thought to himself, they're deploying troops. It seems they're certain there are intruders. They're on full alert. I can't stay here any longer. Their individual stats are quite high. As they were running together, Kai stopped to observe, causing Meyer to run into his back from inertia. She complained, don't just stop so suddenly. Kai immediately grabbed her head and pushed her down to hide. Startling her, she asked, what is it? Kai ordered, get down, don't move. He observed and sensed. This it's similar to that witch's, or maybe even stronger. Down on the street was a high-ranking demon, standing among the demon soldiers. The one with a large horn in the middle of his forehead, and this green aura is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Meyer, shocked, realized, that's the one who harmed my village and family. Windbox. Hearing that, Kai turned and asked, what did you just say? Meyer's expression was agitated. We finally meet in this place. As I expected, following you was the right decision. He turned and asked Meyer, he's the target of your revenge. Meyer replied, yes, there's no mistaking him. The Wind Heavenly King, one of the Demon Lord's vassals, Windbox. Kai looked down and used his appraisal ability. The information appeared. Name, Windbox. Age, 40. Race, Demon. Skills, Wind. Attribute, Demonic Arts. Love, 5. Hawkeye, Liver, 5. Swordsmanship, Liver, 5. He realized the man was very strong. Then he placed a hand on Meyer's shoulder to calm her. Calm down. Fighting him here would be insane. Meyer relaxed. Although she hated him, to act now would be suicide. In truth, she understood this. Kai turned and slid down, reminding her, the Wind Heavenly King. I hear wind attribute magic is very good for reconnaissance and tracking. We have to move carefully. Meyer was still sitting there, stunned. Windbox's aura blended into the wind. He walked down the street, escorted by a large number of demon soldiers on both sides. Windbox then asked, all right, are there really intruders here? The soldier beside him replied, certainly, sir. He snorted and said, it's just a hunch, so I can't say much. Windbox looked serious, but if there really are intruders, we will definitely crush them. He took the opportunity to remind his subordinates, the humans, Ace, the hero. Candidates have been spotted on the front lines. At times like these, we must stabilize our strategic situation. Simple but very important. The purple demon beside him interrupted. I apologize for cutting you off. But are you all right, sir? Retreating to the rear like this? I thought Lord Windbox would achieve more on the front lines. He replied calmly, this position suits me better. Let the other units handle the manual labor. The auras he sent out to track blended with the wind have responded. Windbox smiled. They really are here. The purple demon quickly asked, you found them, sir? He replied, the wind currents are telling me so. The wind swirled around his hands. They are moving carefully, but they won't escape my surveillance. The purple soldier was admiring. By controlling the flow of wind, you can detect anything. One of the most difficult skills of the wind attribute. No matter how many times I see it, I'm still impressed. Windbox waved it off. That's enough flattery. Prepare the pursuit unit. The demon soldiers immediately obeyed. Windbox stood there, smiling coldly. I can't believe that. Witch would let humans pass right under her nose, so blatantly. How interesting. This will be a good show to watch. In a small alley, Kai and Meyer were running very fast, trying to evade the groups of demon soldiers, as well as Windbox's detection. His gaze was sharp and determined. I can't let us get caught in this situation. Suddenly, Kai put his arm out and said, Meyer, stop. Outside the alley on the main street, the demon soldiers were searching frantically. One shouted, find them, they must be around here. Kai hid to one side, peeking out to observe, then said, they've detected our movements. Although they can't pinpoint our exact location yet, Meyer looked up at the sky, noticed something strange and told, Kai, by the way, the wind currents have been moving very strangely. The spirits are also restless. He followed Meyer's gaze. It seems this is the wind element's search skill. This is a very dangerous situation. She said to Kai, I can disrupt this unusual wind flow with magic, but it will reveal our position. Seeing that the situation was still under control, Kai continued to move, telling her, we shouldn't do that. We haven't been completely discovered yet. Let's keep going. If we're found in this position, we'll be defeated by their overwhelming numbers. Time passed quickly. The demon soldiers under Winbox's command continued their relentless search. As for the two of them, they chose the narrow alleys and moved continuously to avoid being discovered. But suddenly the voice of a demon soldier rang out. Found you? Kai looked back and saw a large group of them behind. Meanwhile, Meyer was still trying to run, panting from exhaustion. Kai looked at her and clicked his tongue. The two of them turned and continued to flee. Meyer said, Sorry, it's my fault. Kai brushed it off. It's fine. We can use the location markers to our advantage. He added, Also, you'll act as a decoy to lure them for me. Hearing the word decoy, Meyer was startled, her eyes widening in shock. Without giving her a chance to process, Kai immediately pushed off the ground, gaining momentum. Then he jumped up onto the walls in a zigzag pattern to get to the roof. Meyer stood there whimpering, Wait a minute. I can't climb like that. Kai looked down and said, You want revenge, don't you? Crying. In this situation won't solve anything. Leaving her standing there, Kai continued on his path and said, Hide. Finding herself abandoned like that, Meyer watched in shock, but didn't dare to dawdle and continued to run for her life. The demon soldiers behind her gave chase with weapons in hand, shouting, They're splitting up. At a fork in the road, the demon soldiers split into two groups. One group followed Kai's direction, while the other group ran straight, chasing Meyer. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly and turned around. Then she raised her staff and exclaimed, Oh, heavens! I just have to do this right. With that, Meyer stood facing the demon soldiers. The staff in her hand blazed with the magic of a fire salamander. The demons stopped in their tracks with looks of utter amazement. What is this? And boom, the narrow alley was engulfed in a sea of flames. The massive explosion attracted the attention of other demon groups. They immediately followed their commander's orders and rushed in that direction. Over there, hurry! A shadowy figure had just landed right behind their fifth rank. A clean, sharp cut across the neck of a demon soldier. Blood spurted out before it could even react. The corpse fell to the ground with a thud, and the shadow moved on swiftly. Kai's next targets were the two demon soldiers in front. In the blink of an eye, apart from the sound of slicing, there was no other sound. The demon leader of the front was startled, sensing something strange. He turned back and asked, What was that sound? But to his surprise, before him were the corpses of his underlings, strewn all over the ground. He stammered in shock. What the hell? In just an instant, a dagger was at his throat, much to his astonishment. The demon soldier was too scared to speak. Only Kai's voice was heard scolding, You coward. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted from his neck. In another alley, the sound of constant rapid breathing could be heard. Maya was struggling to escape, while also using magic to attack the demon soldiers, to hold them off. She used water spirit, creating a great flood that poured into the alley, making it difficult for the demon soldiers to move. However, they still tried to advance, wading against the current. A hint of worry showed on Meyer's face, but she reassured herself by thinking, At least I'm holding them back. But at this rate, there were too many of them. Suddenly, she looked towards them and noticed something unusual. At the very back of the group of soldiers, a column of water would occasionally shoot up, and every time it appeared, another demon soldier would disappear. Meyer thought to herself, It seems their numbers are decreasing. Along with that, the water began to turn red with blood. The ones at the front finally noticed, turned back and asked, What the hell are you? Before the demon could even react, a dagger was embedded straight into its forehead and blood spurted out. That last dagger throw from Kai was called by the beautiful name Shinigami, the god of death. Kai's gaze was sharp and cold. Demon blood splattered all over his face, truly the familiar style of an assassin. He gently pulled the dagger from the demon's head and said to Meyer, You make a good decoy. Thanks to you, my job became easier. The two continued to walk through the narrow alley. Meyer followed behind Kai, complaining, I almost got killed, you know. Over here, Winbox's hurried footsteps were heard along with his voice. Still haven't caught them. A demon soldier hurried over. I apologize, I will send more troops immediately. He raised his hand to stop him. Then he walked briskly and said, No need, sending more people will just mean more deaths. Winbox smiled, looking extremely confident. I will eliminate them myself. As for Kai and Meyer, they noticed something in front of them. A strong gust of wind swept down towards them. It blew their hair back and halted their advance. Meyer thought to herself, This wind. I can feel a very powerful energy. It seemed they were being targeted. The wind energy gathered into streams of magic, heading downwards. Sensing the danger, Meyer shouted, O spirits of the wind! She created a magical vortex, deflecting those sharp blades of wind energy. They gradually dissipated. The air around them also became still again. Kai looked up and thought, They're finally here. Above them was Winbox standing there controlling the flow of the wind. He crossed his arms and smiled faintly. Seems you're not just a couple of scared rats, huh? When the intruders saw him, Mayer's face contorted with anger and her eyes filled with hatred. She screamed his name, Windbox. Kai, both reminding and goading her, said, "Here's your chance for revenge. Are you ready, Mayer?" She gripped her staff tightly in her hands, her voice full of determination as she looked at him. "For 15 years I've always been ready," Kai whispered a reminder to Mayer. "If this turns into a long fight, he's not an easy opponent. So from the very beginning, we have to go all out and take him down fast." "Got it." Mayer nodded and shouted a clear yes. Then she looked towards Windbox with determination. She planted her staff on the ground and began to chant, "O spirits of the wind." She created streams of sharp wind energy that shot forward. They were like blades of air slashing straight towards where Windbox was hovering. He appeared completely calm, his expression unchanging. Then Windbox created a massive magic circle and shouted, "Using the wind element to attack me, one of the 4 heavenly kings of wind. I don't know if you're brave or just stupid." Then from the magic circle, his wind energy seemed to be amplified and surrounded his body. Mayer's attacks met the tornado-like shield and were immediately nullified. Along with the flow of the wind in the vortex, the wind blades were blown upwards and flew far away. Kai continuously used his speed, moving quickly on the ground. Looking up, he's obstructing his own view. Suddenly, several wind spears shot down from above. Luckily, with his sharp senses and agility, he lightly leaped aside to dodge. Then, Kai looked up in alarm, his face showing surprise. Windbox spoke. "You think you can close the distance when I can't see around me?" He twirled his finger to control the wind currents, then smiled and said, "You get it now, don't you? My wind element magic. Wind God's eye will never lose track of you." Kai, slightly worried, thought to himself, "This is bad. Even if I get into his blind spot, his magic will still detect me. This is a powerful counter to my assassination skills." Mayer stood there, raising her staff confidently, and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." As she spoke, the tip of her staff glowed with a dazzling blue light. Then gusts of wind were generated. The extremely powerful wind blew away the vortex around Windbox. He looked utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What Mayer said to Kai, his wind magic, uses precise control of the wind's flow. If I can use magic to disrupt it, I can stop him." Windbox now looked worried, thinking, "That girl, she broke my magic with a spell, so she knows my fighting style." Kai was always focused on his opponent. As expected, for her entire life, she's only thought about revenge. Then he leaped onto the buildings, using them as a springboard to launch himself to the roof, approaching Windbox from above. He glanced down and observed this, and smiled contemptuously. "You think getting close is enough to beat me?" Kai lunged forward and delivered a sharp slash, but with the wind energy under his feet, Windbox lightly flew up to dodge. This surprised Kai a little. He hovered above, laughing coldly. "Too bad, huh? I can fly in this midair." Kai clicked his tongue. An ability similar to Narumi's. Suddenly, a voice echoed from below from Mayer. "Jump!" A light gust of wind hit Kai's feet, allowing him to fly up. The magical wind current below was helping him get closer to him. Windbox shouted in panic, "How is this possible?" Kai used his appraisal eye along with his sharp dagger and looked at him, thinking, "I'll finish him while he's still confused." Skills: telescopic sight and weakness detection. Thanks to that skill, Kai practically knew in advance the direction to dodge and Windbox's vital point. It was all clear in his eyes. However, the line indicating his weak point was fading. Kai noticed this and was slightly surprised by it. Windbox's hand was gripping the hilt of his weapon and slowly drawing it. A long and sharp wind sword appeared in his hand. Windbox looked down seriously and said, "Intruder, you dare make me draw my sword?" Then he immediately stabbed straight down, right in front of Kai. The fast and powerful blow forced him back continuously. He tried to block with his 2 daggers, but still, some sword tips got through and cut across his face. Blood started to flow. Kai was worried. Even with telescopic sight, it's too fast. Taking this opportunity, Windbox rushed forward to follow up, giving him no chance to recover. He smiled. "Let me tell you something. The one who taught Hater how to use a sword was me." Suddenly, his smile vanished. He glanced to the side. A large boulder appeared, flying towards him, forcing him to quickly jump up to dodge. This also helped Kai neutralize the danger. He jumped down and stood in front of Mayer. The large boulder was embedded in the adjacent building. Windbox was still hovering above. The two remained highly focused with their staff and assassins' daggers. He looked down, slightly worried. Even with wind demon magic to deflect, a boulder that large is no easy feat. Windbox looked at Mayer. "That elf can use earth element magic? I can't underestimate her." He focused on the girl on the ground, thinking, from the start, the elf villages were supposed to have been destroyed. Suddenly he reconsidered and realized. Then he shouted loudly, "So that's it! So you're the one who killed Hater, aren't you?" Before Kai could answer, Mayer spoke up. "That's right. At least you should know how it feels to lose someone." Winbox closed his eyes and laughed coldly. So you're the survivor from that village. A fire of hatred raged within Mayer. Since that day I've been training in magic for 15 long years, just so I could kill you with my own hands. Hearing this, Winbox laughed loudly. How nostalgic. Thanks to you, I remember everything now. That day was really fun. Seeing his expression left Mayer stunned. His horn bulged, veins popped on his forehead, and his voice was full of sarcasm. Hearing the elves cry out made me feel so at ease. Because they thought of others, they disregarded themselves. Why did only one of them step forward and beg me for mercy? He stuck out his tongue and emitted a sinister, evil aura. Such an intense emotion moved me so much I almost cried. What a beautiful sight, seeing its desperate expression. Those words provoked Mayer. She screamed and pointed her staff at him. Kai stepped in front of her, reminding her in time. Don't get provoked, Mayer. Then he turned back and said sincerely, I'm counting on your magic. Hearing this, Mayer calmed down, suppressed her anger, and replied, I understand. Kai refocused his mind. I have to calmly assess the situation. I'm the one who will do whatever it takes to win. His attacks have a very wide range, including both close-range and long-range attacks, which makes me very easy to hit. Winbox above was also on guard, reminding himself, don't get provoked, those two are annoying. That kid can still stand up, even after I launched my attack, even though he's just a human. He blurted out, Are you a hero candidate? Kai replied with a sharp gaze. Seems you know a lot about us, huh? He raised his sword and replied, I always remember the strongest enemies of the enemy nation, and yet you're not even on the list. The only explanation is that you're an outsider. He looked down at the two and thought, but they're the ones at a disadvantage. No need to rush. My stats are all higher than theirs. On this side, Kai was also calculating. The effect of telescopic sight will wear off in 3 minutes. If I don't deal with this quickly, there won't be another chance to win. Mayer's voice rang out. Lend me your ear for a moment. I have an idea. The small girl approached Kai and then whispered something secret into his ear. After listening, he spoke. Got it, don't get in my way. Mayer's eyes widened when she heard him say that, reacting immediately. That's my line. Winbox, looking down from above, seemed impatient and asked, Are you two done talking? Without bothering to answer, Kai, with the eyes of an assassin, focused on his target and said to Mayer, Let's go. He laughed coldly, his eyes full of confident defiance towards the two. Bring it on. Their strategy began to take shape. Kai rode the wind from Mayer's magic, heading upwards to approach Winbox. Then she planted her staff on the ground and chanted, O spirits of the earth. The earth and rocks below were summoned by Mayer, levitating up. This time it was small rocks, not a large boulder like before. Then she pointed her hand upwards and shouted, Fire! The rocks, as if they had eyes, immediately flew straight up into the sky. Winbox was still hovering there with his wind energy, with the magic circle behind him. The earth spirits were about to hit him. Winbox waved his hand and created a large gust of wind, aiming to block Mayer's magic. That wind pushed the earth spirits far away from where he was standing. Having just dealt with one problem, his expression changed as he realized he was being targeted by something else. Kai, with a dagger in his hand, was brought up to his level by the wind energy. He immediately slashed down. Very quickly, Winbox raised his sword to block. Without giving him a chance to react, Mayer waved her hand and shouted, It's not over yet. The earth spirits from before suddenly, under her control, turned back around and attacked him from behind. Winbox moved as fast as the wind and thought, Those rocks are being controlled. I have to dodge. But it seems he changed his mind. Instead, I should create a wind wall. Just as he expected, Mayer continued her combo. Now, spirits of the wind. As she finished speaking, a tornado from her staff swirled straight up. It disrupted Winbox and destroyed the wind wall he had just created. He shouted in panic, What? Thanks to that, earth spirits shattered the magic circle behind him. Kai seized the opportunity, his eyes sharp as he looked over. Finally, an opening. Blood flowed from Winbox's hand and his sword fell. His face filled with fear as he thought, It didn't aim for my heart but for my sword. Just as planned. Kai jumped up, using his other hand to grab his wind sword. Then he flipped backward and landed on a large rock. It wasn't over yet. In front, he had lost his sword, and behind, he turned to look with an expression of utter shock. The earth spirit struck him directly. Without the wind wall to protect him, Winbox took the full hit. He stood there angrily and shouted, You're good. You destroyed my defense. But as a high-level demon like me, you think you can even scratch me? Winbox frowned and looked down, anger consuming him, all because of two weaklings in his eyes. Mayer looked up somewhat stunned. He's completely unharmed. Kai, however, remained standing there observing intently. Holding the wind sword in his hand, he thought to himself, Everything is going exactly as I planned. Remembering Mayer had whispered in his ear earlier, his wind demon magic is very strong, but it still has a weakness. Her eyes were extremely serious at that moment. This magic is quite weak against attacks with heavy weight, especially the earth element. After all, it's very difficult to move a heavy object with wind. At that moment, looking at him up there, Mayer had calculated, even if we still haven't broken his defense, I can still use my wind magic. As long as I can disrupt his wind flow, its effect will be reduced. Kai recalled those words and thought, she prepared for so long just for revenge. To destroy this demon, she must have a complete plan and the necessary skills. But it seems that's still not enough. At that moment, he had said to Mayer, I think your plan is pretty good, but remember to leave an opening for me to attack. I'll steal his sword. It turned out, the idea to take the sword was suggested by Kai. Back to the present. Everything they had discussed had happened, disrupting the wind flow and attacking him with earth spirits, stealing his sword. But the only thing is he was still unharmed. Mayer looked up at Kai and wondered, what are you planning to do? His main skill is wind attribute magic. But you only took his sword. Windbox stood there sticking out his long tongue, licking his own blood, and asked him, aren't you even a swordsman hero candidate? Or do you think you can defeat me just by taking away my sword? Kai replied bluntly, that's right. But something unusual was happening. It seemed the sword was reacting to something. From above, Windbox once again shot wind arrows down at him. Kai coldly, using the dagger and the sword in his hands, slashed them to pieces. Suddenly something approached him rapidly. Windbox was blocking with his bare hands, the wind sword in Kai's hand. But he was worried and trembling. His eyes narrowed and he broke into a sweat thinking, suddenly, I can't keep up with its attacks. With the long sword in hand, it's much easier to launch a close-range attack. A horizontal slash from him made him stagger back to dodge. As he parried, he was astonished. What the hell is this? I'm being pushed back. Seizing the opportunity, Mayer raised her staff again to provide support. Right now, spirits of the wind disrupt him. A strong wind blew up from below, causing him to lose his balance. He was falling backwards, shouting, impossible. Then he looked towards Kai and thought, this guy is precisely following my flight movements. He appeared in front of him, raising the sword high, ready to slash down, and said, this ends here. Windbox tensed up. The horn in the middle of his forehead and his face were covered in bulging veins. He shouted, don't you dare mock me! You're just a mere human. As he finished speaking, energy shot out from his horn, sharp and powerful, aiming straight for Kai. The impact created a blinding flash of blue light in the distance. Kai landed gently, and on this side, Windbox's head fell off. He stood there panting, I'm out of energy. The head was detached from the neck, but he could still communicate. I never thought I would lose. He tried to ask Kai, how did you suddenly move in a different direction? It turns out he also had the Mimic Guardian skill. Kai told him, with these eyes, I can perfectly copy an opponent's skills. He recounted during the fight, I copied your swordsmanship skill. Thanks to this ability, I wasn't good at swordsmanship at first. That's why I didn't want to use it. Blood flowed all around his head. Windbox lay there dying. A guardian. A hero candidate? So, you really are humanity's trump card. He looked at him coldly without any concealment and said, I got this power when I killed your subordinate. Hater. His personal status screen appeared. Name, Shinju Kai. Age 17. Gender, male. Skills Guardian Appraisal of 4. Guardian Weakness Detection Lev Z. Guardian Telescopic Sight Lev E1. Guardian Mimic Lev 1 Assassination. Elvor 5 Dagger Technique Elvor 5. Throwing Technique Lev 5 Stealth Lev 5. Understanding the reason for his failure, Windbox slowly closed his eyes, not forgetting to curse Hater. So that's it, what a foolish disciple, letting the enemy become stronger. After defeating Windbox, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai sat there looking at the head separated from the body. He took the opportunity to rest, regain his energy, and assess the situation. Although he had killed him, with the bloody head rolling around there, he had also used almost all his strength. Kai thought to himself, so, this is the power of one of the 4 heavenly kings. There are still 3 more demons as strong as him, and the Demon Lord will surely be much stronger. Moreover, the Demon Lord also has children, like Isabel, for example, and just one of the Demon Lord's children is already that strong. Kai sighed and thought, my current strength is still not enough. While lost in a mess of thoughts, he was slightly startled. Mayer was gently approaching. Her mood was also quite chaotic at the moment. After all, this was the person she wanted to take revenge on, and had been preparing for 15 years. She looked at the corpse and asked Kai, he's dead, right? He nodded. Yes, for sure. Kai turned and asked back, how do you feel? After achieving your goal of revenge? Contrary to her earlier agitation, Mayer now appeared calm and replied, strangely, I don't feel anything. I risked my life to achieve my goal of revenge. Now it's all over. Under the bright sunlight, she continued, anyway, I feel relieved. Even though after killing him, my parents and the rest of my village can't come back. Mayer looked up at the sky. But I also feel like I've let go of the past. Kai looked at her sincerely. I'm really glad you're here. If you hadn't interfered with Windbox's wind flow, I would have been disoriented. Mayor turned to look at him. That's my line. The surrounding ruins, where the large boulder was embedded in the fortress wall, were a testament to the fierceness of the battle. Mayor added, I prepared myself for 15 years just to kill him, but I still couldn't do it alone without you. She smiled. The relief was evident in her mood now. Mayor looked at Kai. Thank you for helping me get my revenge. He, a little flustered, waved it off. It was just a coincidence. It wasn't that big of a deal. But it doesn't matter anymore. They had traveled together for some time. She replied gently, It's okay, I'm glad I decided to follow you. Mayor smiled. If I had stayed in that place, I wouldn't have been able to keep my cool. I might have even run away and died a meaningless death. I'm sure Master knew that. Kai turned and asked her, What are you going to do now? Mayor turned and looked into the distance, pondering for a month before answering. I haven't thought of it yet. Right now I feel a little lost. He stood up and walked towards Mayor. You can take your time to find your purpose again. Elves live a long time, don't they? Hearing this, Mayor smiled mischievously. Actually, I'm half human. I don't think I'll live as long as Master. But let's see. She walked up beside Kai, then turned to him and said, For now, I'll go with you. He looked doubtful and asked her back, Are you sure? My goal is to kill the Demon Lord. Mayor replied, After you kill the Demon Lord, fewer people will face a tragedy like mine in the future. So I think it's worth it. Without giving Kai a chance to answer, she just walked on with a smile on her face. Even if you say you don't need me, I'll just selfishly do it anyway. There was nothing more he could do. Kai turned back, scratching his head in confusion. The more clues, the better. Once their reinforcements arrive, there will be a lot of trouble. Kai's lack of a direct answer was an implicit agreement to let her accompany him. This made Mayor very happy. She quickly ran after Kai, with an exuberant mood. After getting revenge for herself, she would contribute to preventing others from falling into a similar situation. Two small figures, an assassin from another world with the title of hero candidate and a half-elf with very strong magic power, traveled forward together. Surprisingly, from high above, a figure with a dark aura was silently watching them. It was none other than Isabel. She stood there seeing everything, but did not intervene in the battle. She stood there talking to herself. They're better than, I thought. It would have been useful to let them escape. But that they could defeat Windbox. Isabel smiled calculatingly. I can easily take the next steps now. Then they moved together to return. A difficult journey through mountains and streams, just like the way they entered the demon territory. Kai and Maya returned to visit Albana. Both master and student were very happy to see each other again. With a cup of tea on the table, Albana's voice rang out. I'm glad you both returned safely. Looking at the two sitting on the chairs, she continued, I never thought you'd be back so soon. Mayor looked confused, not knowing if her master was praising or criticizing her. This made the girl stammer. Master, I... Immediately, the sage patted her student's head. I know. Albana snapped her fingers and winked. You want to go with that? Kid, don't you? Do your best for another goal, okay? Kai was also a little embarrassed, quickly picking up his tea and drinking, pretending not to hear. Mayor looked over at him, blushing slightly, and replied gently, Yes, master. The sage asked Kai, And you, kid? Do you know the recent situation at the front lines? He immediately turned and asked, What happened, ma'am? She recounted, It seems your friends, the hero candidates, have been defeated. Kai thought to himself, Midu lost. Then he asked, Who was the opponent? Albana answered, The highest executive of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Earth's heavenly king Stone Gaia. Mayor then asked, Basically, he must be like Windbox, right? He must be very strong. Kai was slightly worried. When he heard that his friend's opponent was one of the 4 heavenly kings, he had fought one of them and knew how strong they were. He turned and asked, Were they killed? The sage replied, No, it seems they're still alive. But I heard that after the battle, their morale is at an all-time low. Kai put his teacup on the table. I understand. Then he immediately stood up and continued. Let's go check on the situation. He thought to himself, My plan now is to kill the Demon Lord. I want to reduce their power bit by bit. The best way is to use them so I can defeat the 4 heavenly kings. Mayor asked naively. Are the hero candidates as strong as you? Kai replied, I don't know. No matter how strong they are, if they can't utilize their strength, it's meaningless. Night at the fortress. A long fortress wall used for separation and defense. Inside, many seriously injured people were being treated, including the hero candidates. Groans of pain echoed incessantly. The arm of one of them was covered in wounds. Although it was bandaged, blood was still seeping through. Siri asked Midu, Are you okay? Let me heal you. He smiled. Don't worry about me, Hanasan. Don't overexert yourself. You can't use your healing skill forever. Can you? The girl with the innocent face replied, I know, but this is the only thing I can do. And so with her healing ability, Siri transferred her energy to heal Midu. He thought back to that moment, thanks to Eric's army protecting them and coming to help in time. They were able to retreat safely. Midu observed his friends around him. Everyone's injuries were quite severe, not just physically but also mentally. Reina, who was usually hot-tempered and lively, was now sitting with her knees hugged to her chest, her face dejected. The strong Arashi also lay there, his hand on his forehead utterly helpless. He himself was being treated, and he clenched his fist as if unable to accept reality. Midu blamed himself. It's all my fault. If only I had defeated him. Cut to Atlas Fortress, the encampment of this demon army led by Stone Gaia. He was sitting alone on a watchtower, his eyes closed as if meditating. The wind whistled, the surrounding space was silent. From afar in the nearby forest, the fortress was built on a large and steep rocky mountain. Kai's voice echoed, so that's him. He could observe him with his special eyes. Seeing this, Meyer was extremely surprised, and asked, You can see the enemy from this distance, Kai replied. Because my appraisal skill has leveled up. I keep getting additional effects. Surveying from a distance is also an additional effect of this skill. The innocent girl continued, Your skills are as convenient as ever, huh? Kai said nothing. His concern right now was gathering information. Know the enemy and know yourself and you can win 100 battles. His basic information appeared. Name Stone Gaia. Age 75. Race, demon. Gender male. Attack B. Defense S. Agility B. Strength S. Magic S. Condition. Normal. Skills. Earth Demon Arts Level 5. Swordsmanship. Level 3. Solid Defense. Level 5. His appraisal eye continued to use advanced appraisal. Kai could see the details of the solid defense skill. Based on the defense stat, defense will be multiplied. He seemed to understand the problem. Since my appraisal ability is at level 4, I can use advanced appraisal. Knowing the details of the enemy's skills will give me a huge advantage. Moreover, I also have the weakness detection skill. Some time passed. Stone Gaia was still meditating there. He looked very calm. After dealing with the intruders, after weakness detection gave no response, Kai thought nothing. So I'm currently too weak to detect his weakness. Mayer asked curiously, Did you see anything? He replied, It would be easier if he had a weakness. Kai continued, What I know about him is that he's an expert in using Earth attribute demon arts, and his swordsmanship is level 3. He has a special ability that increases his defense stat. That's all I can see. Mayer realized something. As expected from the Earth's heavenly king, the Earth attribute is weaker than the water attribute. Hearing this, Kai immediately asked, Is there an elemental compatibility system? She replied, It's not that simple. It also depends on the type of skill used. Mayer turned and added, Even if he uses a large amount of Earth attribute demon arts, he's surely only proficient in a few skills. If I knew which skills those were, I could predict his weakness. At that moment, Kai suggested, I think we should at least drop by their place. What are you predicting? Cut back to the fortress. Midu was standing on the wall, looking into the distance. His unhealed wounds, along with his worried eyes, were visible. Midu remembered Kai's figure and thought, If only Kai. I'm here. But he immediately shook his head, denying the thought. He told himself, I can't run away, Midu, I will. Before he could even finish his sentence, his friends were already standing behind him, though he hadn't noticed. Reina asked, You're trying to figure out what to do, aren't you? Then she waved her hand dismissively. That's all I've got. Do you always have to do everything by yourself? Seeing his friends there, Midu, slightly surprised, uttered, Everyone. Narumi winked and said, Don't be so down. It's not over yet. Mireille added, That's right, Midu, you're not fighting alone. Hearing this, he asked them, You guys still believe in me? Reina stepped forward and asked back, So you don't believe in us? Then she walked past Midu and called him an idiot. Narumi also came over and put his arm around Midu's shoulder. Then he told him, What she means is you need to rely on us more. Right, Reina? Midu watched her as she walked away. Reina stood there without saying a word. Then he smiled. Rely on you guys, I never even considered it. Narumi continued, You know everyone's getting stronger every day. If you keep trying to carry everything by yourself, your shoulders are gonna hurt. While everyone was cheerfully encouraging each other, a familiar figure approached and asked, So there you are, Midu. It was none other than Arashi, along with his group. They were also covered in injuries, looking just as rough. He pointed with a scowl and said, What's with that pathetic look on your face? Aren't you gonna go blow away that Stone Gaia guy or whatever? Midu's eyes widened in surprise. I can't believe you came too. Arashi clicked his tongue. What a pain. Just us isn't enough to beat him. He stepped forward and proactively offered, Give us the orders. Midu, we'll crush that Stone Gaia guy. Narumi was overjoyed. Arashi's finally cooperating with Midu. Mireille smiled. I guess pigs really can fly. Embarrassed, Arashi turned and yelled, Shut up or I'll kill you. Midu, regaining his confidence, declared to everyone, "Let's join forces and defeat that demon." Arashi smiled. "Now that's a better look on your face." Meanwhile, Kanzaki was observing quietly. After all, she was Kai's person on the inside now. She thought to herself, "I'm glad everyone in class is working together. But we still don't have a plan to defeat that Stone Geia guy." There. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Kanzaki. "Long time no see, Kanzaki." She quickly turned to look, but Kai signaled her not to make a sound. "I don't want to attract any attention." Hearing this, Kanzaki quickly covered her mouth, trying to act calm. Kai asked, "You guys lost to the Heavenly King of Earth, right?" Kanzaki replied, "Yes." He immediately asked another question. "What kind of demon magic does he use?" Kanzaki looked down and recounted what had happened during the raid, to bring Kai up to speed. He understood and asked, "So, he creates mud monsters and controls them?" Kanzaki nodded. "Yes, definitely. His techniques must revolve around just that." Kai blurted out just as Maya predicted. Hearing that, she quickly turned and pressed him. "Maya, who's that? Is that a girl's name?" Kai didn't want to get into it, so he changed the subject. "It's nothing. Thanks for the information." Kanzaki asked, "Aren't you going to help us?" Kai looked at the seemingly united group. Kai replied, "I was planning to, but it looks like everyone's figured it out for themselves. If I get involved, it'll just create unnecessary conflict." Kai looked at Kanzaki with his usual sincere eyes and said, "I'll be your shadow just like always." Cut to the scene of monsters standing high above, diligently guarding the fortress. The Atlas Fortress stands majestically against the sky. Below, two monsters are on strict patrol. In the dense forest, the group of hero candidates are gathered, preparing for a new attack. Carrie excitedly said, "Since Yumi is here, we're basically an army, worth 100 soldiers. Reina happily chimed in, "You're right. I'm glad you're okay." At this, Yumi seemed a bit shy and poked her own cheek. "Thank you, I'll do my best." She is candidate number 9, Kinoshita Yumi. She transferred from the non-combat group to the combat group. Reina suddenly asked, "Is there any reason why you suddenly decided to join us?" Yumi froze for a moment. A moment later, Yumi smiled brightly and gave a reason. "I heard everyone was having a hard time." Carrie burst out laughing and praised her. "You really are a hero." But Reina didn't say anything. Yumi gave a polite smile, thinking to herself, "This is fine, right, Kai?" 5 days ago, Yumi, in a maid outfit, leaned against the door. Her face showed a hint of exhaustion as she let out a sigh. "I'm so tired today, too." Kai's voice suddenly greeted her. "Long time no see." Kinoshita Yumi, not yet realizing anything was amiss, replied, "Yeah, long time no see." Then she jumped, pointing frantically. "Wait, what? What are you? How did you get in here?" But a second later, Yumi regained her composure and asked, "Are you really Kai?" Kai replied bluntly, "Looks like you finally got your head on straight." She panicked, her face flushing red as she asked, "Why are you suddenly in my room?" Kai got straight to the point. "Right now, Midu?" And the others are in trouble on the front lines. "To overcome the current situation, we need your ability, the Water Control Divine Protection. That's why I came to find you." Kinoshita Yumi froze for a moment, pointing at herself. "But I'm in the non-combat group." Kai calmly dismissed her concern. "Don't worry. You have enough potential to be in the combat group. Join Midu's group and help them." But now Yumi's heart was filled with doubt. "How can you be so sure?" Kai casually asked, "You want to fight too, don't you?" Then he dropped another piece of news on her. "Leonora, the one who drilled fear into your mind. I've already killed her." Kai slowly added, "Now there's no one who can stop you. After all this time, the wound in your heart, it has healed, hasn't it?" Then an image of a clumsy Yumi flashed in Kai's mind. "This isn't the time for you to be playing." Waitress and breaking 8 of their plates. Yumi blushed with embarrassment. "You saw that?" "That was just an accident." Kai bluntly hit the nail on the head. "In reality, you've always wanted to help. Nagas and Shinami all this time, haven't you?" Yumi looked at him in silence for a long time. A moment later, Yumi gave a wry smile and confessed, "So you knew everything, huh?" "I'm surprised. I didn't think a classmate would care about me that much." Kai stated his purpose bluntly. "I was just looking for a pawn that I could use." Suddenly, Yumi had a question. "But Kai, you're a wanted criminal, aren't you? Are you really joining the combat group?" He replied calmly, "A wanted criminal? And can't join the army of the Holy Kingdom." Yumi answered awkwardly. "Reina will probably give you a hard time." Before leaving, Kai pulled up his hood, turned his head, and said, "I'll act as your shadow. I came here to activate a pawn like you." Back in the present, Yumi clenched her fist, reminding herself of her resolve. "I'll do my best to show them my abilities are useful." Kanzaki, hiding behind a tree, had heard the whole story and was observing quietly. A few minutes earlier, by the fortress wall, Kai stood below and asked Kanzaki, "So that's the plan. Do you have any questions?" She voiced her concern. "I know we need Kinoshita to create an opening in the enemy's defense, but are you sure that will be enough?" Kai calmly replied. I'm not the only one fighting that demon. I'm sure you all have your own plans. So, just do your best depending on the situation. Then his eyes glinted with a cold light. I want to confirm how much you've all grown while I was away. Tell Midu that. Kanzaki finally stopped questioning. She turned to leave and replied, all right. Back in the forest outside the Atlas Fortress, suddenly a voice rang out calling her name. Kanzaki! His voice was incredibly resolute. Midu stepped forward and said, let's confirm the plan one last time. Then Midu gathered everyone and spoke with determination. We can't lose this time. Kanzaki immediately agreed, yeah. In the middle of the green forest, everyone gathered around, discussing tactics and arranging strategic plans. Suddenly a questioning voice rang out, will this work? In a nearby bush, Maya holding a piece of bread asked him, you have a better, more detailed plan, right? Kai answered, if everyone just does what they're told, they won't be able to grow. He argued, right now we need to defeat the Demon Lord. So I also have to, and train my classmates. Kai's eyes sharpened. They are talented people, but they don't know how to use it. Looking at his friends there, he decided I will help them one step at a time. He started by giving them clues. Kai also quickly realized, but he also knew clearly, the most important thing in a battle is to decide your own moves. Before the iron gate leading into the Atlas Fortress, the demon army stood guard carefully, with many guards on the walls above. A powerful imperial army appeared outside, preparing to advance and attack the fortress. Amelia on horseback led a legion. It's time. Then Amelia drew her sword and pointed forward, shouting loudly, all right, everyone advance. The soldiers, hearing the command, immediately charged forward. The monsters on the fortress walls began to laugh mockingly. They're here again. The idiots never learn, pulling this stunt again instead of retreating. Amelia, full of fighting spirit, shouted, don't falter. We must clear a path for the hero candidates. The monsters were not to be outdone and charged forward. Destroy all the intruders. A fierce battle began to erupt. The group of hero candidates, led by Midu, were carving a straight path, powerfully advancing inside. He stared fixedly in one direction, his eyes full of determination after the last failure. In front of him was a tall tower. Inside the window was a somewhat familiar dark figure. It was none other than the old monster Stone Gia. He bared his yellow teeth, grinning broadly at Midu, full of scorn. He frowned, thinking to himself, is he waiting for us? Stone Gia then called out invitingly, come here, hero candidates, don't disappoint me. A massive gilded door appeared before their eyes, and a huge explosion shattered the door. Debris flew everywhere. Arashi and his friends charged in seething. Their fighting spirit today was completely different from last time. The atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating. Ahead was the legion of Earthmen created by Stone Gia. He stood in the middle with a shield and sword in hand. Midu shouted, begin the plan. A sound echoed from a crack in the ceiling. It turned out to be Kai and Maya hiding there. He observed calmly and then said, all right, show me what you can do. Below, the warriors got into their fighting stances. After hearing the command from Midu, with the plan already laid out, the earth monsters began to move. Midu majestically pointed his sword forward. Then he shouted, begin the operation. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone charged forward in unison. Reina caringly asked, are you okay, Yumi? She was still a bit tense and replied, don't worry about me. This was her first time in a battle. Immediately, Yumi used her magical power to create water. The streams were directed by Yumi, using water control to navigate and attack the monsters. Stone Gia frowned as he witnessed this scene. The earth monsters were immobilized in the cool stream of Yumi's water. Arashi clenched his fists and attacked them. Another huge explosion occurred, leaving them dazed and crumbling. Midu was not to be outdone and immediately sliced the monster's body in half. A monster. Kenta nimbly jumped up and stabbed a knife into one. Take this. Atsushi used his special move to punch them straight in the gut. Akira used his power to protect his comrades. Kao confidently faced them. On the side of Satoshi and Heike also made efforts to break through the enemy forces. A second later, the earth and rock monsters tumbled and crumbled. Suddenly, a magical aura enveloped the remains of the earth monsters. Instantly, the monsters' bodies were healed. But suddenly on their bodies, they showed strange signs. Their entire bodies began to melt away. And then they fell, turning into piles of mud. Reina excitedly shouted, we did it! Stone Gia rubbed his chin and collected himself. Using water, huh? That little girl wasn't there last time. Reinforcements, huh? In front of Stone Gia. It was almost a battlefield of nothing but dirt and sand. However, he was still careful, keeping some earth monsters by his side for defense. Kai, looking down from above, also had to admit, just as you predicted, Maya. And this was something Maya hadn't expected. My idea was that if the joints between the rocks got wet, it would be harder for the opponent to control the mud monsters. It's even more effective than I thought. Midu seized the opportunity and shouted, everyone, you see that the wet mud monsters can't regenerate. Hit them hard. Yumi agreed with that. Got it. She continued to use her water power to attack. A second later, a great wave was launched by Yumi straight at the monster minions. The large wave seemed to wash them away. Everyone ran forward in unison, and each one beat a monster to a pulp. Stone Gaya didn't waver in the slightest, but sneered sinisterly. Trying to wipe out my minions. It seems they have an excellent strategy this time. Immediately, Stone Gaya slammed his hand on the ground. Blazing red magic circles appeared. Mud and dirt rose from within them. But these mud monsters, I'm ready to sacrifice them. The fragmented bodies of the monsters floated in midair. Stone Gaya gloated to himself. From now on, I'll show these hero candidates the true power of the earth element. Instantly, a barrage of mud and dirt shot straight at the hero candidates. Mireille quickly reached out her hand, controlling the earth and rocks, and blocked the counterattack. Mireille's power was telekinesis, so she began the process of taking control of the earth and rocks. She held them back without missing a single one. Stone Gaya watched in amazement. What my control over those rocks is being overridden. Kanzaki seized the opportunity and used her domination power. Stone Gaya was hit and frozen on the spot. He was bound hand and foot by lightning bolts. Stone Gaya's face contorted in a grimace. Stone Gaya's hand froze in midair. A restraining skill. Rashi quickly jumped up to deliver a blow. Stone Gaya panicked and thought to himself, a wall of rock rose from below. Another massive explosion occurred over a wide area, following Arashi's explosive punch. It was because Stone Gaya had managed to erect a wall in time to block the blow. He laughed smugly. That's not enough to destroy my defense. Arashi's fist was still stuck on the wall. Another power was used. Teleportation in an instant. Mido instantly appeared behind Stone Gaya, with his sword in hand. He swung a sharp slash. Stone Gaya tensed up and gripped the hilt of his own weapon tightly. He very easily caught Mido's blade. Stone Gaya said disdainfully, even while I'm being restrained, is this the best you can do? Mirai continued to use her telekinetic powers. Then she counterattacked Stone Gaya. I'm giving these rocks back to you. Narumi began to use wind-controlling magic. A wind spear technique was unleashed. Stone Gaya was startled by the sight. All around him now were continuous attacks. He growled in anger, thinking to himself, they're attacking me from multiple angles. Then he shouted, but even so, you can't break my defense. Immediately, an expanding rock wall was erected. A large drill knocked Midu and Arashi away. Yumi, on the side, was a bit worried. Take all of this water. Streams of water gushed out, hitting his earth and rock drill. Stone Gaya was startled when he noticed the rock wall showing signs of being soaked. He worried, this is bad. If it gets wet, it won't be hard anymore. Then all at once, the rocks controlled by Mirai charged forward. Mido shouted furiously, finish it! At the same time, Arashi angrily punched Dai. Just a few seconds later, the solid rock wall was shattered by the warriors. Shattered. Stone Gaya only then knew fear, letting out a few gruesome sounds. He moved in a panic, still thinking, I can still hold on. Stone Gaya was under continuous attack, knocked back and sliding backward. He thought, but at this rate my defense will be destroyed. Suddenly, Stone Gaya's eyes gleamed with a savage look. I'll bet everything on converting all my mana to defense. A series of magic circles appeared, converting to attack mana. But before he could do that, Kai's weakness detection flashed in his eyes, and in a flash, his dagger plunged straight into the middle of his forehead. Blood spurted out, and Stone Gaya, one of the 4 heavenly kings, was on his last legs. After letting out a roar, Stone Gaya's whole body trembled. Then his eyes rolled back gradually, losing life. Then his large body slowly collapsed to the ground. In front of everyone? Everyone was stunned but also overjoyed. Then they cheered, sharing in the joy. We did it! The two standing before the corpse, the crowd called their names. Midu and Arashi defeated Stone Gaya, but Midu knew the real situation. He thought to himself, they're wrong. Arashi knew it too. His eyes were fixed on the corpse. Not us. In the final moment, something... Then, Arashi noticed the weapon that had taken down this high-ranking demon. He picked up the dagger and examined it. Then he said, this dagger, don't tell me! Midu saw Arashi hesitate, and also turned his gaze in the direction the dagger had come from. He saw a crack in the ceiling above. Midu blurted out, so it was Kai. Arashi grimaced and cursed, damn it, that bastard. Narumi stretched and walked over with a smile. Our plan was a success. Midu beamed. Yeah, we did it. He thought to himself, everything went according to plan. Midu looked over at the girls' group. Thanks to Kinoshita, we were able to get this far. But at the last moment, Stone Gaya unleashed a huge amount of energy from his body. He realized, our plan was just child's play. That's why Kai was watching over us, so he could intervene at the right time. Mireille walked over, looked at Midu and said with a smile, I don't know why you have that look on your face, but for now we should celebrate, right? He hesitated. The truth is... She walked past and cut him off. If you want to talk, I'll listen later. Looking at the corpse lying there, Mireille continued, we just defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings. Today that's good enough. With that, she pushed Midu on the back towards the others to celebrate together, catching him off guard. Standing in the middle of the crowd, he was met with continuous praise. Great job, Midu, awesome. We really came together as a team. For a moment, Midu was a bit dazed, but right after, he broke into a friendly smile and celebrated with everyone. Arashi realized this too, though he was also wrestling with his thoughts. His teammates had also come over. Atsushi praised, well done, Arashi. Kenta excitedly added, that was so intense just now. I'll follow and learn from you for the rest of my life. Arashi sighed. Shut up. I'm not the one who finished him. His 2 friends immediately lowered their voices. I'm sorry. Kao crossed his arms and looked over, saying, Arashi, I know why you're so bitter. Clenching the dagger in his hand, he asked Kao back. You saw it too, didn't you? Kao replied, yes, because I was very close, but don't worry. He only took care of the end. Arashi clenched the dagger even tighter. Kao's voice continued. The ones who really pushed the Heavenly King into a corner were you and Midu. That alone is enough. After hearing that, Arashi felt a bit relieved and said nothing more. A while later, Midu was standing there catching his breath. He stood on the city wall and shouted down, we have killed the Heavenly King of the Earth Stone Gaia. He held up his head and demanded, surrender immediately. Seeing that, the demon soldiers were demoralized, dropping their weapons to the ground and trembling in fear. Lord Stone Gaia has been defeated. Amelia raised her sword and shouted, this is our victory. The soldiers also cheered in response. Hirik smiled. They finally did it. In the stone fortress, there were now cheers of celebration from the soldiers. Looking down from inside through the window, Kai was relieved. It's finally over. Maya was a bit puzzled, but the number of soldiers on both sides is still about the same. Kai turned and explained the Demon Lord's army is led by someone with high prestige. When their leader is defeated, they don't have enough capacity to resist anymore. Maya realized, now that you mention it, the same thing happened when we defeated Winbox. Not a single demon chased after us. Kai poured a cup of hot tea and added, that's one of the weaknesses of the Demon Lord's army. She turned and asked with a puzzled look, but is it really okay? Maya continued, the one who killed Stone Gaia was you. I thought your purpose was to train your friends. Kai answered, I felt a terrible killing intent coming from Stone Gaia when he transformed. I didn't want my friends to be killed before they had a chance to grow. He sipped his tea and added, besides, that's the main job of an assassin. I hope they at least understand that. Maya smiled. You're being overprotective of your friends. You know that, right? Putting down his teacup, Kai replied softly, I've been thinking about this for a few days now. Aren't you going to call me by my name? My name is Kai Shinju. Hearing this, Maya blushed, slightly flustered. It's not because I didn't know what to call you. It's just 1 week after defeating the Heavenly King of Earth, the atmosphere in the kingdom was becoming brighter thanks to the recent successes of the army. People read the news and rejoiced. This victory boosted the morale of the knights. They got to relax and have joyful parties, eating, drinking, and singing. And it further enhanced the reputation of the hero candidates. They became a beacon of hope for humanity. They were welcomed and praised upon their return to the streets. In the grand hall, the king declared, for your success in subjugating one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army, I offer you my deepest regards. Below, Midu knelt in reverence. Then his majesty announced further, Midu Suji, you shall be granted the title of Lord. As a knight, he bowed his head and said, yes, your majesty. But he didn't seem very comfortable. After going through the royal ceremonies, as well as the awards ceremony and conversations in the grand hall, he returned to his room letting out heavy sighs. Everyone was sitting around the tea table. Midu grimaced. I'm so tired. Mireille smiled and looked at him, asking, even you get tired, Midu. He replied, who do you think I am? Amelia, holding a teacup, said, you're already tired from just this. Is that a sign of old age? He was the captain of the 4th Knight Order. Hirik defended Midu. He wasn't taught the etiquette of a noble like us, Amelia. We taught him some basic etiquette and simple ceremonies before he was knighted. All night, in fact. You did very well even though it was your first time, Midu smiled. Back then, the pressure. If I had been rude to the king, what if I got blamed for it later, making our position worse? What then? Hirik winked. It's better to be blamed for that than to face unnecessary pressure when dealing with the kingdom's problems. Amelia turned and said, you were just knighted too. You'll have to do things like that eventually. Midu asked cheekily, being a noble is a real drag, huh? Hirik, enjoying his hot tea, replied, not to brag, but you don't need to worry about me. Amelia leaned back in her chair and continued, anyway, the church holds a certain amount of power, and in our kingdom, the knights of the Holy Kingdom are also under the management of the church.
The title?
He received this time was also appointed by His Majesty, under the order of the Pope. Hirik added, as such, you have now officially become a part of the knightly order of the Empire. You will be the captain of the 11th Knight Order, also known as the Heroes' Legion. You will command the strongest assault force, comprised of the hero candidates. Midu wondered, if the knights are under the control of the church, then does giving me the title of knight have any meaning? Hirik asked back. There are many complex issues related to the involvement of state structures and government. Do you want to know? Hearing that, Midu immediately lost interest. Hirik reminded him, regardless, you are now in the same position as us. With authority comes responsibility, remember that. Morning, blue skies and white clouds over the forest outside the fortress. Kai stood there and asked Kanzaki, so Midu's a captain now? She nodded and replied yes. It was Midu who requested a position of authority within the state structure. Maya smiled. I don't quite get it. But that's a good thing, right? Kai argued. The kingdom wants to turn Midu into a symbol, giving him power. It means they want to show everyone that the hero candidates are under the control of the kingdom. Maya looked confused, a bit bewildered. So in short, that's not good news. He continued to explain, after defeating the Demon Lord, we'll be able to return to our world. This kingdom is using us based on that reason. But don't get too caught up in it. Kai thought of Leonora. In the end, the way this kingdom treats us is just like Leonora's method. We are just pawns. They can sacrifice at any time. Kanzaki agreed. Yes, we should be more careful. She blushed slightly and asked, one more thing. Who is the person standing next to you? Kai was startled and looked over, introducing, she's Maya. A half-elf and a mage. Maya beamed and waved. Nice to meet you. Jin also replied politely, nice to meet you. Then she pointed and asked, hey, what's your relationship with this girl? Shinju-kun, Maya replied calmly. I'm just his traveling companion on this journey. So what's your relationship with Kai? Jin was startled when she heard her call Kai by his first name. Then she answered flusteredly, I'm his friend. Kai interrupted, Jin, you're terrible. Whose friend? Then he introduced her to Meyer. This is Kanzaki Jin, she's my partner. Jin blushed when she heard the word partner. Meyer winked and asked playfully, were you two this close in your old world too? His answer was, I've never spoken to her. Jin also nodded, that's right. Kai brushed it off and asked, anyway, forget it. You said your mission was to defeat the Demon Lord. Right. Jin nodded slightly. He continued, just like the fight with Stone Gear. I'll move like your shadow Kanzaki. Be the liaison between me and everyone else. Jin quickly interrupted, wait, can you let me go with you? I asked back, you want to go with me? He looked at the two girls in front of him, as if he had realized something, muttering, I see. Jin was very excited and expectant, but Meyer was still very naive. Kai shook his head. No, I have to refuse, without you. I have no way to contact everyone. He looked directly into Jin's eyes and said seriously, they don't like me. To me, your position is very important. What a roundabout confession. After hearing that, Jin blushed slightly, pretended to raise her hand to cough lightly, and replied, well, I guess there's nothing I can do then. She thought of Narumi and Mido and added, but there are still many people who think highly of you, especially Mido-kun. Kai closed his eyes, bowed slightly, and said, Mido is probably thinking of a way to fight without relying on me. That's fine too. He needs to grow in his thinking in order to defeat the Demon Lord. Jin asked Kai, do you really want to make everyone stronger? Shinju-kun, he answered honestly. I can't defeat the Demon Lord's army alone. Meyer and I killed one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we almost lost. The situation was a little tough back then. Hearing that, Jin was shocked. You defeated another one of the 4 heavenly kings. Just the 2 of you. Lucky smiled, but it was also very dangerous at the time. We defeated Windbox, the Wind Heavenly King. Jin looked at Kai thoughtfully with everyone present. We were almost evenly matched when fighting Stone Gear, but the 2 of them... She turned to look at Meyer. Besides this girl, the one Shinju-kun trusts, doesn't seem like a normal girl. Jin clenched her fists. Compared to her, I was completely useless in the fight against Stone Gear. Kai remembered Sina's words. In the Demon Lord's army, there are creatures even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. Then he said to Jin, with our current strength, we can't complete this mission. He walked past her and gently reminded Kanzaki, you should carefully observe the movements of everyone in the class and of the kingdom. I'll be in touch with you regularly. Jin turned and replied, I understand. Kai walked away and asked her to pass on a message. I'm working in my own way to defeat the Demon Lord. You can tell Mido that. Then Kai called out, let's go, Meyer. The girl hurried after him, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Jin. After defeating Stone Gear, one of the Demon Lord's 4 heavenly kings, the Holy Kingdom's army launched a large-scale invasion. Thanks to the combined forces of the 11th Night Order and the Hero Legion, the army's morale was soaring. They used this momentum to push back the front line. As a result, the Holy Kingdom's army successfully captured many fortresses around the Uragano Mountains, and the city of Natrat was liberated. Mito was the spearhead of this war. This result was achieved not only by defeating Stone, Gear, the commander of the Demon Lord's army around the territory. However, the Holy Kingdom's army didn't know the details. Ultimately, Kai was always acting in secret. After the end, victory celebrations were held with many nobles, as well as high officials of the kingdom. Narumi, with a large mug of beer in his hand, took a big swig. He laughed heartily. Celebrating victory like this is so much fun. Mirai held her head and asked, "Ow, you're drinking beer like it's water." Narumi winked. In this world, 15 is considered an adult. In short, someone like me can drink beer. Immediately, Mirai gave him a knock on the head and scolded him. "We'll be going back to our old world soon." Then she snatched his beer mug and walked away. Narumi lay there disappointed. "Why'd you do that, my beer?" Everyone watching the two of them looked happy. Rena turned to Mito and said, "You're tense again, just for today. Let's just let loose." Mirai saw that she was holding a glass of wine. She immediately pointed her finger sharply. "You too! That's wine, isn't it?" Rena raised her glass to drink and replied, "Fruit juice." Mito stood beside her wondering, "Really? But anyway, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly." A voice from behind caught Mito's attention. Aiki said to Satoshi, "It seems their chain of command is in chaos. They've become this weak just from losing one heavenly king." "What?" Hearing that, Mito was a little startled. "Now that you mention it, I also suspected that. Thinking it over, they really did seem too weak." He turned back to the two of them and said, "I thought it was a trap. Amelia-san and the others thought so too, but in the end there was no trap." Reina looked over and asked, "Don't you think you're being too cautious, Suji? The Demon Lord's army is just a bunch of idiots after all." "Right," Mito replied. "Perhaps Shinju is moving like our shadow." Reina frowned and dismissed it. How could he have possibly defeated him? Jin overheard the conversation. She put her wine glass down on the table and spoke up. "That's right. Just as Mito-kun said," she said seriously to everyone. "While we were fighting, Shinju-kun was wiping out their defenses." Everyone was extremely surprised to hear this. "What did you say, really?" Jin smiled. "Yes. He also said he defeated another heavenly king, stationed around this area. The reason the defenses around here are so weak is because of his efforts." Heike was surprised. Shinju-kun single-handedly defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings. "What?" Mito also exclaimed. "That's Shinju-kun for you." Narumi, slightly drunk, chimed in. "Maybe he's moving like our shadow." "Maybe no. He's a monster." Rina immediately objected. "How can you believe that? That's definitely a lie." Then she called out to Arashi in the distance. "You think so too, right, Arashi?" He was gnawing on a chicken leg and turned to ask, "What?" Remembering the dagger from that time, he didn't know what else to say. Then he turned away and continued eating his chicken, replying, "I don't care." Rina frowned. "What's wrong with you?" Mirai slammed her beer mug on the table and said loudly, "Even so, I don't want to forgive him." Rina asked her, "You understand me right, but—" Mito whispered to Jin, "Where is Shinju-kun?" She hesitated a bit. "I don't know that much, but he said he was moving in his own way to defeat the Demon Lord." The western territory of Natras City, in the territory of the Demon Kingdom. In the forest, Kai was surrounded by several blue demon soldiers, ugly faces and large axes in hand. It roared and brought its axe down. He lightly jumped to the side to dodge. Immediately, another demon soldier jumped in to attack. But before it could strike, Kai threw a handful of dirt he had prepared at it. The dirt flew straight into its face, blinding the demon soldier. At that moment, Kai held out his hand and chanted, "O lightning, strike down my enemies." As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning in his palm, suddenly a demon soldier's hand shot out. Kai exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Somehow, it had teleported to his side and was about to strike him. A voice called out, "Fire salamander." Immediately, a large flame appeared, incinerating the demon soldiers standing there. They were burned to a crisp, lying dead all around him. Kai said, "Don't do unnecessary things." She jumped down from above and replied, "If it wasn't for your magic not working, why would I interfere?" He looked at his palm and said, "It's hard. I thought I could control my energy, but I can't even use a basic magic." Maya began to explain, "Your magic element is really rare. The lightning element, fast and powerful, but very wild and unpredictable, so it's extremely difficult to control." She added, "You can use it to some extent, for a short period of time. That alone is already unusual. Understand, if you had the same divine protection element as your classmates, you'd be able to use magic easily." Kai looked at the lightning in his hand and asked, "Lightning is just basic magic. During training, I was able to use it. Do you think, why wasn't it activated in the previous battle?" Maya replied, "Because you were distracted by the enemy in front of you. You need a clear image when using magic. Magic and incantations are almost the same. You have to create a clear image of the kind of phenomenon you desire. She added, that's why. Magic is not prioritized in close quarters. Combat, Kai quickly interrupted. However, I have to use it in close quarters combat. Like this. Otherwise, I have no other reason to use it. He still listened attentively to Meyer's explanation. I know, but it's also very difficult. You know that, right? But why now? Do you want to learn how to use magic? Kai replied, I just need a new skill. Right now, I'm not strong enough to defeat the demon. Lord, to be honest, I don't really like this kind of power. Either, but thanks to your knowledge of magic, I was able to get a new ability like this. A true disciple of the sage. Hearing his praise, Meyer blushed slightly. She smiled shyly. Well, that's what I'm best at. Something caught Kai's attention. The demon soldiers had reappeared and suddenly surrounded the two of them. Their faces were all ferocious, staring at him with murderous intent. The two of them stood back to back. Kai was excited. Just in time. I needed some guinea pigs for my experiments. This is it. Meyer smiled and asked, No way. Can you defeat this crowd on your own? The number of demon soldiers seems to be greater than before, and their level is higher, I think. Regardless of the number, with the thought, all of you are surrounded by me alone. Kai charged towards them with lightning in his hands. He aimed at the demon soldiers and used thunderclap. Bolts of lightning appeared, electrocuting the demons, making them scream in pain and become numb. The remaining ones were dazed. Some were only lightly burned, but not much affected. Kai drew his dagger and thought, I can finally use it in actual combat. But the firepower is still lacking. A demon soldier took the opportunity to charge in. It swung its club down. He kicked off the ground, successfully dodging backward. Then Kai jumped onto a nearby tree branch. Then, using his speed and familiar, swift attack pattern, he struck down. The demon soldiers below looked up bewildered, unable to keep up with his movements. The sharp daggers were thrown towards the demon soldiers. All of them were struck in vital spots, spurted blood, and fell dead. The smaller demons whose turn hadn't come still stood there waiting to die. Looking at them, Kai thought to himself, in this current situation, it's better for me to imbue my daggers with mana and throw them. Its accuracy and firepower are also more certain. I need time to create a clear image and cast the spell, but once I master it, it will be a great skill. The demons showed no sign of backing down. Another one jumped in, striking with its sharp claws. A single slice across its head separated it from its neck. Then he grabbed onto a tall tree, hung there, and looked down. Kai suddenly realized another group of demon soldiers was approaching. Kai jumped down, dagger ready in hand. He flashed past them quickly with his weapon in hand, finishing them off. Then Kai jumped up onto a high branch again, continuing to observe his surroundings. Suddenly the tree shook violently. Below, a crimson demon soldier with a large club was striking the base of the tree where he was standing. Kai looked down, clicked his tongue, and thought, as expected, there are too many of them. The large tree broke and he jumped down. Then he looked at the group of demons in front of him. Behind them was a much larger one. It had two long horns and seemed quite calm compared to the others. Its body was twice the size. He used his divine protection's appraisal eye to look at it. It seems the boss is here. Very good, you'll be my test subject. With two daggers in hand, Kai's whole body radiated a strong killing intent. The perfect test conditions. Meyer looked exhausted. There are too many of them, I can't keep this up. She continuously used her firepower to attack, burning the demon soldiers alive. A moment later, Meyer called out, Hey Kai, let's get out of here, this isn't feasible. He nodded and replied, Got it. That's enough for today. Kai walked away, leaving behind a pile of demon corpses. Then the two of them ran out of the forest. Meyer sighed in exhaustion. He noted that besides the large number of monsters, their levels were also quite high. This is no place for humans to live. Meyer replied, because the demons can control monsters with low intelligence, so this probably isn't a problem for them. He agreed. That's why this land is only suitable for demons, huh? The two stopped before a somewhat gloomy cliff. Looking down, they saw countless demon soldiers. This is the true domain of the demon kingdom. This is going to be trouble. A week after Shinju began his reconnaissance, the Holy Kingdom was on the march, beginning their invasion of the Demon Kingdom. Right after liberating several territories, the army moved along a path through the forest. A group of people surrounded by monsters appeared again. Get ready. But the number and level of monsters in this area are completely different from the monsters in the Holy Kingdom's territory, even if they are not a threat to the candidates, heroes, and knights. But to the ordinary soldiers, they were becoming food to serve the monsters. Amelia yelled, Don't falter! Hold the line and fight back. Harry was a little worried. There are too many of them. We're completely outnumbered. Then, we are being attacked simultaneously by all the monsters. That means, Mido continued asking, a high-ranking demon right. Before them now was indeed a demon, with a goblet of blood in her hand. She had a pair of horns on either side of her head. She opened her mouth and swallowed a drop of blood. From the city wall, she looked down at the forest before her and said, "I will not be careless. I am a high-ranking demon. Elsa, no matter how many monsters we have to use weaken their military strength, and once they are exhausted, we will begin our counterattack." The soldiers were horrified when they saw the demon soldiers, the demon lord's army. Mito turned and called out, "Amelia, we have to retreat. At this rate, we'll be wiped out." She replied, "All right, I understand, everyone retreat." Back to the road where we started, many soldiers were struck down and lay there. Two large demon soldiers approached. They kicked the corpses and laughed. An easy victory. We overestimated them, and we even used monsters to hold them back. Another one turned and said, "Anyway, this was Lady Elsa's order. She's very careful." The other one agreed. "Thanks to her, we won so easily. That's how our enemies will know the difference between them and our army." The pink demon soldier chimed in. "By the way, we've conquered the Beastman Alliance. Right, if so? The higher-ups are taking the war against the humans seriously, huh?" The gray demon soldier replied, "Perhaps so. Our victory is a given. However, I do respect their strength, because they defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. That's an undeniable fact." Inside the bushes, Kai and Meyer were still secretly observing the situation. Meyer was astonished. She asked again, "They conquered the Beastman Alliance. What does that mean? I've never heard of this before." Kai was deep in thought. "We've got some interesting information. Now, Meyer, help me find some more information, okay?" Back in the Kingdom City, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. After days of consecutive victories, in the infirmary, many wounded soldiers were being treated, lying all over groaning in pain. A meeting was immediately held. The leaders sat around a long table. Amelia spoke up. "All human territories have been retaken, sadly. The moment we ventured into the world of demons, we were defeated." She looked at everyone and asked, "That is our current situation. Does anyone have any suggestions?" The 2 old generals. One couldn't think of anything. The other was deep in thought. "The problem is, how can we fight against an endless wave of monsters? Right, if we can't find a solution, we won't be able to fight against the demons properly." Another general spoke up. "I didn't know from the start that the demons would have tricks to use monsters like that. I know it's the effect of some kind of magic." Harry analyzed. "Until recently, the Demon Lord's army has been at war with us, without any proper tactics. Only after a series of failures did they start taking us seriously." Mito deduced, "There must be some cunning person commanding them. It's possible that the waves of monsters we encountered were caused by a high-ranking demon." The general crossed his arms and announced, "Based on the reports I've received from the scouts, there are a lot of monsters inside that forest. As long as we get out of that forest, we can fight them properly." Amelia stated that the forest was quite large, but there weren't many paths. To advance through that forest with the entire army is impossible. "Do you think the enemy commander would let us do as we please?" The silver-haired general suggested, "I think it's best if we regroup our forces now." He frowned and continued, "Although we've achieved positive results in liberating many territories, we also suffered great losses. Furthermore, in the last battle, we lost even more." Another person agreed and said, "First of all, we've accomplished our goal of reclaiming our lost territories. It's true that we used the high morale of our soldiers to push back the demons, but right now that's impossible." Mito listened intently. Mireille, sitting there, raised her hand to speak. "May I say something? Our mission is to subdue the Demon Lord." "Right," the old generals replied. "That's right. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be having trouble right now." Amelia asked, "Hashimoto, do you have any suggestions?" She scratched her head, smiled, and suggested, "How about we increase our army?" Amelia replied, "That's difficult. There's no point in increasing our numbers. We'll be slowed down in the process." Mito thought, "Everyone has their own abilities in this world. No matter how many soldiers we gather to face the monsters, fighting them will only increase the number of casualties." He then spoke up. "Since we need to strengthen our army, we should focus on our elite forces." Amelia agreed. "That's right. Even if you search the entire kingdom, you won't find anyone as strong as the ones here, on the front lines. They are also seasoned warriors." She continued, "If we want to get stronger, we should focus on training our troops. Besides, instead of increasing our numbers, it will take some time, but that's a much more realistic approach." The old generals seemed more comfortable with this plan. Mito finally realized why he had been feeling so restless. Their goals and ours are completely different. My goal is to defeat the Demon Lord, to return to the real world. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom is trying to solve its own problems. He looked at the comfortable, unconcerned expressions of the old generals. That's why they have no problem maintaining the status quo. Harry seemed to have noticed his anxiety. He turned to look at him and asked, Mito, what do you think? Mito said frankly, based on the current discussion, it will take us years to defeat the Demon Lord. I want to defeat the Demon Lord as soon as possible. Amelia suggested, anyway, we need time to train the elite troops. It will take about 2 years for us to recover our strength. Mito flinched slightly. 2 years seems too long for them. One of the generals said defeating the Demon Lord as soon as possible would be the best for us. But the reality is, we were defeated on enemy territory. It will be very difficult for us to invade their territory one more time. Another person turned and smiled. Considering the results, this is already a great success, isn't it? Finally, we've liberated our lost territories. It's all thanks to you, hero candidates. Mito thanked him, but his heart was heavy. So it's decided. He thought of his friends. We really want to go home as soon as possible. I'm pretty sure a lot of people feel the same way. I wonder if they'll accept this decision. Hirik and Amelia noticed Mito's uncomfortable mood. A moment later, everyone left the meeting room. Hirik said to Mito, I understand how you feel, but Amelia's judgment is based on the situation of our kingdom. To overcome this situation, we need a stronger force. Sadly, that's not something we can easily decide. He agreed with that. You're right, I understand, Harry added. But I don't want you to rush into things. He turned and asked, You think so too, Harry-san? He replied, You don't want your friends to die, right? Impatience only brings disaster. That's why I'm telling you to take it slow. Hearing those words really made Mito think. Harry-san looked out the window at the training ground below. Down there, people were training. He continued, Besides, although the hero candidates are strong, you still have a lot of room to grow your strength. It's better if you take the time to prepare for defeating the Demon Lord. Mireille turned and said, Now that you mention it, it's true that everyone wants to go home, but right now this is probably better than death. She remembered from before, if Harry-san hadn't come to save us when we were defeated by Stone Guardian, we would all be dead by now. Harry added, The nature of the demon world is to devour the weak. Perhaps there are entities even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He explained, I'm sorry to have to put it this way, but we're counting on you. It will be very difficult for you to defeat the Demon Lord with your current strength. Mito understood the situation and replied, I know. I'll gather everyone and brief them. He had thought it through carefully. Just like what Harry-san said, we can't rush things. I won't let my friends die. After returning, Mito briefed everyone on the contents of the meeting. He explained, Of course, I also want to defeat the Demon Lord as soon as possible. But our goals and the Holy Kingdoms are not the same. Mito asked him, Are you saying we'll attack the Demon Lord's army on our own? Arashi stood up and replied, Of course. The people of this kingdom are not our allies. We'll use them when necessary. I have no reason to listen to them. Mito retorted sharply, If you do that, it will only bring us trouble. We can't fight them on our own. We need help from the Holy Kingdom, Arashi asked back. Fighting the Demon Lord's army head-on isn't your only plan, is it? There's still guerrilla warfare. The others listened intently. He continued, Our goal is not to defeat the Demon Lord's army, but the Demon Lord himself. Mito interrupted, I understand your point, but I still think it is too risky. If we do that, someone might die, even if we win. Arashi frowned sharply. I already said we just need to kill the Demon Lord. I know it's dangerous, so anyone who's scared can just sit here and rot. Mito yelled, I don't want anyone to die here. That's why I'm telling you. This is our best option. Arashi lost his temper. He stomped his foot and charged forward, saying, Stop being a coward. Then he prepared to punch Mito. Let me open your eyes. He also immediately summoned his holy sword, then used shield mode, creating a defensive layer in front of him. The punch was blocked, but it still created a massive explosion and caused significant damage to the surroundings. Dust and smoke filled the air. The others didn't have time to react. A voice echoed from within the dust. You think you can beat me with just this? Mito continued. We have to defeat the Demon Lord together. With just one of the 4 heavenly kings, we've already had a hard time. It's best if for the time being, we train ourselves and improve our skills. Arashi still held up his fist defiantly. You think you've won? Chains appeared, restraining the two along with Jin's voice. Don't move. They both looked over in astonishment. Jin yelled, Both of you calm down! Are you trying to destroy this castle? It'll only cause us more trouble. Mito withdrew his hand. My fault, Kanzaki. Arashi struggled to break free. Then with a powerful tug, he snapped the chains. Annoying, Jin mumbled. It took me a lot of energy to create that domination spell, and he destroyed it so easily. Arashi relaxed his hand and said, We should further develop our strength through battles. The more challenges we overcome, the faster we grow. Then he asked Mito, I'm sure you understand, right? Mireille stepped forward. I agree with Mito-kun. Reina also spoke up. Instead of getting wiped out in a rush, isn't it better to be safe? Heike said, actually, this world isn't so bad. Satoshi turned. I don't want to die. Because of our impatience. Carrie raised her hand meekly. I agree with Arashi-kun, Reina asked curiously. Kari, why did you suddenly... She immediately answered. I understand what Mido-kun means, but I want to go home as soon as possible. Jumi turned to look at Kari, but everyone else feels the same way. The girl said honestly, her eyes welling up with tears. It's just my mom at home, and she's very weak. Kari remembered her mother lying in her sickbed. I'm so worried about my mom. Usually I'd be by her side, but now she's all alone. Kao also sided with Arashi. I agree, I only live with my little sister. He recounted, our parents abandoned us and I have no other relatives. I want to go back as soon as possible to help my sister. Siri looked down a little sad. My reason isn't as compelling as yours, but my family must be very worried about me. I can't let them wait another 2 years. Hearing those words made the other friends a little downcast. Mido also saw the expressions on his friends' faces, so he understood to some extent. Narumi boasted, as for me, I have several girlfriends, about 3, so I want to go back soon too. Mireille turned to him. You're really something else. Daring to say something like that in this situation? Asushi smiled and said, as for us, of course we'll always be Arashi-san's allies. Right, Kenta replied. Choosing to follow Arashi-san was the right decision. It was Akira's turn. He seemed to hesitate. At least. Then he looked at the 2 leaders. Compared to Mido, who's always hesitant, I think I should trust Arashi, who is decisive. Arashi turned back to look at them. They've already said it, Mido. He hung his head speechless, wondering to himself, what should I do? Arashi walked past full of confidence. There's no need to discuss this any further. He walked out the door and waved. I'll be acting on my own now. Anyone who's ready to die, come with me. Arashi's supporters immediately followed him. The number was already quite large. Kari also turned to leave. Reina and Jumi tried to hold her back, calling out, Kari! The girl closed her eyes tightly, not knowing what to say. She had to follow her heart. Kari followed Arashi's group with an apology. I'm sorry, Reina. The ones who stayed behind looked on with concern. The atmosphere was a little somber. Mireille turned to ask Narumi, aren't you going with them? He replied, well, we need a liaison, don't we? Jin thought, what should I do in this situation? I still have my grandfather. I also want to go home as soon as possible. She was struggling with her thoughts. My emotions are telling me to follow Arashi-kun, but based on the guidance I received from Shinju-kun, it's better for me to stay here right outside. Kai and Meyer returned and stood before everyone. A curse rang out. What do you want, you bastard? The crowd that was about to leave immediately stirred upon seeing Kai. Shinju, how dare you come here? Akira said sharply, don't cause a scene here. This will cause unwanted attention. Kao looked over and warned when he saw a fist appear. Arashi, you too. He looked down and said, we don't have time for you. If you don't have an important reason for being here, you'll pay the price. Kai said seriously, you're right. I think I should be honest. I want to borrow your strength. Hearing him say that, Arashi was a little surprised and asked again, what? Before Kai appeared, there was a division in the room. Your friends were divided into 2 groups. At that time, you and Meyer were outside listening and observing to grasp the situation. She turned and asked, your classmates are arguing. Are they really okay? Kai replied, I don't know, however, their thinking makes sense. Just as Mido said, they can't do this on their own. On the other hand, the Holy Kingdom's approach is too passive. Meanwhile, what Arashi said about having to wait 2 years is also true, but it's definitely more dangerous. Meyer asked Kai, if it were you, what would you do? He raised his hand and answered, there are 3 ways to break the current situation. First, change. The mindset of the leaders. The Holy Kingdom must be forced to change. Once we accomplish that, they will influence their army. Even if we are condemned or exiled by the Holy Kingdom, as long as I can return to my own world, nothing else matters. But I don't think Mido would agree to this plan. Meyer asked, and what about the second option? Kai replied, we'll do as Arashi says. Use guerrilla tactics instead of fighting them head-on. Based on the information we gathered and what Isabel said, the Demon Kingdom is not united. If we can sabotage their rear, we can incite a civil war, although I don't think Arashi can do it. Meyer had seen his hot-headed personality, so she agreed. For him, it's truly impossible, so what about the third option? Kai smiled. We act based on the information we have. In the forest, you told Meyer, we'll gather some more information. He continued, if things go well, we can get help from other parties. Finally, it will force the kingdom's army to act. Amidst the large fire in the darkness, Kai and Arashi's group were sitting around, warming themselves. Arashi frowned and wondered, what the hell is the princess of the cat tribe? Kai replied, she's the daughter of the leader of the cat tribe. It seems she was captured by the demon lord's army. She is one of the most important people of the Beastman tribe for sure. He added, that's the information. I got after torturing a lot of demons, so this information is probably correct. When the girls heard the word torture, they immediately became a little scared, thinking to themselves, he's really scary. Akira wondered who he really was. Somehow he had a revolver. He now noticed Meyer. That girl is so cute. Who is she? Arashi took a bite of meat and asked again. That's why I'm asking, what princess? What the hell? What do we have to do with beastmen? Asushi asked, are they animals with ears or tails, right? Kenta was excited. I really want to see for myself. They must be cute. Arashi sat in the middle, annoyed, and yelled, shut up, you idiots! Kai continued, now let's talk about our plan. First, you know there's a nation of beastmen. In the southern territory. Right. Akira asked, the Beastmen Federation of Grandana's right. Kai replied, that's right. A neutral nation that has no stance on the conflict between humans and demons. Arashi looked skeptical. Are you saying we should seek their help? They're just a bunch of people who are afraid of demons. Meyer interrupted, their soldiers are stronger than you think. She added, their physical abilities and senses are honed to a peak. They have many times repelled invasions by the Demon Lord's army. He turned and wondered, then why are they so passive about the situation? They just need to invade the Demon Kingdom and destroy it. Meyer smiled. They are very strong, but not to the point where they can destroy the Demon Lord's army. Besides, from the beginning, the Demon Lord's army has only focused on humans. Kai then brought up the main point. But if the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen join forces, that's entirely possible. Akira spoke up, I see. So that's why we need the princess, Kari asked. We just need to rescue the princess and use her as a bargaining chip against the Beastmen alliance. Right, Kai replied, basically yes. I have information on their supply routes already. I want you guys to be the decoys. His eyes were very serious. Just wreak havoc on that place with your explosions. Meanwhile, I'll hide. Akira interrupted. I understand your point, but I still have one question. Why didn't the Holy Kingdom try to force cooperation with the Federation? Kai exclaimed, good question, Ninomiya. They had their reasons. Meyer replied, the Federation also hates demons because of their invasions. From the beginning, demons have always looked down on other races, but humans have always called beastmen inferior humans and oppressed them. Therefore, the beastmen made their country a federation. The Grandana's Beastmen Federation. Of course they hate humans. Kari was worried. Then asking them to cooperate will be very difficult, right? Amidst the flames, that's why we need a bargaining chip against them. I added. The princess of the cat tribe has been captured by the Demon Lord's army. The situation is very favorable for us. Meyer smiled. Beastmen are known for keeping their promises. Once we rescue her, we can negotiate with them. After the plan was proposed, everyone was silent for a moment to think. Kai asked everyone, it's worth a try, isn't it? I'm sure that right now, you guys don't have a plan at all. Arashi stood up and walked over. You suddenly appeared before us and made a request. Like that you always act as if you know everything. Kao's voice called out, Arashi, making him stop. He reminded him, don't forget that at this moment, your decision will affect everyone's lives. Arashi was still struggling, gritting his teeth because he was still annoyed with Kai. The others in the group were still sitting there, waiting for his decision. Arashi sat there, his face not very happy, torn between public and private. Finally, he made a decision. All right, we'll do as he says, okay? The sky brightened. Kai and Arashi's group began to move. Kari spoke up. We've been heading south this whole time. Is that really okay? Kai replied, that's right. The Grandana's Beastmen Federation is in the southern region. As for the demons, they are transporting prisoners to the north. Our destination is of the road in the middle of the forest, south of the Demon Kingdom's territory. Neither country has any trade agreements, because there are only a few roads there, so we'll know exactly where they're going, Akira added. To be precise, we're infiltrating the Demon Kingdom, huh? Could it be that before the raid, we've already been discovered? Kai glanced over slightly, then answered to reassure everyone. Don't worry, I've gathered information on roads, suitable for our number of people. Although the road we're taking might be rough, and there are also a lot of monsters. Akira wondered, so can our carriage pass through? Kai added, this is also very important. If we're in danger, we can rely on Sorero's ability. Right, Tomoko replied excitedly. We can... Her divine protection is multi-dimensional space, which allows for the creation of multi-dimensional spaces to store equipment and items. The number of spaces depends on the mastery, and a certain amount of mana is needed to maintain the space. She turned and asked Kai, it's been a while, but you still remember my divine protection? He replied, because your ability is very special. Quite useful in this situation. Tomoko seemed pleased. It's nice to be praised like that. Kao turned and asked Kai, Shinju, you infiltrated and hid in the Demon Kingdom. The whole time since that incident, he replied, not really. I was still looking for clues, so we could go home. Siri immediately asked, so what was the result? Kai's answer was, we only have one option, which is to destroy the Demon Lord. So I've gathered all the information necessary to take down the Demon Lord. Akira wondered. The result of your reconnaissance was that the Beastman Princess was kidnapped? That's Shinju for you? Arashi seemed impatient. By the way, is it all right for us to be strolling like this? Shouldn't we be planning to raid them? Kai, don't you agree? We need to speed up. Let Sorero store the luggage and carriage. His friend was very excited. That night, the group switched to walking on a trail through the forest. Arashi noticed and immediately alerted everyone. Monsters, everyone get ready. At this moment, they were surrounded by night wolves, extremely ferocious. Behind Siri, a wolf with sharp fangs lunged. Kao immediately stepped in to block and protect her. The wolf bit his arm, but in return it lost its teeth. Kao smiled. Sorry, but your attack can't get through my steel. Then he gave it a powerful punch. Akari reminded everyone, we're surrounded. Then, the support members will gather in the center of the formation, and the vanguard will push them back. Then he used his support command to buff his teammates. Those with combat abilities immediately obeyed and stepped out to the perimeter. With their increased strength, they quickly took down the wolves. Carrie, with her restraining ability, shot out a vine and shouted, stop! The wolf, its leg tied, couldn't attack. Then it lost its balance and fell. Ino rushed forward and finished it off with a single strike. Take this wolf. Meanwhile, another wolf was leaping towards Arashi. He casually reached out and grabbed it by the neck. Then he scolded, garbage, you're nothing in front of me. Then he gave it a blast, blowing the wolf's body to smithereens. Arashi threw it to the side. He turned back and asked everyone, is anyone hurt? Kai observed and thought, everyone's doing great. I don't need to worry about them. It's good that Arashi has realized his leadership abilities. He continued to remind everyone, if anyone's injured, have Ono heal them. But unfortunately, Kai noticed something approaching and called out, Meyer, a remaining sharp-fanged wolf. It appeared behind Arashi at a very close distance, startling him. What, there's still one left? Meyer shouted, fire salamander! A large flame swept over, incinerating the wolf. In the blink of an eye, the wolf was neutralized. Asushi was impressed. Such powerful firepower. Kenta exclaimed, look, it's roasted crispy. Isn't she much stronger than Naga's? Arashi clicked his tongue. That was really unnecessary. Shinju's girlfriend, hearing that Meyer was startled and blushed. She reacted strongly, pointing at Kai. Who's this guy's girlfriend? He was still nonchalant. Show some gratitude. She just took a bullet for you. Arashi glanced over suspiciously. Meyer stared at Kai, intently waiting. At least say something. He walked away and said, I don't care about these trivial things. The girl retorted sharply, this isn't something trivial. Asushi looked envious. Damn, Shinju has such a cute girlfriend. Kenta was admiring. I want to find a beautiful girlfriend here too, and take her back to my world. After the battle, the girls came over to get acquainted. Kari waved and called out, hey, your name is Meyer, right? Do you want to talk to us? Are you an elf? Meyer looked at Kai, flustered for help, but he was indifferent. What are you looking at me for? Do what you want. That was all she needed. She smiled brightly and replied, okay, and so the four girls chatted happily. Kai was also relieved to see Meyer getting along with everyone. Sometime later on a nearby cliff, it was still dark. Kai, after standing there and observing his surroundings, decided this place seemed fine. Arashi sat there and asked, are you sure they'll pass through here? I don't want to sit and wait for days. Kai, using his appraisal eye, looked down below. He saw small shadows moving in the distance. Getting closer, he saw the demon soldiers below. Kai turned and said to Arashi, don't worry, I see them now. Kai used his Divine Protection's appraisal ability, observing the entire demon army. Through it, he realized there were 3 low-ranking demons, 15 mid-ranking demons, and there were definitely a few more in those carriages. Among them was a single level 36 demon. His name is Giganda, age 57, a high-ranking demon. His stats are all at A and B. Skills, spearmanship, level 4. Fire demon arts, Lav 2. Demonization enslavement, La 2. Arashi spoke up and asked, a high-ranking demon is their leader. Right, Kai replied, probably, don't underestimate him. Although not as strong as Stone Gear, a high-ranking demon is still very formidable. Hearing that, he frowned, his face full of determination. Leave it to me. If you get in my way, I'll kill you. Kai glanced at him and said, I was planning on leaving him to you from the beginning. Our strategy is very simple. First, Arashi will distract them with his explosion skill. Once their formations is broken, we'll surround them. The others will move as a 3-person team. Kai continued to give orders. Inao and Zanagi. You must protect Ono. The two immediately accepted the order. Next, Ozaki. Your mission is to find and escort the wounded. Kao crossed his arms and replied, leave it to me. Meyer, you support everyone from the rear. Arashi, your mission is to confront the high-ranking demon. Don't get distracted by other opponents. While you're fighting, I'll sneak in and rescue the princess. After I've rescued her, I'll give you a signal. Finally, Kai instructed. The rest of you act according to the situation. If you're at a disadvantage, you can retreat. Arashi seemed quite confident. Don't worry. Once I've blown the head off their leader, the rest will scatter. Kai looked over and replied, all right, I'll let you command the battle. Someone in the crowd spoke up. From the beginning, you should know that we're here because you need our help. We are. Kenta shouted in agreement. That's right, why are you acting so high and mighty? Asushi pointed his finger sharply. Don't you dare order Arashi-san around. From behind, Arashi, furious, yelled, shut up, you idiots! Then he gave the two of them a knock on the head. He stepped forward and ordered everyone, hurry up and get ready. We'll follow his plan. On the side of the demon army, the high-ranking demon, Giganda, was looking around. A demon in the group whined, I'm tired, boss. We've been walking for a while now, since leaving the beastman's territory. He turned back and yelled, we're almost there, don't let your guard down. Then he thought to himself, I expected this, it's really tiring. Giganda closed his eyes tightly. My back hurts from riding this horse. But I can't let these soldiers see me like this. An idea popped into his head. That's right, maybe I should go check on the prisoner. How is she? Then he turned and said to the demon soldiers, I'm going to see what that girl is doing. Keep your guard up, don't let your guard down. The demon soldiers outside said, yes, sir. But inside they thought, this old man just wants to sneak off and rest. Inside one of the carriages, a beast woman was tied up and locked inside. She is the princess of the Beastmen Alliance, Sina. Giganda entered and sat by the door, looking a little tired, and said, we're finally here. Then he rubbed his chin, looked at her, and said, Princess, how are you? We're almost at the city where you'll be imprisoned. We've snuck into the territory of the Demon Kingdom. Soldiers from your federation can't go this far. She immediately complained, this carriage is so shaky it's disgusting. Hearing that, he was speechless. That's a new one. Then Giganda cleared his throat. Ahem, but don't you worry. If the Federation obediently follows our orders, you will be released at any time. Sina shook her head. It's useless. Once you've captured me, the Federation will not bow down. He smiled. It seems you still don't understand your position. You are the daughter of the Beastman leader. She still stubbornly scolded him. If you think that by kidnapping me you can persuade them, then you're a fool. Giganda was furious, his eyes narrowing as he glared at her. Watch your mouth, you bitch! Then he reached out and grabbed the front of the princess's dress, then ripped it open much to Sina's surprise, revealing her flesh. He stuck out his long, perverted tongue and said, let me have a little taste of you. I'll show you where you stand. The princess's gaze didn't waver. She stared at him without blinking. Giganda reached out, preparing to do something depraved. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred outside, lighting up the whole night sky. He paused his actions in a panic, pulled back the curtain, poked his head out, and asked, what's going on? The demon soldier reported, we're under attack. It's the humans, Giganda was worried. Humans. If you said beastmen, I'd believe you. A series of explosions with immense destructive power sent the demon soldiers flying. He jumped onto his horse and gripped the reins. Then he spurred his horse and pointed, counterattack. Don't be afraid of the humans. And so the two sides clashed. The remaining members of the army, the hero candidates, officially joined the battle. Asushi and Kenta continuously attacked and took down many demon soldiers. On this side, Kao and the others also supported each other and followed the plan that had been laid out. Giganda looked at the battlefield, worried. Are we losing, even though my troops are considered the elite unit? Arashi cracked his shoulders and stepped in front of him. He asked, you're a high-ranking demon, right? Giganda summoned his weapon and asked back, who the hell are you? Arashi clenched his fists and smiled at him. I don't need to tell my name to trash like you. I'll tell you if you put on a little show for me. As a high-ranking demon being humiliated, like this made him furious. Giganda roared and attacked. Shut up! A human like you is nothing to me. Then he launched a powerful attack at Arashi. He jumped up and threw a punch at Giganda. He used the spear in his hand to block. Then he yelled, you think you can beat me? A high-ranking demon with this kind of firepower? Arashi's face showed a hint of worry. He thrust his spear at him. Immediately he had to jump up to dodge, then jumped backward to maintain a safe distance. Arashi frowned and thought, he's so strong, but still not as strong as that guy. Then he clenched his fist. I just need a little more energy in my firepower. That way I can handle a few injuries. My explosion requires a lot of energy to activate. With my current abilities, I can only fire 7 more shots. Arashi crouched down slightly and placed his hand on the ground to set a trap. When I run out of energy, my physical abilities will decrease. If that happens, I won't be able to keep up with the enemy. I just need to create an opening and aim for this guy's head or heart. At that time, I'll have to use my full power. Meanwhile, Giganda was also thinking these warriors are humans. Besides, they have divine protections. I've never seen these faces before, but they're surprisingly strong. Could they be the legendary hero candidates? He twirled the spear in his hand. If they're the ones who defeated Windbox and Stone Gear, then I have to be more careful. Then he spurred his horse and charged, wondering, I wonder how they were able to pinpoint my exact location. He suspected they intended to rescue the princess of the Beastman tribe. Luckily, I've already assigned soldiers to guard the princess. They can hold out for a while. The army here is focused on defense. Giganda's eyes showed determination. If that's the case, I need to make a move. Decisive. I need to defeat the one who is their leader. After a moment of thought, he decided to charge and aim for Arashi, who was standing there. He thrust his spear and smiled. I'll decide this battle in one blow. Lightning thrust. A surprise attack. But luckily, Arashi managed to dodge. Looking at his ruined sleeve, he was a little surprised. He somersaulted to the left to dodge the blow. He was also a little flustered, because his speed was too fast. Arashi's eyes focused on the high-ranking demon in front of him. He's riding a horse, and he's right where I want him. He smiled, right in the area of my landmine. Arashi used his divine protection skill, Landmine Explosion, creating an explosion with great destructive power, causing him to shout in alarm. What is this? The explosion spooked the horse, causing it to rear up. Giganda was scorched by the flames. He looked very disheveled and thought, is this a trap skill? He was a little worried and cursed, damn it. My vision is blocked. Arashi charged forward thinking, Landmine Explosion is just a trap skill. It lacks the firepower of a burst. But finally, I've created an opening. In his defense, he can't pinpoint my location with this. Dust. He appeared behind him, his hands glowing with fire, ready to strike. Now I just need to ambush him with an explosion. But before he could strike, Giganda's eyes flashed, looking over. There you are. Then from his body, a powerful gust of wind shot out. Wind thrust. Arashi frowned and clicked his tongue. Damn, I can't dodge it all. The last push sent him sprawling to the ground. Over here, his teammates saw and worriedly called out, Arashi. He stood up, clutching his stomach. It hurts. Everyone focus on the situation, don't worry about me. Giganda spoke up. You can't even use your energy to protect yourself anymore. However, he was still a little worried. I can't believe this guy can defend himself like that. His intuition is as sharp as a beast's. He remembered how Arashi had set the trap. But I figured out his fighting style. He can set explosive traps by placing his hand on that spot. Furthermore, he can make anything he touches explode. Giganda stepped down, full of confidence. As long as I hold this spear, I can win this fight and maintain my distance. As long as I concentrate, I can avoid his traps. Arashi looked at him with a determined expression. In his mind, he thought, I bet that's what you're thinking, aren't you? Giganda held out his hand and continued to use wind thrust launching, thin but sharp blades of wind, forcing Arashi to focus on dodging. He smiled. This distance is perfect. From this distance, he can't touch me. The spear continuously thrust towards Arashi. He then asked him, so, you've figured out my fighting style? Giganda smiled. Obviously, you're always changing your position. Arashi immediately raised his hand, preparing to attack. That's right. The one with their guard down is you. He used his cannon skill, shooting a beam of fire straight at Giganda. His eyes widened as the light flashed. Arashi poured more energy into the shot with absolute power. A massive explosion occurred with terrifying destructive force. A large crater was left in that spot, proving that Arashi's attack carried immense energy. Giganda lay there motionless, his mouth agape and bleeding. Then Arashi flicked his coat and stood there looking cool. The information appeared. Name, Arashi Shunsuke. Age, 17. Gender, male. Attack, B. Defense, B. Agility, B. Strength, A. Magic, C. Status, normal. Skills, Divine Protection, Burst, Level 3, Divine Protection, Landmine Explosion, Level 2, Divine Protection, Cannon, Level 2, Physical Strength, Level 4. Meyer on the side was amazed and impressed. Wow, he took down a high-ranking demon all by himself. The demon soldiers panicked. Lord Giganda, he's dead, we lost. Akira, while attacking, shouted to encourage everyone. Arashi defeated a high-ranking demon. Their defense is breaking. Let's keep up this pace. Then he used a support buff to increase their damage. Everyone was buffed. Their weapons gained increased damage, and they immediately launched an all-out attack. A moment later, the leaderless demon soldiers immediately fell apart and were easily defeated. Kai stood there with 2 daggers in his hands and walked over, standing before a carriage. He looked at it and wondered, it must be this one. Then he stepped forward and gently pulled the curtain aside. Before him was Sina, with the front of her dress torn by Jaganda. The princess asked, "Human, are you here to help me?" Kai looked at her and replied, "I was wondering if that was the case." He took a dagger from his chest and stepped forward. Then he cut the ropes binding Sina. The ropes fell. She raised her hand to wipe her face, then turned to ask Kai, "What are you after?" He replied coldly, "Something the demons also want. I've decided to use you to achieve my goals." Sina rubbed her wrist and looked at him calmly. "So honest." Kai replied nonchalantly, "There's no reason to lie, is there? Or would you prefer to hear that we're here to save you, with no ulterior motives?" Sina dropped her hands. "I can't feel my life force. But if that's the case, you also think it's reasonable for me to fight against you." Right, instantly. That hand transformed into a demigod beast form, covered in a thick layer of fur, with razor-sharp claws, and then Sina's eyes became as sharp and cold as a demon's. She lunged at Kai, claws extended. A moment later, a plume of white smoke billowed out of the manhole cover. He quickly jumped back in reflex. Sina frantically bared her fangs and raised her claws, attacking Kai. Sina unleashed a flurry of sharp claws, but he reacted in time to dodge. Kai held his weapon, and had to admit she was fast. Then the two began to fight fiercely. Is this the power of a beast man? And Sina's continuous flurry of scratches was easily blocked by Kai. After fighting for a while, he was getting tired, so he shouted, "Jolt!" Not a second after he finished speaking, bolts of lightning struck Sina directly. Sina's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Sina bit her lip in rage, realizing Kai's magic was very calmly stepped aside to dodge the blow. Sina plunged headfirst into the ground in agony. While his opponent was still dazed, Kai pinned his opponent beneath him. He thought to himself, a basic lightning spell with no power, but it's really useful for disabling my enemies. It would be great if it increased my chances of winning in a close-quarters fight. Sina gritted her teeth and looked at him with angry eyes. Damn! How can a human be so strong? Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Finally, you realize the difference in our strength. Don't you? You have two choices. One, restrain yourself and come with me. Two, obey me." Knowing she was no match for Kai, Sina resigned herself to her fate. All right. Going with a human is better than going with a demon anyway. With the group, Rashi seemed to have the upper hand. The monsters lay strewn on the ground, and now there was only one left. It let out a savage roar, but it carried a hint of fear. The monster was sweating bullets. Unbelievable. Who are these people in front of us? There's no way I can win. They're the real monsters. Arashi called out coldly, "Shinamikari!" She immediately understood and drew a magic circle. All right. All right. The vines on the trees suddenly began to glow and grew very quickly. They followed Kari's command, wrapping around the monster's legs to prepare for an ambush. With just one pull, the monster fell flat on its back and let out a few inarticulate cries. Arashi slowly approached, making it scared to death. He grabbed its chin and lifted it up to talk. Arashi squeezed hard and said to the demon lord, he was close to roaring, "We have no grudge against him. I'll chop off his head." Not long after, everyone gathered in a circle around a small fire. Atsushi held a piece of meat and said with relish, "Their carriages still have a lot of food." Kenta took a delicious bite and chimed in happily, "We're having a big feast today." Gary, on the other hand, had tears of guilt in his eyes. "I feel like we're robbers." His friend beside him laughed with delight. "Ha ha! Aren't we?" At this moment, Sina sat there hesitantly, just looking, not daring to touch. Kai spoke up and wondered, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you eating?" Although Sina was drooling with hunger, she tried to suppress her hunger. "You're giving me a proper meal like this. Is this okay?" Arashi tore off a large piece of meat with great relish. He said it had been a long time since he'd had a full meal. "But this stuff is nothing compared to the food in our world." Kai took a sip of soup and glanced at Sina. "We still need something from you, so if you die, we'll be in trouble. So eat." Hearing that, Sina didn't stand on the ceremony anymore and picked up her bowl, slurping it down. And she didn't forget to say a word. "Thank you." She had just swallowed a mouthful of soup, but Sina's face looked like she was in heaven. So delicious. Seeing this cute reaction made her friend proud. Delicious, right? Ono's cooking is always delicious. Being praised so suddenly made Ono a little shy. "I'm glad you like it." Meyer suddenly asked, "Is your name Sina? How did the demons manage to kidnap you?" Sina fell silent and didn't answer. After staring at the flickering flames for a while, Sina recounted the incident in detail. "I happened to encounter the Demon Lord's army while hunting in the forest." Sina remembered the scene of her encountering the monsters. "I was deep inside the Federation's territory. Normally demons wouldn't be there." Sina hesitated. "That means they knew where I was beforehand." Kai calmly deduced, "Perhaps they were planning to invade the Federation." "Kidnapping. You was also one of their objectives." Kari wondered about the reason. Why would the demons want to control the beastmen? Her friend beside her immediately explained, because they invaded the Holy Kingdom. Perhaps they want to rule the world, right? Sina quickly agreed. That's exactly what the demons are planning. But what do you humans want from me? Kai expressed frankly, I need you to be our bargaining chip. We want to cooperate with the Federation to defeat the Demon Lord. Sina asked, confused, defeat the Demon Lord? Are you serious? Arashi spoke up, we have our reasons. He explained while gnawing on a piece of meat. We can't return to the real world before defeating the Demon Lord. Finally, Sina also understood the situation. I see, so you are the hero candidates. I heard that the humans summoned you to be their ace card. Kai suddenly asked, so what do you think? If you truly help us, it will help us a lot. Sina nodded, showing her sincerity. I understand I owe you for saving me. Kai casually threw a bucket of cold water on her, but we had no intention of rescuing you. Sina was a little taken aback, but since he was her savior, she let it slide. Either way, you still saved me. And you gave me warm food too. Sina made her stance clear. Also to purge the demons from within the Federation, I need help from a third party. This is just my intuition, Sina stated firmly. But I think there's a spy in the 5-member High Council of the Federation. The next morning, everyone quickly descended the mountain and left the forest. The rescued beastmen Princess Sina the cat had escaped from the territory of the Demon Kingdom with Shinju. They returned to their path and headed back to the city. The Natra group had approached the city gates. In a room, soft sounds could be heard. Sharp sword slashes cut through the air. Mito was currently practicing his swordsmanship diligently. Suddenly, someone called out, Suji! He immediately stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing the person before him, he hurried over. Mito asked curiously, Reina, what's wrong? Reina loudly announced, Arashi's group is back, and they're marching through the main gate. Mito was startled, his eyes wide. What? At this moment at the city gate, Arashi's group had burst through the gate, but were stopped by the soldiers in front of them. A soldier shouted loudly, Deserters! How dare you? Come here with such calm faces. You are violating military law. That shout successfully enraged Arashi, who roared, I don't care. Can the law protect us? You bastards! The general who was being cursed at was still stunned. He stood there wondering, Bastards! Arashi, very impatient, turned away. I have no business with the likes of you. Where's Amelia? The general paid him no mind, and gestured for the soldiers to charge forward. You think she'd meet a bastard like you? Restrain them, throw these deserters in jail. At this point, the situation was getting out of control. Arashi scratched his head in frustration. What a headache! Even if you all group up, you still can't win. Against me. Kao, standing beside him, explained calmly, Their behavior is because of your attitude. If we were Mito's group, even if his group was considered deserters, they'd still be welcomed with open arms. Suddenly chains appeared and bound all the soldiers. A cold voice rang out. Don't move. Jin stepped out and asked, You're back early, huh? Seeing her strange actions, the general roared. Kanzaki Jin, are you betraying us? Release this skill immediately. Narumi placed a hand on the soldier's shoulder, then closed his eyes lovingly. Whoa, calm down! Arashi's group has no intention of fighting. Let's talk to them first. A moment later, the chains were released. The general also had to concede, if Lord Narumi says so. Seeing this, Arashi started to get angry again. His eyes looked like he wanted to swallow his opponent whole. Why do you listen to him and not me? Akira forced a smile and said, Well, that's how it usually is. Narumi calmly approached him and probed, So what now? Did you come back with any important information? Arashi was still sulking. He requested, Let's talk about that later. For now, please take us somewhere we can talk properly. Not long after, in a grand room, everyone was sitting properly on their chairs. Only Arashi had his feet up on the table. He still maintained his stubborn and unruly attitude. Hirik and Amelia shook their heads in exasperation. The generals were furious, but didn't dare to say a word. His strange behavior made Mirai unable to stand it anymore, and she had to speak up. Come on, Arashi. You're making the atmosphere too tense. Arashi, with his fiery temper, snapped back. What you mean this is the culture of another world? You're always like this. Mirai questioned him in a sharp voice. There's no need to make things so tense. Is there besides? We've already gathered the people you wanted to talk to. Although he was angry, he still had to take his feet down. Fine. Arashi regained his composure and called out, Shinami, come in. Right after that, Carrie, holding Sina's hand, pushed the door open and entered with a word. Sorry. And Sina's appearance made Harry stare in disbelief. Amelia exclaimed in shock, A cat beast man? Akira announced loudly. Her name is Sina. She is the daughter of the leader of the Grandana's Beastmen Federation. Everyone there was stunned to hear this news. The daughter of the Federation leader. Why is she here with you? Sina admitted without flinching. Yes, I am the biological daughter of the Federation leader. The Beastmen rescued me from the demons, Mito couldn't believe it. He asked again, "You were kidnapped by demons?" Sina glanced at him and answered honestly, "Yes, the demons are hiding in the Federation's territory. I was rescued while they were taking me to the kingdom's territory." "The demon," Arashi chimed in. "We can use her as a bargaining chip to get cooperation from the Federation. Anyway, we can't wait another 2 years." Amelia's mind seemed to have cleared. "I understand the situation now." Amelia proposed a solution in a serious tone. "We are also in the process of considering about forming an alliance with the Federation. Let me report back to my superiors. Now that we have the princess, they probably won't miss this opportunity." Arashi said bluntly, "You're being honest." Amelia didn't hide her intentions. She replied bluntly, "Anyway, we don't want half of the hero candidates to leave us. We were actually planning to accept some of your requests if you return to us." Harry also calmly added a few words. "You are the ace of the army. Of course, that will also affect the morale of the soldiers. I am the one responsible for your actions. Thanks to this, I can avoid being fired." Hearing that, Amelia's voice dropped. "I understand your request." Then Amelia looked up resolutely, her voice even more serious. "If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue our campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. This is also what you want, right?" At this point, Arashi's mood relaxed a little. "Now you get my point." Amelia looked seriously at the person opposite her and said, "Anyway, it's not a disadvantageous deal for us. Killing the Demon Lord is also the wish of the people. Of course, we will do everything to make that happen." Sina was also determined to repay her debt. "I was saved and fed by them. In exchange for your help, I want you to help me destroy the demons in the Federation." Mito immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Of course I'll do my best." Harry suddenly cut in quietly. "May I ask something? How did you get the information that the princess was kidnapped?" Receiving the question, Arashi looked away and replied, "About that, we interrogated the demons we captured." But Harry watched him intently and replied, "I see." A week later, everyone was waiting anxiously. Harry held a piece of paper in his hand with Amelia and entered the room to announce some news. "The Holy Kingdom is sending envoys to the Federation to negotiate their alliance." The tense atmosphere was broken. Everyone was happy and cheering. In a small house by the city wall, Kai asked bluntly, "Who's going?" Akira, sitting opposite at him, answered honestly, "Mito, Nagas, Kanzaki, and Narumi, 4 people." With the intelligence in hand, Kai took a sip of tea. "I also guessed they would choose Kanzaki because of her domination ability." Akira immediately agreed with this speculation. "Because Mito and Narumi have a keen eye for people. Nagas is a little strict, but he has his own way of talking." In another room, Harry worked tirelessly, and he himself didn't know that Akira was talking about him. The leader of the envoys is probably Harry. Of course, some soldiers and a few people from the administration will also come, a total of 30 people. Meyer stood quietly in a corner, listening to them exchange information. Kai suddenly asked Arashi, "What's up?" At this moment, Arashi was enjoying the warm sun on the roof. Akira also replied without hesitation. "He wants to stay on the front lines, because he's not very good at negotiating, that's right." At the training ground, Mireille was instructing Asushi and Kenta on something, and she also didn't know Akira was talking about her. "While Mito is away, Hashimoto will act as the substitute captain," Akira boldly speculated. "It will probably be very difficult, because they need to constantly control Arashi and his friends." Then Akira asked Kai a little abruptly, "So what's your plan?" "Shinju." He was frank and didn't hide anything. "I'm going to the Federation, although I have no intention of following the envoys." Outside the city walls, Harry turned and ordered everyone, "Let's go." The army, along with the hero candidates, was moving towards the Federation. Reina kept stroking her hair on the way, complaining, "So tired." Mito smiled and turned back to say to her, "We'll be on the road for a while." Narumi continued with interest. "Surprising. I didn't think Reina would join us." She turned and asked angrily, "What? Are you saying I can't come?" He quickly waved his hands. "That's not what I meant. I'm glad you're here." Reina pointed at Mito and said, "If I left you guys alone, you'd just act recklessly again." "Especially this idiot?" he asked with a blank expression. "Me seeing them joking around?" Narumi laughed. Reina was a little unhappy. "I mean you. As his companion, you're not trustworthy. At all. Even if we go together, nothing will change." Narumi cried, "Hey Reina, why are you so mean to me?" Behind them, Jin was quite quiet. Jin thought to herself, "They're so noisy. Wouldn't it be better to be quiet?" She wondered. Shinju said he was also on his way to the Federation. Could he be nearby? Hirik glanced over and noticed Jin's expression. The group was still quiet, moving through the fields and vast plains, silently observing them from the bushes. Kai said to Meyer, "All right, let's go." The two walked away. Meyer asked, "Are we just going to follow them?" He replied, "Following them seems easier. Sina is also there, by the way. Can I ask you something?" Back with the group, they were moving through the forests. Jin was still silent, looking around and quite enjoying the fresh air of the trip. Harry noticed and asked, "Why are you always looking around Kanzaki?" She was startled and replied a little flustered, "I'm just on the lookout for monsters." Narumi winked. "That's not necessary. After all, Suji and Harry are here." Jin looked down slightly and replied, "You're right." Hirik turned to Mito. "Let me ask you something. It only took a few days for Arashi to return to us, right?" He nodded. "Yes, that's right." Hirik wondered. I wonder how they got the information about Sina being kidnapped." "Jin, come in." "Didn't he say he captured a few demons and interrogated them?" However, he still wasn't satisfied with that. "I just think it's a little fast. They got the information, processed it, and returned. The fact that he did everything himself is a bit unbelievable. Usually, Arashi discusses such matters with us first." Mito turned and asked back, "What do you mean by that?" Harry's voice in the middle of the forest. "I'm just speculating." He continued, "Someone is moving in the shadows and gathering information on their own. As always, you're a terrible liar, Mito. Your expression has already told me everything." Indeed, his expression changed slightly when Harry mentioned that. Narumi thought to himself, "This is bad. It really is Shinju, who has been helping us a lot in the shadows. But to the Holy Kingdom, he's still a criminal." Even Jin was a little worried. If Harry finds out about our cooperation with him, I wonder what kind of punishment we'll receive. At that moment, Reina moved up and asked, "What are you rambling about?" Hirik quickly raised his hand and replied, "It seems some people know and some still don't know anything, huh? Your circle of relationships in this world is still very small, because you are foreigners. Besides, you'll need people like us to have connections. There's only one answer. Shinjukai is your shadow, the one who killed the saint." Mito frowned slightly, a hint of worry in his voice, and asked, "And if so, what then?" Suddenly, Harik burst out laughing. "As expected, I was just kidding." Narumi said, "Your reasoning is pretty good, but even if we were in contact, he would still help even if we didn't agree." Harik smiled. "Don't worry, I won't punish you. I was just curious. To be honest, I think I should thank him for killing that woman." Hearing these words, the soldiers were a little surprised. Narumi reacted. "You can say that." He waved it off. "Of course not. If they find out, I'll be hanged." He added, "Besides, based on Kanzaki's behavior in the last few hours, I guess he's nearby and watching us very closely." "Right." Hearing that, Mito quickly turned and asked, "Really, Kanzaki-san?" The unexpected question flustered her. She wondered what to do. Jin was worried. "Am I dragging Shinju down? I'm his messenger, after all." Kai's voice rang out. He stepped out. "Since you've already found out, I have nothing left to hide." When the soldiers saw him, they immediately exclaimed, "It's the one who killed the saint." Sina spoke up, "He's the one who saved me." Harry turned his horse around. The soldiers pointed their spears at Kai. He said, "I was just going by my own conclusions." Kai looked at him and replied, "You came to that conclusion on your own with just a few pieces of information, huh?" Harry continued and asked, "Not as good as you, but we also have a few information networks. The one who killed Winbox. One of the 4 heavenly kings is the Black Reaper. Isn't that you?" Kai replied, "I've never heard that nickname, and I didn't kill him on my own." He looked towards Meyer, an elf who knows incantations. "It seems you have a strong companion." A female voice in the crowd called out Kai's name, which caught Meyer's attention. Rena spurred her horse forward and shouted, "After all that, how dare you show your face?" Mito quickly tried to calm her down. "Calm down, Rena." But she pushed his hand away and continued, "I can't calm down." Rena pointed at Kai and continued harshly, "You only forgave him because you're kind, Suji, but he's a traitor." She asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Kai was calm. "I have no intention of denying it." Narumi winked and smiled. "Calm down, Reina. Shinju-kun has always been helping us." Reina, furious, yelled, "Shut up! I'll end this here. Oh Lord, please, bless the flame in my palm." A fireball appeared in her hand. Meyer was impressed. Such strong firepower. "I don't know if we can stand against it." Kai glanced at Meyer, calling her name as if signaling her. Kanzaki raised her hand about to cast a spell to stop her. When Kai called out, he told her not to do anything. A large flame was heading towards him. A terrifyingly large explosion occurred. Narumi was worried. "Hey, are you trying to turn him into dust?" Reina replied, "What? If he dies from just this, then I'd be very disappointed." "That's right." Kai's voice and arm appeared. Then he grabbed Reina's shirt and pulled her down, startling her into exclaiming, "What?" By the time she realized it, Reina had fallen to the ground. She quickly jumped back to maintain her distance, then continued to summon a fireball to burn him to death. Kai immediately retaliated. "Lightning pierced my enemies." Immediately, lightning struck Reina directly, causing her to scream in pain and go numb. In the blink of an eye, Reina fainted. Kai stopped and Reina lay there motionless. She opened her eyes, her voice weak. What was that? Even though you don't have that much power. Kai looked at the lightning in his hand and replied, It's true that I'm not gifted with divine magic. But even without that talent, as long as I keep practicing, it can still be used. Then he looked at Rina sarcastically. And look at you. You're being spoiled by the power you call divine power. Are you sure you're training properly? Narumi walked over, impressed. Wow, you neutralized Rina instantly. Amazing. Shinju-kun, Mito thought to himself, he's not just fast, but he also catches his opponents off guard. He's also gained some new powers. Compared to me now, Rina stood up, still stubborn. I still won't accept you. Kai was nonchalant. From the beginning, I never needed your approval. And one more thing, no matter how many times we fight, the result will be the same. It seems she couldn't accept it. Rina roared, Shut up! Jin's voice rang out. That's enough, Naga-san. Calm down. Magic chains appeared and restrained Rina. That night, everyone sat around the fire. Hirik, after being briefed on what had happened, said, I see. Basically, you guys were cornered. Then he became thoughtful. Now I can understand why you decided to kill Leonora in that situation. First of all, from your point of view, you were being forced to do impossible missions. More and more. Mito spoke up. We were quite confused at the time. That's why Shinju-kun decided to take all the blame. Narumi continued. And some people in the class still misunderstand Shinju-kun's intentions. Reina's voice was still resentful. I still think the reason he did that isn't simply because we're his classmates. Kai, while eating jerky, said Nagas is right. To put it simply, it would be a pain to let her live. So I killed her. Narumi smiled. You're so stubborn, Rina. She turned away, acting sassy. No matter how he explains it, I'm the one who decides whether to believe his words or not. Rina continued to ask, First of all, are you really looking for a way for us to go home? Is that true? She looked at Maya. Also, who's the cute girl behind you? Kai replied nonchalantly. I haven't found anything. And she's following me voluntarily. Maya was shocked. You're so mean. Mito spoke up. Anyway, in order for us to catch the spies, within the Federation, we need your cooperation, Shinju-kun. That's why I'm proposing that you join us on this journey. Harry seemed quite pleased and agreed, I don't mind either. Although I can't report back to the Empire, I'll just forge some documents. Then everyone turned to look at Rina, who still seemed very annoyed with Kai. She closed her eyes tightly. Whatever. It doesn't change the fact that I hate him. Kai looked at everyone. Anyway, our destination is the same. If you have no problem with it, I'd be happy to go with you. Everyone's campfire was still burning brightly. Everyone sat there, but it was a bit quiet. Someone called Mito from behind, getting his attention. Kai asked, Is it okay to tell him that? Mito said, You mean about Leonora's death? It's fine. Eric is the trustworthy person. Kai gave a warning. No matter how much you trust someone, there are some things you shouldn't be so trusting about, but it doesn't change anything, since you've already told him. Mito understood Kai's meaning. I know, I'll take responsibility. Besides, Eric already knew what was going on from the beginning, Kai asked. So hiding it any longer would be pointless. Right, he thought to himself. He can share information and show trust like that. That's Mito's way. After that, the delegation continued to walk for a few more days. Harry said to everyone, We've reached the border of the Federation. Sina poked her head out of the carriage. Let's go to the nearest town to the border. Kai noticed something unusual. It seems some people have come to greet us. An arrow shot out and landed right in front of Mito, startling his horse. He held the reins tightly, looking at the delegation, which was surrounded by beastmen. They were aiming their bows and weapons at them. Harry was a little worried. The soldiers quickly formed a defensive circle. A beast woman stepped forward, her voice full of authority. What are you humans doing in my territory? The power disparity between the two sides was enormous. Mito stepped forward, holding out his hands, and said, We are not here to fight. We want to come to form an alliance with the Federation. The beast woman was a little skeptical. An alliance? The beastman's side was hostile. After everything you've done, you dare say that? The gray beastman pointed. The reason we're treated so poorly is because of you. Reina frowned. We don't know and we don't care. I guess that's what they mean. Narumi forced a smile. Please don't say things like that. Sina then poked her head out and said, June, it's me. The beastman princess jumped out of the carriage. A voice from the crowd, Lady Sina. The princess said, These people rescued me. June didn't seem to hear anything and signaled to everyone. Then he shouted, Give Lady Sina back to us. Eric was confused. We want to do that too. At least please listen to us. She brushed him off. I don't need to. Then she charged straight into attack. Seeing that it was no good, Harry ordered, It's no use. Counterattack, but don't kill them. The two groups charged and clashed. The sound of swords clashing echoed. Kai turned and asked, Can this misunderstanding be cleared up? Sina the princess replied, Once Jun is like this, She doesn't listen to anyone. She added, incapacitate her but don't kill her. Her army is full of young people with no experience. If it's you, you can do it. Given the green light, Kai spoke up. You said it, Mido. It's your time to shine. Although he was on the defensive hearing his teammate's voice, he immediately replied, I understand. Then he swung his sword in a horizontal slash. Just one strike sent the gray beastman flying. Mido was surrounded by attacking beastmen, but he dodged lightly. Then he raised his hand and struck the pink beastman on the back of the neck. Seeing his comrades continuously being taken down and knocked out, the red beastman could only exclaim, What? Mido's eyes flashed with lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported behind and knocked out the red beastman. He fell like a log drool, still in midair as his head hit the ground. The remaining beastmen were a little scared, yelling, You bastard! Kai turned and called out, Kanzaki! She turned back, startled. What is it? Your targets are the archers in the back. Leave the front line to Mido. Jin replied, Got it. Then she immediately unleashed her magic chains which shot towards the archers. All of them were restrained. They wondered, What's going on? I can't move. The other beastmen on either side charged in, shouting, Lady Sina, we're coming to rescue you. Kai called out, Meyer. The girl raised the staff in her hand and replied, All right. Then she began to cast. Oh, spirits, stop them without harming them. As soon as she finished speaking, the beastmen were blown away by the wind. Nagami was amazed. Oh my. So she's an elemental magic user? Like me. Kai turned and called out, Nagas. She had a fireball ready in her hand, but the order she received was, Don't interfere. Hearing that, she frowned and yelled, What everyone else is fighting. Why am I the only one? Kai explained while fighting. If they're hit by your flames, they'll die for sure. Or are you confident in controlling your magic and not killing them? No. Hearing the logic, Reina withdrew her hand. All right then. June witnessed the battle with astonishment. No way, humans are this strong. What? Harry was still trying to explain the whole time. We just want to talk. Mido stepped forward. We're not killing your soldiers. So can you put your sword away? Without a word, he continued to charge forward and attack. Mido reached out and caught her sword, restraining her. The beast woman's eyes widened in shock. The sword was held tightly between his two fingers. Her arm trembled. A voice called out from the distance. June. Sina stepped forward and asked, Have you calmed down? The princess tried to reassure her. Please listen to these people. A moment later, in the middle of the forest, the beastman's voice. We are truly sorry. June and her beastman knelt down in unison before the group. Mido was flustered and quickly said, No, please raise your heads. June repeatedly bowed her head. I didn't know you were all the ones who saved her. I'm truly sorry. I will offer my life to atone for my mistake. Harry smiled, thinking about the relationship between the two races. I understand your actions. June bowed her head until it bled. Her eyes held a hint of confusion. Kai, standing by the carriage, spoke up. If you want to make amends, can you be our guide? He looked at her and continued. I'm talking about forming a federation between our two races. So, I want to meet the high-ranking leaders of the federation. And this is also what Sina wants. The princess nodded. Yes, I owe them. Please treat them with courtesy. June agreed. I understand. I will definitely lead them to the capital. She shed tears. And Lady Sina, I'm glad you're all right. The princess smiled. Yes, I'm home. After that, Mido and the other liaisons were treated with more formality. To establish an alliance, we need to negotiate with the Federal Congress. The Congress is made up of the leaders of each beastman, tribe, the organization that leads this country. And the Congress is located in the capital of the Mensley Federation. Mido was impressed. So this is the capital of the Federation. Narumi's eyes widened. It's so big. June turned and said, I'm sorry, but I can only lead you this far. Of course, I still want to express my deepest gratitude to you for saving Lady Sina. But the ones who decide this country's policies are the members of the National Assembly. Mido replied, It's all right from now on. This will be our job. The capital of the Beastman tribe, Grandanas. The Beastman Alliance, Menslia. Inside the bustling city of the Beastmen, upon seeing the group, they constantly gossiped about their appearance. Look, humans, what are they plotting? Despite that, with June and the princess leading the way, the group quietly proceeded. The crowd of beastmen continued to buzz with excitement. They stood on the sidelines and watched quietly, with suspicious eyes. Mido scrutinized, and also felt the atmosphere was a bit heavy, unspeakable. Kai spoke up. It seems they don't hate us as much as we thought. It feels more like they're afraid of us. Narumi laughed. Yes, regardless of race. A normal person would feel scared when seeing the army of another country, right? I think that's a normal reaction, Harry said quietly. After all, the people around here are just ordinary citizens. I think we'll be hated by the tribe leaders more. Those are the people we're about to meet. While everyone was talking, loud call of the princess's name rang out. Sina, a beast man in a red cloak, rushed out. His face was worried as he asked, "Are you all right, Sina?" The princess replied, "I'm fine now. Father, I'm not even hurt." "Look, father." Jun beside her immediately knelt down in respect. He hugged his daughter tightly. He sighed with emotion. "I'm so glad you're okay." Sina smiled. "Father, you're hurting me. You're using too much force." He quickly let his daughter go. He waved his hand. "Oh, I'm sorry, I got a little emotional." Then with a scrutinizing gaze, he looked at the crowd of humans before him and asked, "So these humans are the ones who saved you?" Sina turned her face and replied, "Yes, so please treat them well." He laughed heartily. "I understand. Today, I will allow these people to stay in my mansion." Then he happily introduced himself. "I am the leader of the cat tribe, Anto and Sina's father." He continued, "Thank you for saving my daughter. I swear I will repay you for saving her life." Hirik also stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am the captain of the 8th Knight Order of the Holy Kingdom of Digarit, Hirik Lord Anto. May I make a suggestion?" Anto raised his hand in a gesture. "Of course, please speak." A moment later, everyone was seated at a long table. On one side were the humans, on the other, the cat people. Sina stood beside her father. After presenting the basic content, Harry said, "That is our proposal, as envoys of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret regarding the alliance between our two nations. Could you please consider our offer?" Anto stated strongly, "I must repay you for saving my daughter, so of course I will agree. It's true that the threat from the Demon Kingdom is increasing." Iga, the leader of the werewolf tribe, spoke up. "We used to fight the demons in small skirmishes, but recently they've been attacking more frequently." Camilla, the chiefess of the bird tribe, interrupted. "Are you saying we should ally with the humans just for that reason? How absurd. Have you forgotten what the humans did to us?" Max, the leader of the merman tribe, slammed his hand on the table and said, "Camilla is right. My father was enslaved and killed by humans. That's not something that can be easily forgotten. We are still grateful to you for saving and escorting Sina back here, and we will give you a worthy reward." Niels, the leader of the dog tribe, added, "But we will still not forget what happened in the past." His eyes were somewhat annoyed. Anto turned to look at him and called out, "Niels!" He continued, "Haven't the humans discriminated against, treated us poorly, and exiled us? That's not something we can easily overlook. Is it now you want us to help them?" Max and Camilla sided with Niels. They agreed to refuse to help. While the beastmen were in an uproar, Harry's voice rang out, "We should not forget the past." He continued, "But don't we have the same goal of wanting to destroy the demons?" Hearing that, Max roared fiercely, "How dare you! When it comes to fighting against the demons, I won't join hands with you either." Ega looked at the humans and intervened. "Wait a minute, Max." He raised his hand and continued, "Indeed, we have received information that you have turned the tide in the war against the demons. Could you tell us what form of cooperation you are seeking from us?" "No." Hearing the question, Harry thought for a moment. Mido immediately spoke up and answered, "We want to wipe out the entire demon kingdom in one fell swoop and behead the demon lord." That answer left the beastmen stunned. They didn't react for a moment. Ega's loud laughter broke the silent atmosphere. He looked at Mido. "Your eyes don't lie, do they?" "Interesting." Camilla wondered, "What is it, Ega?" He continued, "You see, I thought it was strange at first. If my information is correct, the humans have a great advantage." Ega smiled. "They don't seem to be forced or pressured to form an alliance with us." Mido looked serious. "We want to defeat the demon lord, and to achieve that, we need your help." Anto's voice cut in, catching Mido's attention. Just like what Ega said earlier, he continued, "I want to help them eradicate the demons. I was very suspicious at first, but I didn't think the boy would be this honest." Another hand went up. Ega spoke up, "I agree as well. If the demons are making serious moves, the Federation won't be able to stand against them." His eyes were sharp. "In case the Holy Kingdom is defeated by the demons in the future, we will surely be next. So we need to take this opportunity to fight alongside the humans." The members of the delegation were overjoyed to hear that. However, Camilla reacted slightly. "I understand your point, but I still won't accept." She looked at them with suspicious eyes. "You never know when humans will stab you in the back." Max also spoke up. "No matter what the situation, I will not cooperate with people I can't trust." Similarly, it was Niels' opinion. "I feel the same way. This alliance is probably a scheme to make us sacrifices, or decoys, right?" At that moment, Sina, standing beside her father, looked over and said, "Lord Niels, you've changed somehow." She added, "You used to be very supportive of humans." Niels replied, "My thinking has changed after living to this age." Anto raised his hand deep in thought. "So now, we have many who oppose this proposal." Ega added, "It's not wise for us to decide right now. It's best if we take some time to think. I also want to hear more about their proposal. Let's have them stay in our territory. For a while. Anto laughed and agreed with that. Let us take care of their accommodations. They are my daughter's saviors, Camilla said arrogantly. Whatever. I won't change my mind. Max had to add, she's right, I won't accept either. Kai was sitting there saying nothing, observing with his crimson eyes. His eyes were wide open, glowing a deadly crimson. He was trying to see into Niels's heart and assess him, the one who had once supported humans. That day, at the capital of the Beastmen's Federation Grandanas, at the mansion of the Cat Tribe's chieftain, a long, sumptuous banquet was laid out to welcome the human guests. Anto happily raised his glass. Thank you for saving my daughter. Please eat your fill. Mito also smiled and said thank you. Rena looked at the food with some disgust. What kind of food is this, insects? Jin smiled sheepishly and replied, I don't know either. Kai picked up a bug and broke it in half. Inside the hard shell was fatty meat. Then he put it in his mouth and ate it with relish. Meanwhile, Meyer was happily eating fruit, her face full of enjoyment. Narumi the extrovert raised his glass to the beastmen, making them stand up and praise him. Have another drink. Your tolerance is amazing. Brother, he replied. Me. Then let's have another. Sina was also eating and drinking, but didn't forget her duty. She turned to her father and reminded him, Papa. Let's get to the main point. Anto raised his hand to clear his throat. Then he spoke. The thing is, we have to make a decision about our future policies. The people below fell silent and listened. Anto continued. According to what my daughter said, the demons have infiltrated the Federation. Furthermore, they are in the capital. That means they have a significant amount of internal information. Sina continued. If that weren't the case, they wouldn't have been able to know my location at... That time, I was completely ambushed. The scarred cat person said, if it was at the border, I could understand, but the security in the capital is quite strict. The blue-robed one agreed. He's right. If the demons have infiltrated the capital, then we should have detected them. Hearing those words, Sina frowned, slightly displeased. Seeing this, the scarred face quickly explained, I didn't mean it like that, princess. I'm not doubting your words. Anto added to diffuse the tension, just like you said. We beastmen have a very strong sense of smell. It's difficult for demons to infiltrate the city without us noticing their distinctive scent. That means, a voice rang out, there's a traitor. The cat person leader's declaration, and the sound of it made the banquet suddenly fall silent. Everyone was looking in one direction. I said as he drank, there's someone protecting the demons. If that person is providing them with important information, and at the same time covering their tracks, then that's the only explanation for the current situation. The cat people reacted. Impossible. What a ridiculous idea. One of them stood up angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Are you suspecting us? Anto immediately shouted. Calm down. We're just speculating on the possibilities. Then he apologized. His face fell and Anto continued. I don't want to suspect my own people either. But even though I put a lot of effort into finding Sina, I couldn't find a single trace of her. At that time, he and his men had searched through the night. To be honest, I had a very bad feeling at the time. Someone must be controlling the flow of information. Harry warned. If the information network is being manipulated, it's very dangerous. Because it's possible. The spy is someone from the upper echelons. Jin voiced her concern. Could it be that in the case, that what we discussed in that meeting was leaked? Narumi added so. It's possible that one of the clan leaders is a traitor. No, Anto immediately denied it. I don't think so. The clan leaders are the ones who discuss and give advice on the future of the Federation. I don't want to cause mutual suspicion. With only the limited information we have. The pink-haired cat person agreed. Yes, you're right. That worries me. Anto turned to remind his daughter, Sina. For the time being, don't leave the mansion. The girl seemed unhappy. That's sad. I just got back. He replied worriedly. If you get kidnapped again, then we'll lose everything. Mito interrupted and asked, by the way, did you all discuss the alliance? The table fell silent for a moment. Anto scratched his head flustered. About that, I'm sorry, I thought they would accept the offer positively. Sina said the ones who agreed were Ega and Papa. If we can't change the minds of the other three, we'll lose our advantage in the vote. A sign that it's not very promising. Mito was worried. No way, Anto decided. We have to keep persuading them. I will ask you to accompany us, to persuade them in the next meeting. Thanks to you? Harry smiled happily and agreed. Yes, of course. That night at the mansion of the Cat Tribe's chieftain, Kai was standing there looking down, with many thoughts in his mind. Sina approached and asked, What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Kai turned and replied, I have some thoughts. I want to gather more information, but I can't move freely in a strange country. Sina understood this. Yes, with your body odor, you'd be discovered immediately. He nodded, as expected. The beastman's sense of smell is really sensitive, Kai continued. Sina, there's something I want to ask you. Remembering during the meeting, Kai had used his eyes to learn information about Niels, age 55. Race, dogman, gender, male. Status, brainwashed. Skills, martial arts. Love 2, beastification, love 1. He paid special attention to the brainwashed status. Sina, hearing this, asked in shock, brainwashed? Kai nodded. Yes. My eyes allow me to see the status of anyone with my appraisal ability. The man named Niels was the only one with that status. He added, normally, beastmen excel in their physical abilities and keen senses. They can't use magics like humans, or demonic arts like demons, or even incantations like elves. Kai's gaze was full of certainty. This is definitely the work of the demons, Sina remembered. Now that you mention it, what he said, today was very strange. My thinking has changed after living this long. Niels has always wanted to maintain a good relationship with humans. She frowned and asked, should I tell Papa? Kai replied, with just my ability. We don't have enough evidence. I know he suspects there's a spy, but do you think that man is trustworthy? Sina stepped onto the railing. If that's the case, then it's fine. She sat down right there and continued. Papa has always had a soft spot for humans. Besides, you saved me. My father will surely believe you. Kai was relieved. I understand. Then we'll talk to him later. Suddenly, something from behind caught his attention. Anto's voice. You underestimate the hearing of a beast man. Kai turned and asked, so you heard everything? I guess now, I can get straight to the point, right? He smiled. I don't mind. After all, you are my benefactor, Anto added firmly. Besides, I also have a feeling that Elsa's behavior is very strange. He raised his hand and clenched it. I place my trust in you. I will support you fully so that we can form an alliance between our two empires. In return, I want you to help us eradicate the demons that exist in the Federation. Kai agreed. All right, starting tomorrow. I will start gathering information related to the Dogman tribe, you and Mido. Persuade the remaining tribe leaders to help me. Anto smiled at him. I understand. The quiet dead of night in the capital of the Beastmen, a quiet space. Flickering lights in the large mansions. At a certain estate, the large gate was guarded with some strictness. Niels was suddenly kneeling there reverently. Before him was a high-ranking demon. Brad was sitting on a chair enjoying a glass of wine. He looked down and said, the situation is getting more and more troublesome. His eyes thought of Camilla. Just when I thought more than half of the tribe leaders had been tamed, and control of the Federation was in our hands, my plan should have been perfect. Kidnapping the princess to blackmail the leader of the cat tribe. Breet slammed his hand down in anger. But I never thought the humans would save Anto's daughter. He scowled and cursed, Giganda, you bastard, failing such an easy